When you grow up as a child that can never win with your parents no matter what you do, how do you get back at them? We'll get to that in a bit, but first, pissing off the base commander. When I was 20, I got drafted into the army. I live in the Netherlands and this happened in the 80s. I got trained to be an ambulance driver, 2 months of general training in how to drive a Land Rover, and 2 months of medical training. After that, I was ready to take on any medical emergency that came my way. After my training, I got placed in a staff support platoon, a mismatch of different roles that are there to support the higher army staff in whatever they need. Make coffee, admin, drive them around, tech support, etc., etc. I was their ambulance driver. It was probably helpful when we were at war, but they had no use for me during peacetime. After I got settled on the base where I got stationed, I was called in by my lieutenant, telling me I'd been volunteered to work at the small local military post on our base. I was okay with it, as it gave me something to do during the time I had to serve in the army. It was a small post with a clinic, one permanent doctor and one drafted right out of medical school, and several other grunts like me. Downstairs was our clinic and a few rooms to treat patients. Upstairs, about 12 beds for patients who were sick, but not bad enough that they needed to go to a real hospital. We worked at the clinic and took care of the patients upstairs, and maybe 2 to 3 times a week, I had to pull out with the ambulance we used, more often than not for a planned trip to transport a patient to or from an actual hospital. I started with the rank of soldier, and I was expected to end my 1-year career at the rank of corporal. As you can imagine from the title, that never happened. I didn't hate working at the post. On the contrary, I actually felt I did something useful. And while I was stationed at the post, I learned many practical medical skills, having other soldiers to practice on. But it was a waste of my time. I wanted to start my career in IT, and this was holding me back. I also didn't care much about hierarchy or ranks. I respected my fellow army men and women for who they were, their actions, and how they treated others, not by the number of bars, stars, or stripes. And being an actual medic on our base, I got away with that. We had no roll calls, and I slept in a 2-person bedroom instead of the 12-person one my platoon mates had to use. No inspections, no military training, and wearing white instead of green. Anyways, to the malicious compliance. I was tending to a patient at the clinic. He and his buddy had walked into a door, their words, and it had a glass window that shattered and cut them both up. One pretty bad, and he was treated by our doctor in one of the rooms as he needed quite a few stitches, and as the other soldier only had minor cuts, I treated him on the spot, as no other medical staff were available at that time. The slightly larger cuts I glued shut. For others, a band-aid would suffice. He was sitting on one of the chairs, and I was on one knee in front of him, taking care of a cut on his leg, as I heard somebody walk into the clinic. Without looking up, as I was holding a glued cut together with my fingers until it had set, I politely asked to please take a seat, and that I would be right there. The colonel says, "Do you know who I am? I'm the base commander, Colonel so-and-so." Yes, he actually said that. I can still hear it in my head 35 years later. His booming, indignant voice, full of air of how important he was. I was not impressed at all, mostly annoyed by his attitude, and told him, "Congratulations, please have a seat, and I will get to him once I finish treating the cut I was working on." That was not what he wanted to hear, and he started chewing me out. Finally, I was done with the cut, let go of my fingers, and got up. Ignoring his barrage, I asked him how I could help. The colonel said, "I need to speak to the doctor. I have an appointment." Okay, not an emergency. I explained to the colonel that the doctor was treating a patient who needed urgent medical attention, and that he'll have to wait till the doctor finished his treatment. He has none of it, and tells me he doesn't have the time to wait. Then he orders me to tell the doctor that his 3 p.m. appointment is waiting for him. I knew the doctor would drop everything and be running to the colonel if he got wind of who it was that was waiting for him. He didn't have that much of a spine, and his career was primarily based on the colonel's input and assessment of him. But the colonel had given me an order, and I had to do it. So I went to the treatment room and put my head in. The doctor was busy stitching up the more injured soldier, and I complied with the colonel's order. I said, "Doctor, your 3 p.m. appointment has arrived." The doctor, not realizing or remembering who the 3 p.m. appointment was, told me irritably to have the patient wait till he finished, and that it could be another 5 to 10 minutes. He repeated what he told me several times before, to only disturb him for emergencies. I go back to the colonel and tell him that the doctor is still busy treating the patient and would be available in about 10 minutes. The colonel was not happy and told me to get the doctor now. I told the colonel that I had explicit instructions to only disturb the doctor in case of an emergency, and that his appointment was not an emergency, he would have to wait. He grumbled, but in the end, sat down till the doctor arrived, and he started berating the doctor about how precious his time was and how he had made him wait. The doctor apologized and almost groveled as they moved into the doctor's office. I had to go upstairs for something, and the colonel had already left after I got down. I did get a good ear washing from the doctor, telling me I should have mentioned to him that it was the colonel who was waiting for him. I argued that it should not matter who was waiting if he was treating a patient who was bleeding all over the place, and that he told me himself that he could only be disturbed for emergencies. I never got that promotion to corporal or even soldier first class. Still worth it. Honestly, in my opinion, although OP didn't suck up and get the promotions as a result of being a suck up, I'd say he did the right thing. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is Boss Told Me to Measure Everything, Lost the Sale. I'm a mechanic at a national chain with the 3 boys. We have a service called Brake Inspection that's free. I get a 25-cent an hour commission on it, although with this company, we only get paid commission if our commission earnings are greater than our hourly guarantee, and it's averaged for a whole week. So this week, I'm too far behind on commission to make any. I'll just get my hourly. A car rolled in with a complaint of brake squealing. This is pretty common and isn't a serious concern usually, but people want something done, so I'll sell them brakes if they want to waste $600 to get less noise. Anyways, I put the car in the air and spun the back wheel, and it made a pretty bad squeal. The wear indicator seemed to be the cause. I'll rub on the rotor when the pads are too low. Also, I could see that the rotors were really scored pretty deep. Just from that alone, I knew it needed rear pads and rotors, and I would have just quickly checked if the fronts were really bad, so I could suggest that as well. Before I could even do that, my boss says, "Take the wheels off, do a real brake inspection, measure everything." Cue malicious compliance. Now, like I said, I'm not making commission this week, so it doesn't matter to me if I sell work or just hang out. So I pull up the specs for the brake system on that car, and I get to measuring everything. About 45 minutes later, my boss comes by, and I've measured 1 set of pads and rotors. Thickness at 8 points, parallelism, run out, pad thickness at 4 points, taper longwise, across, and at angles. He asks how it's looking. I mentioned the rotors are within spec for thickness, but out of spec for runout, warped, and parallelism, and the pads are cracked. Basically he's saying it's good, but it's not a real answer. He comes back after about 90 minutes total, and I'm about to start the last wheel. The customer's grown tired of waiting, and he asks me if I have a recommendation. I say it might need front brakes and probably needs rear, but I'm not done measuring. He comes back a couple minutes later and says the customer decided he wants to leave. Just finish the inspection and roll it out. So I finish up. I recommend rear brakes and suggest front brakes. The customer comes over to get the car from me and says he might come back Monday. Pretty sure we lost the sale. Later, one of the lube techs is bantering with him about how measuring everything, just what is normally on the inspection sheet, takes at least 15 minutes. And the boss is saying it should take 5 to 10 minutes just as I walk in and he says, "Not an hour," and gives me an accusing look. I just reply, "You said measure everything." I mean, this really is sticking it to the boss, but let's be real, it also kinda sucks for the customer. I mean, not only did you waste time for yourself that was inconsequential and didn't matter and you lost the boss's sale, but you did also just kind of run this customer through the ringer and waste their time as well. I guess in the end, it teaches them a valuable lesson about chain auto repair stores. That said, our final story of the day is Childhood Holiday Jam Revenge. This is a small and stupid, yet very lengthy example of malicious compliance, but it felt like a huge win for me at the time and still does. I was a child, maybe 9 or 10. I'm an only child, not much extended family, and both parents were certainly doing their best, having themselves been poorly treated growing up. But sometimes a person's best is still not ideal. I grew up with the kind of parenting style where the kid can never win. There was always some sort of power trip. For example, physical punishments for no clear reason that would increase in severity if I so much as asked what I'd actually done wrong. You are to never question me. I had to follow weird rules to the absolute letter that didn't make logical sense, but only applied to me. My dad was the most controlling and would often try to intimidate me. Someone once said that he had a small man syndrome, and at the time I guess I was the only one smaller than him. I would cop it if I didn't do exactly what he had said, in exactly the way he had said it. Being pretty bright, I'd learned to find loopholes in his rules, and he couldn't say anything about it if I exploited them because I'd technically done what he'd asked. This story is about one of those times. I was careful not to do it so often in case he stopped being super literal. To set the scene some more, I was a neglected child. My parents were the right-wing Christian hippie anti-vax type, in the sense that I was homeopathically vaccinated. But honestly, they wouldn't make sure I took the full course of what's essentially sugar pills, so I didn't even have the claim of being homeopathically vaccinated to my name. With the ironic exception of homeopathy, sugar in all its forms was the devil. And at some points, I remember not even being allowed things like apple juice because it apparently made me hyper and run around a lot. I grew up on goats and soy milk, not cow's milk because it leaches calcium from the bones. I couldn't be myself. I've since learned I'm naturally peppy, so you have to understand I was fed in a way that discouraged this. Our house was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop on the other side of the house. I had high anxiety and was depressed at a fundamental level. I wasn't encouraged to go on play dates with school friends. I wasn't allowed Barbies in case I tried to be too sexy. I wasn't allowed to watch Sesame Street because Oscar the Grouch has a bad attitude and it might rub off onto me. I would get asked by kids in my class if I was anorexic, and I didn't even know what that meant. On the rare occasions I received lollies or chocolate as a gift or prize, they'd go up to the very top of the pantry, out of reach but within eyesight, for a time when I deserved to enjoy something a little special. They stayed up there for years. Typically that pile was only ever added to. Maybe a couple of times, I remember being allowed to select a single item, literally a single lolly from a party favor lolly bag kind of thing. Occasionally on holiday, I'd get to have something yummy as a treat, but it was usually my mother sharing something with me in a close and secret way, and my dad would never know. One morning on holiday, we were having toast for breakfast. I had 2 pieces of toast on my plate. On the table was a nice proper jam, as well as the usuals, for example Marmite, despite being Australian. As expected, I wasn't permitted jam in my everyday life, and I knew never to ask. But we were on holiday, and it was proper jam. And I hadn't done anything wrong lately, and I thought not being allowed to have jam once was stupid. I asked and was told no. I asked again, adding, but we're on holiday, and I never get to have jam. Please? My mother conceded, saying something like, oh come on, we rarely go away, and it's lovely jam with real fruit. But it was my dad that decided this stuff. Eventually he conceded, yes, okay, but you can only put jam on 1 piece of toast. I thanked him and repeated, I can only put the jam on 1 piece of toast with my knife? He said yes. I clarified again and he said yes, so I did. But he hadn't specified the quantity or the manner in which I had to eat it. I grinned. This big poop-eating grin. I put heaps of jam on that 1 piece of toast. He tried to stop me, but I reminded him of what he'd said. I took the other in my hand and smushed them both together. His eyes bugged out of his head. When I pulled them apart, both pieces had the perfect amount of jam. I said, oh wow, I thought I wanted to have my toast as a sandwich actually, but I changed my mind. Oh well. I was then able to enjoy 2 delicious jam toasts. The look on his face was magical. He was angry and tried to tell me off, I reminded him that he'd already confirmed a few times that I could only use the knife to put jam on only the one toast. He was flustered because I'd beaten him. My mother had a very amused look on her face, and I think she was a little proud. He couldn't punish me directly for having too much jam, as he hadn't specified the quantity. Technically, I was within the rules. I can't remember what happened afterwards. I wouldn't be surprised if I somehow copped extra for an unrelated thing. Most of my childhood was a weird blur, but there's always a silver lining. I learned to be very quick-witted. I'm very good at noticing discrepancies, logical gaps, and loopholes. I only exploit them if I think the person or their stance is objectively ridiculous. And even then, rarely, it's a power that should only be used for good. Thanks for reading. I mean, the compliance is great, and I'm glad OP got to enjoy jam for once in their life, but can we all agree that these parents are awful? That what they were doing was practically abusive? If not legitimately? No kid should have to grow up in an existence like that where they're being denied basic human joys. How I don't listen to women ended in unemployment. I'm a woman in retail merchandising, which skews male in terms of employment statistics. Most guys I work with are okay, but as the company I started with literally took anyone who was signing on the day the recruiter visited the job center, that's how they got me, and the agencies we use to bulk numbers are even less picky, some of the guys are not ideal coworkers. This story is about one of those. On many of our jobs, there's a no smoking in the delivery yard rule. Unless that's where the smoking shelter is, you don't smoke out there. One client doesn't allow smoke breaks between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. either, which irritates many of my coworkers due to the high level of nicotine addicts among them. If you get caught slipping into the yard for a crafty one, you're removed from the job and possibly even the contract if you're a frequent offender. Cue this guy, we'll call him Puff. He's a smoker with an attitude towards health and safety that had already seen him kicked off multiple contracts for things like climbing, racking, or throwing things that should not really be yeeted in the direction of other people. On this occasion, I was the only woman on the team, and the only non-smoker. As a non-smoker, I had more freedom of movement than the guys. I was the only one allowed to take trolleys out the front door. You don't realize how many shopping trolleys, carts, a store has until you've used almost all of them to empty 3 aisles of stock that are being moved around, and the only one allowed out unsupervised in the yard. Now, no one liked Puff. He was rude and a nightmare to be around, and he was a jerk towards women. "I don't listen to women," he had been heard to say, and the team leader knew it, but he had to be caught misbehaving by the store manager before he could be removed from site. One of the things we needed to do, because the fitters couldn't be bothered, was throw the old shelves and brackets in the skip. This thing was an industrial one, nearly twice my height, and the end was closed. You had to throw things into it. Shelves are metal, and these ones were about 5 feet wide and 25 inches deep. I could lift them and maneuver them into place, but throwing them that high solo? Not a chance. The guys could manage it though. I was always sent out with one of the guys and told to make sure they didn't smoke, wink wink. The team leader and most of the guys knew I would turn a blind eye to a quick few drags in the shadow of the skip, but everyone was getting fed up of Puff and his attitude problem. So the team leader sent me off with another pallet of mixed shelves and brackets, which were light enough for me to throw, and sent Puff trailing after me. Puff was happy to do so, realizing it was an opportunity to suck down some nicotine. Only instead of ducking behind the skip, where he'd be out of sight of both the cameras and the warehouse door, he leaned against it in full sight of both and sparked up. I said, you might want to go around the back so you're not spotted. "I don't listen to women," was the predictable reply. And he leaned there, slowly smoking in plain sight. I saw movement in the warehouse, a silhouette by the rack of the store's high-vis yardware. I said nothing. "What do you think you're doing? You're not allowed to smoke out here. Why are you letting him smoke?" I said, "He doesn't listen to women." The manager, needless to say, didn't want Puff to even finish the shift. And with most clients having red carded him for various reasons, he was asked to find alternative employment. Too bad the person asking him to find alternative employment was a woman. Therefore, they didn't listen and they're still trying to this day. Just kidding, they're probably kicking rocks somewhere and picking up cigarette butts to just get one little hit of nicotine. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is Apartment Manager Doesn't Take Cash for a 2-cent Bill. Malicious compliance ensues. In 2019, I moved from an apartment complex in Celebration, Florida, to a condo. As usual, when you move out of an apartment, you get a final bill which includes your last month's prorated rent, deductions for damages, security deposit refunds, and the like. We paid it. The next month, I get a call from my wife who says we've got a follow-up bill in the mail from the apartment management company for 2 cents. We're both in the tech field, so we laughed at this company's IT department didn't catch the edge case of spending 50 cents in postage to collect 2 cents in revenue. But it happens. My wife prints out a copy of the bill. I grab 2 cents from the change jar. The apartment complex is on my daily drive, so I swing by the office. I walk in and tell the manager that I want to pay my last bill. I say, "It's 2 cents. Here's the bill, and I have the 2 cents if you want it." The manager says, "We don't take cash." Nothing else. There was an awkward pause. I say, "I don't expect you to take cash. I expect us both to have a laugh about how silly computer systems are and for you to write off the 2 cents because it would cost you more to process the payment." She says, "I'm not going to do that." Again, awkward pause. I say, "So you want me to write you a check for 2 cents and mail it? And you're going to process that check?" The manager says, "Yes, send us a check and we'll process it," and then walks back into her office to end the conversation. So I go home and set up an automatic monthly bank payment to my apartment complex for 3 cents. And then, because I'm a programmer, I write some code to send a letter once per month saying, "I'm so sorry, I've overpaid my bill, please send me a check for the overpayment." And I use an online service that sends postcards in ridiculous sizes, up to around 18 inches by 24 inches, figuring that'll be my escalation strategy. The first of the next month, I get a call from the apartment company's regional manager. After introducing himself, the next 2 minutes were the most sincere, "Oh God, we made a mistake. Please don't do this. We'll never contact you again" apology anyone could have hoped for. I stopped the mail and never heard from them again. Did I spend several hours on malicious compliance for 2 cents? Yes. Was it worth it? Absolutely. Any company and any manager that is so stubborn as to say, "Yes, we are clearly going to lose money and we've already lost money on these 2 cents, but we still want you to send it in." Well, I think they just deserve exactly everything that went on here. I mean, imagine how much time was spent on wages for that regional manager just to spend it calling OP, apologizing. They probably spent more than 2 cents on that regional manager using their time to do that call. Our next story is how I won back part-time work by following my employer's attendance policy. I suffer with chronic pain, currently investigating the possibility of endometriosis. My employer had been very helpful and kind with reasonable adjustments up until recently. I'd been working part-time as walking is now so difficult that I use crutches, and it's impossible for me to complete my full 9 hours without a flare-up that'll take me days to recover from. I returned to work after a surgery, and they blindsided me and told me that I must go back to full-time, as it's unfair on the rest of the workers that they've bent over backwards for me, which they have to do by law, and I really did not ask for much, and my health should be totally fine now that I've had a surgery. So I followed protocol and received a sick note from the doctor that suggested part-time hours to prevent flare-ups and time off. They refused. I did 1 full shift and then could not turn up to work. On UK sick notes, if the section "may be fit for work" is ticked, and the employer cannot fulfill those suggestions of adjustments, you are automatically considered unfit for work, and the sick note remains valid. This is stated on the sick note itself and on the ACAS website, a site and helpline that discloses employee rights in the UK. I emailed about this and explained and asked if they would consider the sick note valid. They told me I would need a new sick note, They just wanted a sick note that said I was outright unfit for work to cover their butts, as they knew there was absolutely no reason to refuse part-time when I had already been doing it with no issues. I called in every day as protocol required, but the voicemail system for calling in was disabled, so I was unable to. I sent them links and screenshots to the ACAS website, but the lady I was emailing refused to read them. I was told the company must follow the attendance policy. I was asked rudely if I had read it. I explained that nowhere in the attendance policy does it mention this kind of situation, just that I would need the note and I'd already supplied the note. I also asked what their reasons were to refuse these adjustments under the Equality Act in 2010. This is similar to the US's ADA. Under this, I am considered disabled as I have a condition that's impacted my daily life for over 12 months. And this email was completely ignored. I received a call from HR yesterday, and I was asked if I could definitely return to work under part-time hours, and if I would not have to go home due to flare-ups. I told them yes, and explained that without the crutches, I struggled to complete the week at part-time, but with them, I can do this with no problem. Full-time, even with the crutches, flares me up to the point where I'm still recovering from that full shift I did last Monday. She accepted this and told me that I could resume work on Monday at part-time hours, and she would let the lady I was emailing know that this was the case now. They wanted me to follow the attendance policy, so I did. It just didn't work out the way they wanted it to. I call that checkmate. I know full well they're trying to push me out, and I'm okay with that, as this job's now a drain on my mental health with the way they've spoken to me and treated me. However, being the petty witch I am, I'll be making it extremely difficult for them and causing as much strife for them as they have for me. All according to the law and their policies, of course. I mean, I know it's kind of different in the UK, but this is the kind of thing where if it happened in the US, you go straight to threatening legal action. For them to go and try to withhold hours from you, try to keep you at home, keep you sidelined while they basically ignore you, that should not fly. That said, our final story of the day is micromanagement metrics. This was a few years ago, but it's my favorite double malicious compliance I've ever done. I work in wireless sales, and they use a social media style texting app to attempt to keep employees engaged with all other sales associates company-wide. When they introduced it, they did so under an assumption that using it would be completely optional. That pretty much backfired because almost nobody was using it, or they weren't using it as intended. At this point, I had a really blowhard district manager who thought he should be idolized by the management and sales associates below him. When he noticed nobody was really using it, he decided to put pressure on all of his store managers by saying if their employees didn't use it, it showed a lack of inspirational leadership on the part of the store managers as a way of guilting us all into using it so he would become number one in usage. At this point, my store manager just asked us to use it so he would be left alone. Fine. Malicious compliance number 1. I hated and still hate the expectation that I should be required to shout out sales from my store. To me, it's like we were all hired to do a job. Management doesn't think we can do said job we were interviewed and hired for, so they need constant visibility on sales. Fine, I created a generic shoutout. Employee sold item, and then the accompanied the message with the most condescending good job gif I could find. That part worked, and our district manager was mostly off our butt about that for the remainder of his tenure with us, which thankfully wasn't much longer after all this started. From that point, we all thought we were in the clear from constantly needing to use the app. We were wrong. The interim district manager, a store manager who was trying to get the position, so he was doing the work of a store manager for his store and the district manager for our district, was so much worse. He found a way to run a report that would break down each individual's app usage and the amount of messages they would put in the chat. He began putting that info out in the district-wide emails, calling out the lower 25% as needing to do better with engagement. Of course, I was almost always on the bottom because I only put my generic message and GIF into the chat when sales happened. I was never engaged with other people in threads or direct chats because I didn't care. Cue malicious compliance number 2. Since now it became purely a numbers game to the interim district manager, I played the numbers. After the first few weeks of those emails where I was at the bottom, I decided to try something. I found a chat message that nobody replied to from earlier in a week that the report wasn't run for, and then picked a lyrically heavy song. In my first attempt, it was Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody, and proceeded to reply to that chat in an individual thread, one word per message at a time, until the entire song was put into the thread. Sure enough, at the end of that week, I jumped from nearly dead last in usage to exponentially more than anyone else in usage. The interim DM never questioned it or checked why I jumped so high so fast. Every week I would pick a new song and type it out word by word in a blank chat thread, and every week I would be shouted out for my exemplary app usage and how more people should be engaged as much as I was. We still use a chat app, and we're still voluntold that we have to be engaging in it, but I'm back to my generic message with the same GIF over and over anytime there's a sale, since that interim never became our DM, and the new ones don't check the usage report anymore. Sales are dumb. Metrics are dumber. When the metric becomes the goal over the actual sale, the metric is the problem. Let's be real here, even if you love your coworkers, you're not going to work to try to make friends. You shouldn't work with friends or family, and it's kind of weird to try to force this friendly banter engagement thing. And especially if you have to try to force the employees to use it, nobody's going to embrace it, right? Who's going to be told, you better use this thing, and go and be like, hey guys, let's hang out? They're literally gonna go full Marshawn Lynch, I'm just here so I don't get fined. Short staff cleaners, but you want it clean? I heard the story at a union conference about 5 years ago. It was presented as one of the union victories for the year. There was a company who employed around 20 or so cleaners. The award agreement for the amount of cleaners worked by square feet of floor space, number of toilets, number of hand basins, number of staff kitchens, bins, etc. Both union and management had got to the same number, and the staff were worked fairly. After a couple of years, new management took over and stopped using casual cleaners for backfill for leave, etc. This means every day they're basically short staff, not making the agreement terms. Then a couple of staff leave and aren't replaced. Management starts complaining that the place isn't up to standards and the customers have complained. They threaten the staff with punishment, etc. One of the cleaners calls the union, and the union calls an industrial dispute with the employer. In the dispute, the employer has nowhere to go on this. The award spells out the formula for staffing, and the union basically says, if you don't like it, we'll take you to court and you will lose after spending a heap of money. HR argued but basically agreed to employ more staff and put some casuals on. They say, well, it may take a few weeks to advertise and interview, etc., so you'll have to be patient. There was a real feeling that they weren't going to try too hard. The union says, sure, on these conditions. 1, you can no longer threaten punishment about work due to the short staffing. 2, you try your best to get staff. 3, that cleaners will clean only the amount covered by the award each day. 4, any complaints to be given to the union, not the staff, during this time. The third point becomes the sticking point, but HR agrees on the condition that cleaners make the customer side of the business a priority. It's agreed upon. The union leave with the distinct impression that HR will drag their feet on employing new staff. The union goes to the staff and tells them what happened, and the staff were unhappy about not getting new staff immediately. The union organizer tells them, you only have to clean so much space, so focus on the customer side of the business, and we ask that you not clean any of the HR staff offices, tea rooms, or toilets. The same goes for the executive staff area of any department manager's office. Don't even empty a bin there. Be completely compliant with the offer. So after a week, HR hasn't advertised or employed any new staff, but the cleaners report that all the office kitchens in HR and executive look untidy, and the bathrooms smell a bit, that bins are filling up fast, etc. At the beginning of the second week, the union gets a phone call about cleaners not doing their work from HR. The union asks if the customer side is clean, and they agree it's very clean. Well, the union says, this is our agreement. Still, HR doesn't advertise for jobs. By the end of the second week, the CEO asks the cleaners why the offices look terrible. The cleaners say, ring the union. There's complaints coming from everywhere in the company about the state of staff amenities, etc., and the CEO is unhappy. The CEO rings and organizes a meeting with the union for the next day. By this stage, the executive office bins are overflowing. The manager's offices are dusty, the bathrooms are far from clean, and since no cleaner's been in there, there's no soap or toilet paper. In the meeting, the CEO asks what's going on with your union members. The union organizer explains about their deal with HR and the short staffing. The union organizer states that we've been completely compliant with what was asked of us. The CEO claims that he was unaware. They're livid. HR is rung and asked to explain. HR gets blasted, and the jobs get advertised that day. A deal is struck for overtime for any cleaner who will clean the offices of the executives. The union had the extra staff employed within 2 weeks, plus a casual pool. Some of the union members picked up some handy overtime money too. Every meeting with the company after that was highly productive for the union and its members. I think this just goes to show that unions in most situations can be such a huge thing for your quality of life at your job. I mean, why else would so many companies try to fight against them? Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is Death by 1,000 Checks. Background: a notorious laboratory services company, rhymes with Fandor, has a penchant for overcharging by a few dollars for what should be a contracted fee. In most states, lab services are not a copay item and included in the service for a doctor. Typically, an insurer will pay between $25 to $30 for common lab work. They typically overcharge just enough, for example, $32 to cause a small residual charge to remain, normally less than $5. Interestingly enough, they'll send it to collections for such a small amount. Repeated talks to billing to resolve this issue would go nowhere. The person on the other end said, "Not our problem." So, tired of this residual cost that's not always known up front either, and tired of giving out my credit card number for a phantom charge later, I decided to fight back. I had a condition that required multiple checks for common blood work come up. Each and every week I went in and declined to offer my credit card, stating, "You'll need to bill me." They would try to not serve me without, whereas I knew the law and they had to offer me a fixed price for services and a cash way to pay and settle that day. Without a fixed price, they couldn't and were required by law to bill later. Sending a bill costs money, about $2 to $5. I would then promptly overpay said bill by exactly $10.68, the minimum amount required by law to be remitted within 30 days. Sending a check costs anywhere from $4 to $20, and medical repayments require a HIPAA-compliant processor, so on the high end. So a cost of $25 to $30 for me to be billed and a repayment check issued. I did this for 6 months and figured it cost them alone $700 to $800. Being the only game in town, waiting became an issue. Others were just as hesitant to offer a credit card for payment, and it's common knowledge about collections from this company for trivial charges. I therefore explained the rule of law, showing the statutes and how to complain if they violated them, and how to get back at them. I figure in 26 weeks, I had nearly 100 people enjoy the malicious nature of this and decide to apply the rule of law. So $70,000 to $80,000 in costs associated with crappy billing practices that I was aware of. I don't know how many of my conspirators got to go along with it, but I was approached by someone telling me to do the same thing. Seems everyone was tired of it. Next time I had blood work was another series of tests, and I was fully ready to go for another round of malicious check writing. It was amazing. Not only was the billing correct, it was completely covered by insurance. They no longer asked for a credit card number and seemed to be in line. Service improved at the lab, so wait times went down since they weren't worried about billing anymore. One tech made the offhand remark that some lady was fired at the billing group and the new person straightened them out within a few weeks. I just think the sad thing here is this whole thing just reeks of the American medical system. You gotta love healthcare in the US. Our next story is, so long as I'm under your roof, understood. Some background. At the time of the story, I was 20 years old and had just gotten past my probationary period at my new job, earning all the benefits, including insurance, union, etc. As such, I was looking into getting HRT, hormone replacement therapy, something I'd considered for a long time, but only came to a solid decision on earlier that year. So I got some appointments set up and everything on my end finalized, which left me with one major hurdle left to clear: my mother. Now, my mother loves and cares for us. She really does, and I respect her in kind. But we've never really gotten along on a personal level. Now, I know my mom has never been the most, politically correct person, and in recent years has only fallen further into that kind of political radicalization, which means I know she doesn't really have a great opinion of trans people. If I'm going to transition, I need to come out. I don't want to get too much into the harsher details, but it goes about as poorly as you could expect, short of physical abuse or kicking me out. This is about where the compliance starts. One thing she makes sure I get perfectly clear is that, so long as I'm under her roof, I will not be taking any kind of medical procedure to pretend to be a woman. In her words, I'm non-binary actually. Now, I do love, and fear to some extent, my mother despite all this, so I agree to this. As such, I sneak out to my appointments and get a prescription for my HRT, which I pick up and stash at work. For 6 months, I take my medication there, very much not under her roof, which, more importantly than being malicious compliance, means it's somewhere she can't find and trash, all which pinching every penny I can afford a down payment on a house. I move out as soon as possible and begin taking it safely and comfortably. And I'm now 11 months into HRT, fully out of her grasp, and happier than I ever could have imagined being in the past. I never did outright tell my mother about my medication or when I started, but she's definitely picked up on the physical changes by now. Surprisingly enough, while she still crows her concerns at me, she's picked up on the fact that I no longer respect any kind of authority she believed she has over me, and has been much more polite while giving me much more space. Our relationship has improved greatly in the past 5 months, and despite everything, I'm looking forward to visiting her for Thanksgiving next week. Perhaps not the nuclear payoff many of you may hope for, but I'm really glad with how things turned out, and that I didn't let her cow me into not pursuing this path for myself. What I love is OP was dead set and knew that this is what they wanted to do, and they didn't let the reaction of their mom stop them, put them in a pause, get them worked up. They accepted at face value what they said, and just worked as hard as they could to get away from them and continue to do what exactly they wanted to do. Our next story is when 5 minutes became 30 minutes of overtime. So the boss called today to make sure that one of my drivers is not being paid for travel time to his home for his lunch breaks. We work about 50 hours a week presently, so the numbers below are based on overtime wages. Our office is remote from the corporate headquarters, and we aren't near our remote locations. One of our installations is within 5 minutes of the employee's home. Since I have complete control over space and time, well, at least my driver's time, I make sure we either pick up or deliver something at this location around 12 noon, so he can go home for lunch instead of spending minimum wage dollars on fast food. Have you seen the prices lately? The minimum wage thing is a whole other story. Since we started this process, we've both been going home half an hour earlier since business has kind of been slow. Since the boss sees the weekly timesheets, he knows what time we clock in and out. He's never mentioned the going home early labor savings. The result of the boss's request is that now my driver doesn't get paid $1.38 for his travel time from our installation to his home. He would leave home for another delivery or pick up, so there would be no travel time back to our installation. Also, we're now clocking out half an hour later than we had been, costing the company over $8 a day for the driver, along with my wages for that extra half hour. I just don't understand why they felt the need to be strict here. OP's just trying to make things not only nicer for their workers, but more efficient. They were like, no, we can't have any of that, and ruined it for everybody. That said, our final story of the day is mandatory overtime. A few years back, I was working for a work truck manufacturing company. I really enjoyed the work I was doing, and I was good at it. Unfortunately, this place had and still does have a reputation as a revolving door due to the disposable view they have of their techs. We were referred to as a heartbeat and tools at one point by the GM. This turnover led to a severe imbalance in experienced versus inexperienced workforce, and it was compounded by their answer to production slowdowns. They fired the bottom 20% every winter and would hire new techs with zero experience and mandatory overtime every summer. The latter is the point of my story. I've always stood by the adage, I work to live, I don't live to work, meaning I don't care for overtime. I budgeted my life to be able to turn down overtime when offered. I'm a team player, and I will always do my part when needed. However, this pattern of seasonal forced overtime was starting to wear thin. At one point, the company was bought out by a large corporation, and some of our HR policies changed. One change was overtime being calculated on a daily basis instead of weekly. Another change was having 10 unpaid personal days with no reason or notice required to use them. Of course, the average underpaid tech living paycheck to paycheck would never use an unpaid personal day. The company knew that, and it was strictly for PR. They could claim that employees had personal days, even though they never intended for us to use them. It didn't take long for me to realize that with a forced 9.5-hour day, if they worked us 10, they would be required to give us another paid break, and overtime calculated daily, I could call in on Fridays and use my unpaid personal day, but still come out ahead. 32 regular hours plus 6 overtime hours equals the equivalent of 41 regular hours. I decided I'd had enough and I was going to enjoy 10 3-day weekends for my summer. After my third Friday off, I was called into my manager's office. My manager, his manager, and the HR director were waiting for me. I was confronted about taking 3 Fridays off in a row, and they demanded an explanation or excuse as to why I was taking them off. I calmly referred to our employee handbook, which explains that no excuse or reason is required for personal days. They asked how I could afford to use these unpaid personal days. I had nothing to hide, so I explained the math, much to their surprise. I was then lectured by management, who told me I was abusing the system and I needed to stop or else. The HR director immediately corrected them and told management there was nothing they could do, because I wasn't breaking any rules. At that point, I was pretty heated. I told them, I'm one of your top performers and I know it. If I'm disciplined or fired, I'll assume it's because of this meeting and I will seek legal counsel. I have not broken any rules and you should be grateful I haven't pointed out this loophole to the other techs. I got one more Friday off before mandatory overtime was discontinued. I found out later that the general manager was reprimanded when he tried taking the issue to corporate. They found out he was forcing overtime, which was against the corporate policy. The following year, the 10 unpaid days were turned into 2 extra vacation days. I just have one question here. If this took place in the United States, can you do mandatory overtime? Is that even legal? You can't force somebody to work overtime, can you? You want me to work at full capacity? No problem. Can you tell my colleagues to say goodbye to their bonuses? Thanks. I work in a help desk call center as a first-line agent on purpose. My job is easy. We work from home where users can call, email, or chat us, and we fix their most basic computer problems, often resolved by a restart or a redeployment of some sort. I took this job on purpose to get away from a very stressful career that killed my social life and, frankly, my will to live. This job cost me exactly 0 energy, giving me the space and energy to have the social life I've always dreamed of. The pay in this job is based on the languages you provided help in, and because of my language skills and a promotion I'm not allowed to tell my colleagues about, I make more than anyone else in my team. For this simple reason, I refuse to take any promotions that bring more stress but are not financially compensated, causing me to have worked in first line for 3.5 years now, while most of my colleagues have had promotions. Because this company has a huge turnover, I often get new colleagues and managers. I usually train the new colleagues and have a friendly, cordial relationship with the managers, but I always try to stay private and reserved as much as possible to save all of my energy for after-work activities. Most days I don't talk to anyone. I log in, I work on the tickets, calls, and emails for 50% of the time whilst studying and reading, watching movies or listening to music the rest of the time. What's important to know for this story is that we can get a bonus of up to 10% of our monthly income depending on our productivity. I always get the 10%, but for some newer colleagues it's difficult because the limits are pretty high. If I like a colleague, I'll sometimes help them by closing tickets in their name. I also usually take the more challenging tickets and leave the easier ones for the newer team members. Further bit of information is that the company I work for has their help desk for 12 languages. So to cover all of the languages, we have a team of 8. So now to the malicious compliance. One of the people I trained became the new team leader, which I actually encouraged. The guy is exactly the manager type and understands the job. Unfortunately, the pressure from the operations manager got to him and he started checking our stats, noticing that for about 4 hours per day, there is no activity for me. I explained to him that this is on purpose to give everyone a chance to get their bonus, and that my output is still higher than anyone else in the team. He also noticed that I sometimes close tickets in my colleague's name, for which I couldn't give him a real reason because it's sort of fraud. I just told him I rush sometimes and just didn't notice. He told me no more relaxing times and no more closing tickets in others' names. He actually said he would be checking up on me to make sure I work the full 8 hours I'm paid for. I explained to him that this would be a very bad idea, that the team is doing really well, and that the current status quo is perfectly balanced and he shouldn't upset it. But he was young and reckless. Fine. For the next 2 months, I worked at full capacity, where normally there was a good balance of closing tickets and everyone getting a fair shot at their bonus. Now all of a sudden I did about 70% of the work, leaving very little for my colleagues who, except for one other, both months didn't qualify for their bonuses, causing huge conflicts in the team. I tried to stay out of it, but was soon accused of stealing all of my colleagues' tickets and not giving them a chance to earn their bonuses. I replied professionally to all the accusations via email, making sure to CC all relevant managers, including the operations manager. After 2 months, our new team leader was reassigned, and the status quo returned as it was. Honestly, I would hate to be in OP's position here regardless because, let's be real, having a job where you can take 4 hours off to just chill and watch movies and whatnot sounds kind of awesome. And it kind of sucks being like, okay, I guess I'll have to try hard for a couple of months just to prove a point. To me, it seems like the kind of thing that would end up getting everybody else fired and them expecting you to just keep carrying the load yourself. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, I need a degree to get promoted? Fine, I'll leave to get one. While I was a college student in the 80s, I accepted a job as a second shift computer operator at a large regional bank. The job duties were processing all the checks and payments, printing statements and checks, running all the backups, and so on. On the day I showed up for the job, I learned that I wasn't getting that job, but a lower one, which physically loaded the check readers, loaded printer paper, signed checks, burst forms, and so on. The lead computer operator had apparently threatened to quit if they didn't promote internally and give the job to one of the current people in the position I just ended up in. They later got married, so you can probably figure out her actual motive. But the department manager, Mr. Biggs, my boss's boss, told me that I would be promoted to computer operator as soon as anyone left the position. You guessed it, 2 years later, no one has left the position, and we acquired another regional bank. Our CEO told the CEO of the acquired bank that no employees would be fired, so suddenly, we had an extra computer operator on every shift. But Mr. Biggs insisted that I'd still get promoted because he knew I was the most computer literate employee he had, something he used to his advantage in numerous side projects, which should have been paid at a much higher rate. 6 months later, one of the computer operators finally transferred to the programming department. I asked Mr. Biggs to promote me to the position, and he told me he was working on it. A few months later, he finally tells me that they still have too many computer operators because of the acquisition, and I wouldn't be promoted until more of them left. Clearly, this wasn't working. So a few months later, another position opens in the programming department, and I apply for it. Mr. Big signed the form allowing me to apply and wished me luck. The interviews went well, and programming wanted to hire me, but a few days later, the computer operator who transferred there told me privately that Mr. Biggs went to the head of programming and asked him to not consider me for the position because I was his best employee and he couldn't afford to lose me. The head of programming told him, "No, I'm going to hire the best person for the job." The next morning, the HR director calls me to say that one of the executive vice presidents wants to interview me for the position. She's flabbergasted because he's never asked to interview anyone of that level and couldn't explain why he wanted to now. After the interview, the HR director called me, apologized profusely, and told me they were giving the position to another candidate because he had a college degree. No, it wasn't related to the position in any way. The degree was from an unaccredited college, which had actually asked me to teach computer courses there, which I'd turned down. Of course, I knew what had really happened, so I told the HR director that I hadn't realized how important a degree was, and that I would immediately switch to part-time instead of full-time so I could take more hours of classes to finish my degree more quickly. There are no part-time positions in Mr. Big's department, so it meant transferring to the department run by his biggest competitor within the company. She transferred me immediately at the same pay I was making in the previous department, and I never worked for Mr. Biggs again. Honestly, I think this is one of those situations where if you find out somebody is actually sabotaging you because they want you to keep working for them, that you need to get out of there by any means possible. God forbid somebody sabotages your verticality potential in the company because they just like you too much at your lowly current position. Our next story is, why yes, I'd love to convert a 10-minute task into a 3-day project. I work in the events department for a large company, projectors, microphones, computers, etc. If it's required for an event, then we handle it, and it probably passes through my workflow for helping to organize. My departments also handle catering for events. While it's not my team specifically, we work side by side. The associate director runs the catering and event coordinators. My manager only runs the AV side and doesn't report to the associate director. Don't ask, it's a messed up org chart that nobody can make sense of. Despite not specifically being part of my job description, I also do the technical side of getting new staff members online within our system, getting their staff account created, and also getting Teams and OneDrive online on their mobile so they can see all their paperwork. And the reason why I'm happy to do this is because with the catering team being a revolving door of staff, normal in my industry, getting them online needs to be done immediately and fast. You can go to the greater IT team to do this, but you can be waiting days for them to get it done. Whereas I can do it within 5 to 10 minutes with them. And staff that aren't online on our system can't work. H&S forms are part of the setup. Therefore, they wouldn't be able to complete the assigned shift. And IT won't touch the request until they show up for their first shift. At which point you'd then wait days for them to get onto it. See the flawed logic here? Note, setting up a new account also involves setting up their personal work email, group email access, system permissions access, and to a limited extent, their access card swipe permissions. Normally this would be done by the security team, but 10 years at a company really comes with its perks of being connected to the right people. And when you want to get something like this done fast, it's often easier for one person with permissions to do it as opposed to multiple people in their own workflows. Second note, if you're asking why a rotating door of catering staff need personal work email and group work email, this account setup is supposed to encompass more than just them. Alright, enough setup. On to the story. Recently, my boss has thrown another bout of trying to micromanage the heck out of my team. We all hate it, but I guess we can just ride this wave out again. The associate director asked me to go to one of our other offices on the other side of the city to set up a group of new staff in one large batch order. My own manager looked at the request, got one of those time for some micromanagement shenanigans faces. I said, "Hey boss, associate director wants me to go to the other office to set up some new staff in the system next week on Friday." The boss says, nope. I need you here in case something happens, OP. Very busy on that day." I said, "There's nothing on the roster for that day, and I'd still be available remotely." Boss says, just write the associate director a document about how to get people set up in the system and he can do it himself. I said, are you sure? I do it fast because I'm trained on the system and he isn't. Including travel, I'd only be gone for about 3 to 4 hours. Writing the document on how to get someone set up in the system would take much longer. They say write the document and put everything he needs to know in it. It only needs to be, what, half a page? Can't be that hard. Everything? Alright, cue malicious compliance. What my boss expected was a half-page written instruction manual on getting a new account created within the system. I don't think I could have kept it that short even if I tried. What followed was a 3-day project writing out the instruction manual for how to get someone set up in the system, which comprised of 34 pages, not half a page. Large portions of it are troubleshooting steps, accounting for different models of phones and likely fixes when they do weird things. iPhones are great because they work. The infinite variations of Android phones can sometimes throw up strange errors, either on the system or within the phone itself. Most of the information in here was collective knowledge I've built up over the years, as well as who else to phone in IT for the most outrageous issues that had to be resolved that I didn't have the permissions for, and who could generally do it immediately. I warned the associate director that this was going to be a very large technical manual, and he should probably read it before heading to the other office. They said, isn't it half a page? I said, my boss said to put everything in it. They said, oh no. What followed was the associate director attempting to take somewhere between 10 to 20 people through this very technically written manual about getting someone set up in the system. To anyone not technically inclined, it could have all have been in a different language for all they could understand it. After 30 minutes, he called me, put me on speakerphone and camera to the new staff and said, just do it. Sitting at my computer, I spent the next 40 minutes getting everyone online. Technical support over a phone can be straining, you all know what I mean, and they were fine to start their shifts. Finally, the associate director asks me something in private afterwards. OP, did it need to be this complicated? I said, actually, I summarized some sections to make it easier. I didn't want to make it difficult for you. Wasn't the intention, but my boss told me to write down everything, so I did. They said, good to know, thanks. Following the weekend, I was notified that when I was requested to go get a new staff member set up, I should find a time that I am available and go do it, irrespective of other tasks. Not sure what happened up top, but I think my boss got a very heavy smack for it. Honestly, I'm impressed that it took 34 pages. I mean, I guess it's, very specific instructions on multiple platforms on 4 or 5 different things. But it still definitely doesn't feel like it should have taken 34 pages to write out all the instructions. I think maybe OP took everything a little too literally. That said, our final story of the day is, I don't want him to do it. I work the window and take orders at Mendy's. Every day is another treasure box of joy and despair, ready to be opened. Today, this box popped open like a snake-shaped insult in a can. I take orders, I make drinks, I collect on occasion, and if I'm really on top of my game, I'll assemble the chilies, with gloves of course. Today I decide to assemble the 3 chilies, ready to go out to the customer pulling up to the window. As the window opened, they saw me pouring their chili and yelled, I don't want those, I don't want him to do it. My manager was collecting and told them to hold on a moment. I have no idea why they were bugging. My manager echoed this sentiment. I took the chili I already poured them, poured it back into the pot from whence it came, poured it slowly from high up, then handed the empty chili cups to my ungloved manager, who did his best to scoop the exact same chili into those 3 cups. The best part is that while my manager was scooping away, I had to collect, meaning I was now 10 feet closer to them, handing them their food directly, speaking to them directly. They clearly did not like this. They trumped through the rest of the transactions, looking at their chili like it's radioactive. I was nice as pie to them and enjoyed that moment of pettiness a little too much as they hobbled off into the sunset in their Mercury Tracer. To this day, I don't know what their problem was with me. Unless OP is like drenched in sweat or there's like snot dribbling out their nose, I don't get what the problem here was. The bottom line, people are weird. Non-delinquent payment. My parents both passed away in their house, requiring hazmat cleanup. The company showed up the morning after I called, which was great, and did the cleanup that day, which was also great. When I made the appointment, the technician suggested that homeowners insurance may cover the work. I filed the claim and provided the info to the technician at the time of service. When he left, he asked for the $500 deductible, which I offered to pay by card, but he requested I mail a check. The contract I signed was for a flat rate amount of under $10,000. I assumed the guy knows how to write insurance estimates and claims and that he was going to get the max amount from the insurance company, which was fine by me. He'd come out and cleaned up during a very stressful time, and I'm all about people being paid well for service. Work was performed on a Friday. The following Tuesday, he called to ask where the check was, which I thought was odd. I'd mailed it on Monday, told him as much, and saw later in the week it was cashed. Fast forward 2 weeks, and his secretary calls me to ask if I'd heard from the insurance company. I told her that they'd requested pictures, which I'd sent, and access to the property, which I'd given them, but that was it. She then told me that because the insurance was taking so long, she had no choice but to send me a 2-week delinquent payment notice. I basically told her, fine, do what you have to do, I'll contact the insurance company. I contacted the insurance adjuster, and he was slow to respond. A few days later, I got an email from the secretary, which CC'd the insurance guy, asking about our payment. In that chain, the adjuster finally responded and attached the claim and indicated payment had been issued. So at this point, I'd received the delinquent notice and read the contract. The contract was for a flat rate for X amount of dollars. Flat rate meaning no matter the work, this was the bill. As I had suspected, the line item on the insurance claim was about $3,000 over the flat rate fee. Cue malicious compliance. I wrote a check for the flat rate amount, mailed it with a delinquent notice and a request for a statement indicating the account was paid in full. As well, in the email chain with the adjuster, I stated that I'd received a delinquent notice from the service provider and had mailed a check. I also requested the insurance adjuster correct the line item to the flat rate amount and reimburse me rather than issuing payment to the service provider. I really had no goal or intention of achieving anything other than, you want my delinquent payment? Fine, here it is. Figure out how to navigate this now. The insurance guy is a twit, and he never had a comment about the payment or the delinquent notice. The service provider, they had some thoughts. I got a call from the service provider, and he told me that, well, holy cow, the insurance company overpaid them. How about that? He said he got my check, but they'd been paid already from the insurance company, and they were going to mail my check back to me. This was really where I thought it was going to end. The service provider had requested and received payment from 2 entities, me and the insurance, for conflicting amounts, the lower of which was a signed contract. A bit of a pickle to be in, but a pickle that they had created. Being in this pickle, the provider told me that he was going to mail me a check for the overpayment portion from the insurance company. I hadn't been trying to get extra money, but I told him, great, send it on over. My insurance correspondence continued because I waited 2 months for payment from them. I mentioned the reimbursement from the service provider, but as expected, I got no response from the insurance company. So I deposited the check into the estate account, and it'll just end up being part of the disbursement for my parents' estate. The day the guy came out to clean up, I just expected him to get maximum payout from the insurance company, which was fine by me, but they hassled me for delinquent payment, which I maliciously complied to. Due to a lag in the insurance process, they ended up making almost 30% less. All I can say is it's awfully predatory for a service provider who does hazmat cleanup to be so immediate and rushing with trying to get that payment. I mean, just imagine how much of their clientele are these people that, in a lot of situations, might not have a lot of money and something horrible happened to them or their family. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is Arrogant Supervisor Messed with the Wrong Old Salt. I was a rookie cop in the 90s in a big US city. I had an old salt veteran partner with over 20 years on the job, who was also a Vietnam veteran and gave no care. We got a new sergeant one day from another station, which was in a much more affluent area, who thought he was God's gift to law enforcement. He got wind that when we were on the graveyard shift, we checked all our businesses for burglaries or damage at least once a shift. Our area had fewer businesses than usual, so it wasn't possible if it wasn't too busy, but we ran a quick check before coming in, even if it was 5 a.m. He didn't believe us and made some snarky comments about that, saying he'd rather have us out running traffic enforcement. My partner told him, no, if a business gets broken into overnight, I want to at least be the one that finds it and not the owner. Which is true, but we also didn't really want to write a bunch of tickets in the early hours either. Our sergeant huffed about it and didn't say anything else. There was one business where we had to physically get out of our car to check to see if he got hit. They had a hidden side door that was a common target for burglars. One night, I found a note stuck to that door. District car, return this note to the station. Obviously, the sergeant was setting us up to see if we really checked all our businesses. I told my partner and he said, screw this guy, and snatched the note from me. I told him we should go turn it over to the sergeant, and he said, no, I'll handle it and I'll take the heat. We went back to the station but didn't see the sergeant. My partner told me to wait in the locker room. I was a rookie, so I obeyed. As the sergeant was getting off, we were down the street from the station, hidden, and my partner watching with binoculars. The sergeant strutted to his car, secure in the knowledge that he had nailed us. I asked my partner, what did you do? Turns out he had superglued that note, which was on a manila envelope half, to the windshield of the sergeant's personal vehicle. We watched as he went back to the station to try and find something to scrape it off, which took quite some time. I thought we'd get in trouble, but he never said anything to us ever again, and mostly left us alone after that. He also turned out to be a fairly decent supervisor after a while. I'm retired now, after a decade in the Army and nearly 30 years in law enforcement, and the old war stories are all I have left, but this one fit this sub. There is just something that is extra annoying. When you say that you do your job and you do your job well, and somebody clearly doesn't believe you and throws a test out there just to make sure, there's really no satisfaction to be had by pointing out, yes, I'm still doing my job. You really want to get back at a person for just not believing you and calling you out like that. This next story is, bossy coworker screws himself out of a promotion. My first job out of high school was a big deal for me. It was a simple data entry job that I took very seriously. I started moving up very quickly. With so many young entry-level employees, turnaround was high, and I guess sticking around made me stand out. I was soaring in that company. Before I knew it, I was a supervisor over a team. In the department I was in, there was only one other supervisor. We worked very well together and agreed on almost everything. The two of us made a full training for our department, a department policy sheet, and conducted all direct employee contact. Our department was doing so well that our manager was recruited by another department for a much more lucrative role in the company. The new manager was the nicest man alive, but as an outside hire, he didn't know anything about how we ran things. At the same time he was getting acquainted with us, the other supervisor went on maternity leave. I was the only lead in the department left that really knew what they were doing. It sounds rough, but I blossomed under these circumstances. I helped find our new acting supervisor, whom I'll call Trevor. I went into all the meetings with my manager to take notes and help him understand what we were discussing. I hired all the new staff members, from talking to the recruiter, conducting the interviews, and making the call to offer the position. I was running the show, and I loved it. Our new manager wasn't really grasping things and told me he was thinking about leaving. I was sad to see him go. He then told me that he thought he would ask them to have me backfill his position. This would have been the opportunity of a lifetime. A week later, my manager told me that he talked to the director, but the position wasn't going to me. It was going to the acting supervisor, Trevor. Apparently, this guy had been schmoozing while I had been working. I hadn't even been paying attention to him. Trevor had become buddy-buddy with the director by spending all of his time in his office and going drinking with him at the driving range. I was heartbroken. I wasn't aiming for the job until my boss suggested it to me. I'd gotten my hopes up, only to be crushed. I tried to shake it off and get back to work. I oversaw department projects, I had one that required thousands of entries on an Excel sheet. I assigned our staff to the project and did my share. At the end of the day, I'd gotten the sheets back from everyone directly under me, but nobody on Trevor's team had emailed me theirs. I went to one of their desks and asked about the project. The person I asked shyly told me that Trevor told her not to do it. When I asked her why he would say that, she told me that he said I wasn't her boss. I was shocked. This is how we had done every project since we had opened the department. What was he thinking telling people not to do it? I could explain the small ways that Trevor constantly was trying to undermine me, or the almost jealous behavior he displayed toward me, but the story's long enough. I'll just say, while shocking, it wasn't out of character for him. I'd always been able to keep him from causing damage in the past, and this didn't need to be any different. Then I realized what a golden opportunity this was. I decided to maliciously comply. I just nodded and thanked her for her help. The next day, the director called the manager and supervisors into his office. He asked me why the project wasn't completed the day before. I shrugged and told him I'd sent it out to the team like I always do, and had even done a chunk of it myself. I looked at Trevor. The look he gave me, he was pale and looked at me as if I was about to sentence him to death. When Trevor eventually tried to explain that he told the staff under him not to do it, the director asked everyone but Trevor to leave. The project had been related to payroll, and Trevor had royally screwed over the payroll staff. Our director was livid. He was in there for over an hour. I heard the director raise his voice more than once, which was wild. The doors and office walls were glass, so when I passed the office a bit later, I saw Trevor with his head down while our director was shaking his head and moving his hands in a very animated manner. A week later, the other supervisor returned, and Trevor was asked to return to his old position under her. I was offered the position of manager soon after, which I gladly accepted. Honestly, such a bittersweet role because they clearly didn't care about the merit of your work and were all in on the nepotism train until they irreparably screwed up. So yeah, OP got the job and it's a great opportunity, but if they so much as liked someone else more that didn't have a bad track record, you would have been screwed. That said, our final story of the day is I pissed off the vice president's wife. In the early 90s, I was a salesman at an H.H. Greg's electronics store in Indianapolis. It was the one right next to the corporate office, so people from corporate were in the store all the time. That day, the district manager was in the store. At the morning meeting, the store manager told us that absolutely, positively, no big-ticket merchandise were to be taken out of the front door. It didn't matter who it was. All items had to be picked up at the warehouse door at the back of the store, under threat of immediate termination. Later that day, a VIP customer came in. It was Marilyn Quayle, wife of Dan Quayle, Vice President of the United States. She was there to buy a computer for her daughter in college. I helped her select a desktop system. After ringing up the sale, I gave her the pickup ticket and directed her to drive around back to the warehouse store. She looked at me in shock. I told her that it was company policy and there was nothing I could do. As soon as she left, the other salesmen ran over asking what was going on. They couldn't believe what I had done. About 15 minutes later, the store manager and district manager hunted me down. They were obviously upset. All the other salesmen on the floor stopped working and waited for the butt chewing to begin. They wanted to know why I hadn't taken it out to the car myself. That treating her like that was terrible service. When they paused for an answer, I simply said I was doing exactly what you told us to do that very morning. I had treated her like any other customer because I didn't want to lose my job. As soon as I said that in front of the entire store, I knew my job was safe. They turned around and left without saying another word. See, when I read the title of the story, I pissed off the vice president's wife, I was thinking it was going to be like of a company. And then you get to the first sentence of the story, H.H. Greg's Electronics, you're like, oh, the vice president of H.H. Gregg? That's definitely something. No, the vice president of the United States. Overall though, when they say you can't let anybody go out the door with electronics, big ticket items, I mean, I don't know, the biggest superstar in the world could come through that door, and are you supposed to all of a sudden just forget what they drilled into you at the beginning of the day? No, I'm a federal employee. Sorta. Last night, my whole family went shopping. I rode along in my uncle's car, so to allow my grandmother to ride with my parents. We lost them after a couple of turns, and then I get a call from my mom. They've been stopped by law enforcement and are being extorted. Pretty common from where I'm from. We're in the process of getting back to them when I get another call. They're free to go. Back home, a couple of hours after that, we get the whole story. My dad gets stopped and the cops pull some story out of their butts as a way to scare them into giving them money. Think, the fine will be very expensive and we're just trying to make it easier for you. My dad just sat in his place and kept saying to the officer he didn't care and to write him up the fine if he had to. The officer starts trying to intimidate him, saying, "Please, I need a document with your place of residence. Where do you work?" He says, "Here's my identity document. As for work, I was employed in the federal government for 15 years. I wished I was there to see the cops trying to collect themselves right before telling my dad it was all a misunderstanding and he could go. He was a federal employee for 15 years, all right, in a federal dependency, in charge of handling transactions related to social assistance and welfare. He was a bank clerk for 15 years. For the government, of course. Honestly, it's so sad to me to hear of places where the cops are going to pull you over, not because they, see a taillights busted that you seem to be in trouble. No, because they want to take money from you. I can't remember what country it was from, but I remember seeing a video of somebody who's driving in traffic, and if you don't want to sit there and wait all day in the traffic, you have to constantly hand cash out to the police officers standing in the road who's otherwise directing traffic. They'll usher you along real quick, but there's like 5, 6, 7 police officers you keep handing money to out the window so they keep ushering you along. It's crazy. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, you either got it or you don't. Some quick little malicious compliance that's like 80% malicious, 20% compliant. I'll leave the interpretation to Reddit Nation. I take orders at your local Mendy's, American fast food at its American-est. When Daniel Tosh talked about those people from Nebraska who were too busy to be offended by his jokes because they're too busy stuffing their face with fried mayonnaise balls, yeah, we probably serve those. But I digress. I'm taking orders as usual, and every once in a while a customer will order an item I need to double check on. It was 11:11 p.m., make a wish, and a customer ordered 2 small chocolate Mrosties. So, being after 11 p.m., our Mrosti machine was down for the evening, but it may just have a couple of small chocolates left. I just needed to check. I said, "Sir, hold on one second, let me check on the Mrosties." The man who sold the world and then subsequently refused to buy any manners quipped, "What do you mean you gotta check? You either got it or you don't. Enter malicious compliance." My reply goes like this: "You're totally right, sir. Looks like we don't." The customer continues his order and goes Mrostyless. The kicker, come to find out we totally did have that delicious soft serve. Low stakes and petty. Just how I like it. Needless to say, if you're gonna roll up to a Mrosti's or any other fast food chain with an attitude, you can almost guarantee that the ice cream machine is going to be broken. People don't get paid enough in those jobs to bend over backwards for your ungrateful self. Our next job is, sure, we can wait for contract approval. At my former employer, a new policy was put into place that all contracts had to be reviewed and approved by legal before anyone could sign them. No minimum dollar amount, no exceptions for ongoing or routine agreements. Every single contract had to be approved. Before this, we only had approval for anything above $10,000, so this was a really huge change in operations. So of course, no one who was affected by the policy was involved in making the policy. My department, which was focused on community engagement and involvement, had a lot of small routine contracts of about $50 to $100 that were basically an essential part of doing business. Think like a contract to sponsor a high school event, or to attend a breakfast in return for advertising. Most of the asks we got had about 2 to 6 week time frames of needing to be involved. But since they were things we did every single year, it wasn't a big deal because we knew it was coming. Well, I questioned if we had to have these approved, and yes, we did. Cue malicious compliance. See, before anything could go legal, it also had to be approved by the division vice president and HR. So I started getting my requests and put together a cover sheet of who needed to approve it and where to route it once approved with dates. I got the request, gave my approval, routed it on, and waited. 2 months later, when I finally got the approval from legal, I had great joy in replying to all on the approval chain. The deadline to be involved in this opportunity has passed. After about 3 events in a row that we were noticeably absent from, yet all of our competitors attended, which would have cost us maybe $200 total to be involved in, we were told we could use our discretion on routine events. There's nothing somebody higher up that has no idea how things function loves to do more than making sure that they can review every little thing that does happen below them. They've never done that work, they've never been involved in that work, they don't understand the pitfalls of wrapping everything up in red tape. But God forbid, we've got to get this place ship-shape and we've got to review everything. It's almost the equivalent of expecting YouTube to hire moderators for comments, and any comment cannot be posted on any video without going through moderator review. It doesn't make much sense and it's going to just hold things up way too long, right? Our next story is, we're going to the wedding in 10 minutes. You better be in your suit. Today, someone said the magic trigger word, underoos. This is the story of how such a simple word triggers embarrassment, laughter, and joy in my extended family. It's 1983. Return of the Jedi introduced the world to Twi'leks, a race of beings with 2 large tentacles coming out of their head. My cousin Mike probably saw Return of the Jedi a dozen times opening weekend. He knew all of the lines by heart and could reenact the movie quite faithfully. A few months after the movie came out, Uncle Simon was getting married. Mike was the ring bearer. Uncle Simon is very strict about punctuality, but he was also the class clown. Allegedly, Uncle Simon reminded Mike's parents, "Be sure to come on time, being ring bearer is very important." Mike's parents told Mike to get in your formal wear, we leave in X minutes. Mike came downstairs, his pants are knotted at the ends, his jacket is stuffed in his pants, his dress shirt is tied around his neck like a chain. His pants are belted onto his head. His Superman underoos are prominently displayed for all to see. He's doing an interpretive dance and saying he's dancing in Jabba's palace, just like in Return of the Jedi. His parents are sick of his smart aleck ways, and given Simon's reminder, take Mike as is to the wedding. Uncle Simon understands technicalities and the double dose this is. He's also a joker and thinks it's hilarious. Mike thinks he's the man for tricking all the old people and all the compliments he's getting for his underoos. The elders are in various states of appallment, condemnation, or mirth, the latter commensurate with their alcohol consumption. Now, this wedding didn't have a whole video production like they do in modern weddings. However, we still had pictures, including many family photos. Family photos with one person prominently in underoos. Pictures that sat in various photo albums, many undisturbed for decades. Mike's kid sister Maya is generally polite and well-behaved. Having 2 older brothers, she learned to throw down with the best of them, physically and verbally. She's also been cataloging their parents' belongings. Dad passed, Mom moved in with her, including scanning many old photos. Years ago, we're all at Maya's house for Thanksgiving. Mike's being a jerk and makes fun of Maya for her wild child days. Maya retorts, "That's rich coming from you, underoos." Mike doesn't know what she's talking about, and she starts explaining. Mike realizes what she's talking about, but denies it. Mike's kids think it's hilarious that Daddy used to run around in his Superman underwear at weddings. Mike is very embarrassed, but doubles down. "Oh yeah? Pics or it didn't happen." "Well, since you put it that way." Maya pulled up her phone, furiously tapped the screen, and then everyone's phone rings. To this day, you can whisper, "underoos," and we'll all start giggling like idiots. I'm just impressed that somebody can be a kid and pull this off, and as they grow to be ultra shameful of that. It's almost disappointing. It's like the movie Hook, for anybody that's seen that movie, where all the Lost Boys are upset because Peter Pan forgot and moved on and is embarrassed about being Peter Pan and being in Neverland. It's like you went and you grew up and you got less fun and you forgot about all the fun things you did when you were young. That said, our final story of the day is, tell the driver he's terrible? Yes, of course. Reminded of this by another post here of family members working at the same place. Many years ago, other half and I worked at the same company, but in completely different departments. My other half worked in sales as a salesman and driver, taking out products on his own local route. There were 13 other local routes in that department, fresh product delivered daily. The customer base on my other half's department is small businesses, corner shops, sandwich shops, takeouts, eateries, that kind of thing. These small customers would have had orders ranging from $10 to $50 at a time. I worked in the offices, predominantly working with the distanced national and international customers, very large businesses in the food industry that most people have certainly heard of for frozen product delivery. Their orders were in the range of $80,000 to $100,000 per month, ordering pallets over pallets of product. I managed their orders and the accounts, doing the age debt collecting on those. One thing I learned at this place that has stayed true at every other job I've had: the small fry customers are the ones that complain the most and the loudest. Due to the nature of the job, I had to take phone calls, a mixture of the large customers haggling to pay their debts later, sprinkled with the local corner shops calling to complain. I took a call one morning from Karen, of course, complaining that her delivery was short, the driver was horrible, and a piece of work and should be fired. She's always having the same problem with this driver. He's never on time. He's surly, rude, and I should tell the driver to buck his ideas up or they're never ordering product from us again. She made some choice words about the driver, screaming, swearing, the whole 9 yards. I ask the business name and the business location. The location by the area tells me which route they're on before I even look up their account. Once I have the business name, I already recognize them as a problem customer. They've actually been moved from one neighboring route to another due to issues. Read, many sales drivers refusing to have anything more to do with them. Karen continues to rant while I do due diligence to look up their account. Karen says, "So what are you going to do about it? I want the driver reprimanded immediately. My order was short of this product and that product. He was late. He wouldn't comp or refund the missing products. He's a C and an F, blah blah." I say, "Well, I'm super sorry about that. Let me fix this for you." I see your order on my screen here, and I also see your handwritten faxed order that was scanned in. Those products aren't on your order, I'm afraid. The driver can't credit items that weren't ordered. She says, "Yes, I did. I want compensation and the driver fired." I say, "I see. Let me dig into this a little further. Right, I see there's been a lot of credits in your account already. Also lining up to your orders that didn't include those credited products in the past. That's rather odd." Important to note, it was normal for the local drivers to sometimes put in credits to keep the smaller customers quiet and on board. Sometimes production issues happen. Ordered products are short or not available that day. The business had a whole philosophy that the customer was always right and to keep them happy. I was in the business for debt collecting, completely opposite to that, and had the power to place customers on hold. They got nothing until they paid up. I noticed that this customer hasn't paid their bills for over 6 weeks. They now fall under my remit. Karen says, "Your driver's lying. I know what I've ordered. Your drivers are always doing this and he was a rude F. I want the driver reprimanded and fired or I'm never ordering again." Given that they've been a problem account for quite some time, I decide to comply. I say, "I'll follow this up for you. I can't speak to the driver right now as they're out delivering, but I'll reprimand the driver tonight over dinner at home." Karen, silent at first, says, "Wait, what?" My other half is 6'2", built like a brick outhouse. He isn't a doormat, but is also the most chill and least rude person I've ever known. I say, "We take this very seriously and don't wish to lose your business. We're very sorry to hear you're unsatisfied, and I do see you've had similar problems in the past. Unfortunately, I don't have the authority to fire my other half, but here's what I can do. As your account is now in aged debt, I'll place your deliveries on hold, and I promise you won't see that driver until the account is fully audited and paid in full." Karen says, "He's your husband?" I don't think we need to go that far. I say he is, but that isn't relevant. I insist we look into your complaint and take it seriously. I'll order a personal audit of your accounts, as all these credits for product not included in your past orders is concerning. I'll get this all straightened out for you. If you decide to take your business elsewhere after the audit is complete and the account settled, we'll be sorry to see you go, but completely understand your stance if we can't find a resolution. Karen splutters, mumbles that it's all okay, she was having a bad day and it's not all that bad. I say, I know, don't worry. Let me audit this and get you a final correct total. And the driver won't bother you again until the account is square and you're happy with the service. The aftermath is the customer's aged bill came in at $150 more for items that were credited to keep them happy and quiet, when she still insisted to complain that they weren't getting product they didn't order in the first place and tried to make out my other half was terrible at his job. They didn't get any orders till the account was paid in full, and the customer never made a peep again. Husband continued to deliver to them after the audit and settling the bill, and always walked in there with a big smile. Moral of the story, witch, be careful who you lie and complain to, because that's going to bite you in the butt one day. It's impressive to do business with this company that is not a minor company by any means, and as a business owner yourself, actually try to blatantly cheat and steal from them with not including things and asking for credits. I mean, you're already mutually supporting each other. Why would she keep trying to pull one over and trying to cheat this other company that's giving them product? It's not my fault, but I'll find a solution. When I was in college, I got a second job during the summer at a restaurant. During my interview, I told them that I couldn't work specific days because I was working at my other job. On my third week, they scheduled me to work on my off days. I had talked to them and they gave me a list of numbers of other servers to find someone to take the shift. I was able to get my shift covered. The next week, the same thing happened. Now, I hated this job. I've worked plenty of restaurants before, and this one was a cry before work, during work, and after work kind of job. I told the manager that I'd been scheduled for a day that was not in my availability twice now. The manager said, well, I'm not saying it's your fault, but it's not our fault, so you need to find a solution. I contacted every employee at both jobs. No one could cover either shift. I worked my next shift at the restaurant, and as I was cashing out, I told my manager I was done, and this was my last shift. He goes, so you're just not doing the 2 weeks? And I said, you told me to find a solution, and I did. Why would OP keep doing that job for 2 weeks when the other people aren't even doing their jobs to begin with? Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is Ask the Wrong Question. Years ago, I worked as a bookkeeper for a small family-owned business. The owner was a cranky old codger who was perpetually in a bad mood. One of my responsibilities was making bank deposits. This was pre-internet, so I literally had to take an envelope with cash and checks to the bank. If they were closed, they had a slot on the wall for night deposits. Sometimes I was able to get there before they closed, and other times I had to use the night deposit. On one particular day, the owner called me into his office and asked if I was going to make a deposit that day. I planned to make a night deposit, so I wanted to clarify if he meant while the bank was open. I got as far as, do you mean, when he slammed his hand on the desk and yelled, "Are you making a deposit today?" Cue malicious compliance. I simply answered his question, yes. A couple of days later, he stormed up to my desk and demanded to know why I hadn't made a deposit the day he asked. It had apparently caused some huge problem with his cash flow. I calmly replied that I did make a deposit that day, but it had been a night deposit, and that he hadn't given me a chance to clarify. He clearly didn't like the answer, but dropped it and went off in a huff. I quit not long after that. I just feel like there has to be more going on behind the scenes for them to freak out this way. I don't know if they've got some real cash flow issues, but obviously I don't think OP was unreasonable with the way they were handling things. Our next story is compliance. My first real job was scooping ice cream, which largely consisted of me shuffling around behind a standing cooler in the courtyard of a larger establishment. Our business was goat cheese, and I was an extension of that, goat milk ice cream. Our clientele was very sporadic as we lived on an island, so the timing of the ferry was suspiciously similar to that of our busy periods. I worked 11 to 5, 4 days a week, earning minimum wage. I don't know if I was on the books or not, but I always got paid. Here's the problem. When 5 p.m. rolls around, I tally up the sales in the box of change, wash all the scoops, table, cooler, and pack all the cones and cups away inside. The rest of the place would stay open for a few more hours, selling cheese and cafe food. However, the sun was pretty hot that summer, and customers would routinely walk up at 5:05 and ask for ice cream, only to hear that I was closed and I'd direct them to the people running the actual store to scoop for them. This was a huge hassle for the store, but I loathed scooping just you guys and then having people trickle in for 30 minutes. I brought this up to my boss and asked to extend my shift by 30 minutes so that I could cover the stragglers after 5. I was told to close by 5 and to make it obvious that I was closed. After about a week of sitting in the break room and counting change, basically hiding from customers, someone noticed. I'm signing out and the big cheese who owns the entire operation comes up and asks why I'm not serving customers after 5. I said I'm sorry, but I'm only scheduled until 5 p.m. If you bumped me to end at 5:30, I'd be glad to stick around. The schedule for the next week rolls around and I guess he spoke to my boss, because I suddenly had an extra cushy 30 minutes added onto my shifts from then on. Bought my first computer from that job. Good times. I just appreciate that OP stood their ground and didn't do any extra work for free. There might be a lot of people that just want to make other people happy, and even though they're technically not on the clock, they might stick around doing some extra work. Our next story is no more sweets unless I say yes. Many moons ago, when I was a baby pedant of about age 7, my mom bought some sweets. A rare treat because money was tight and she was very conscious of our sugar consumption. Being a normal-ish child who loved sweets, I didn't want to stop at just one. However, Mom knew what I was like and forbade me to help myself on pain of my precious TV rights being revoked. Not something I was likely to risk, given that Mom had showed me she was willing to follow through on that threat in the past. So I couldn't have one unless she said yes. I asked for a second lolly after I finished my first treat. She said no, unsurprisingly. So she said no, and I wasn't allowed to help myself, so I waited. Mom started doing some paperwork. She talks to herself when she concentrates. She was answering yes/no questions. Her mumble question I didn't understand. No. Mumble, another question I didn't understand. Mom, can I have another lollipop now? Her oblivious says yes. So I went to get another sweet. About 10 minutes later, she noticed and tried to yell at me until I pointed out that she said yes. And how was I supposed to know she wasn't talking to me? Who else could she have possibly been talking to? My younger sister benefited from this act of faux ignorance and well-timed questioning to get another sweet by default, because otherwise it wouldn't have been fair to her, so Mom had to kind of give her one when they both found out. I legitimately believe that this is one of those exhausted parent moments. Well, you said yes, so I deserve it, and you're just like, oh, fine, just take the lollipop. Our next story is, screw you, council. There was a big hoo-ha in the local news a few months ago about a restaurant having a marquee outside all year round. The complaint was raised because the restaurant in question is operated out of a Grade 2 listed building, and the marquee was blocking the view. The local council told them to take the marquee down, which the restaurant complained about losing seating room and business. They have today announced their new plan to regain their lost seating area, and it looks surprisingly familiar. Instead of the marquee, they're now using parasols. Top tier pettiness, and I am absolutely here for it. Considering they made them remove the marquee, even though I guess a parasol or a big tent basically might not be like a permanent fixture, I feel like they're probably still gonna get some kind of grief about it. Our next story is, just do what you gotta do, man. My cousin's story. He works for a high population city police department. I rarely get to talk with him, and when we do, he rarely talks about his job. Since everything going down, he's decided not to talk about his job in mixed company, whatever the flarp that means. We're both part Abenaki, so I guess we are mixed if you think about it, but I digress. Come to find out that the one story he told me just so happened to be a sweet piece of malicious compliance. He was driving on the 101 northbound when he notices a car dart from the left lane to the HOV lane rather quickly. putting his blinker on to get back into the left lane. A lot of people do this, according to my cousin, Officer Delk. They use the high occupancy vehicle lane as a passing lane. The high occupancy vehicle lane can only be used by motorists with one or more passengers, or have an electric vehicle with a special plate indicating so. This driver who was about to be pulled over didn't seem to have anybody else in his car. Delk was only intending on giving this driver a warning as he pulled him over. He didn't have the time or desire to sit and write this guy a ticket. He pulls the driver over to remind him, and the conversation goes like this. The window rolls down. "Hi officer, I was just trying to avoid Delk interrupts. "Yeah, you're not supposed to use the HOV lane as a passing lane." The driver says, "Wow, you're not even gonna let me finish my sentence? Just do what you gotta do, man." Officer Delk says, "Okay, let me see your license and registration." My cousin didn't even want to take this guy's license. Now that he takes it along with running his plates, he realizes he needs to call in a second unit. This guy has warrants. The driver goes to jail. Cousin misses whatever thing it is that he wanted to do. I was so caught up in this part of the story I forgot what it was. He really didn't want to have to wait around and have this guy arrested, but hey, he insisted on being heard. It's definitely not a foolproof thing, but you want to try to be respectful if you get pulled over. If you clearly did something that was violating, whether it's speeding or switching into a lane that you're not supposed to be in, what last resort do you have besides being utterly polite? That said, our final story of the day is, I ask for a serious offer and actually get one elsewhere. This happened around 5 years ago. I was working in an early stage startup as a software developer. The former developer quit before I entered, and I was his replacement. One part of the offer was becoming a partner with some shares of the company at one point. I showed a lot of initiative, always giving new ideas and trying to improve things. One important detail is that my only boss at the time was the CEO. After around 4 months, they hired a guy who was friend of the founder of the company, and he had pretty good references, since he worked before in one of the biggest companies in that country. So this guy started being my boss now, and his background is from another field, so he didn't know anything about the technology, software, language we used, etc. Anyways, I instantly noticed his presence, since before him, the office was pretty quiet. And after this guy came in, he started making calls all the time, or talking with the CEO in front of everybody. Our office was only one room, so it was pretty hard to ignore it. Before this, I was always overworking, arriving at the office around 9 and working until 8 or so, simply because I loved the project. But after I noticed how loud the presence of Mr. New Boss was, I started going pretty early in the morning, so I could work at least from 7:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. until Mr. New Boss comes in. The best about this was when I was leaving at 5 o'clock, he was always shocked because the first few days he saw I had a different schedule. Since he got in charge, everything was top priority. We had a few meetings where I explained to him my point of view about this, but it didn't change much. For you to understand the kind of changes he was doing, here's an example. We had the typical to-do list with 3 statuses: to do, doing, and done. He changed this to a to do and done only because this would save time. So I didn't know what the mobile developer was working on, and if he needed something from my side right away, looking at the to-do list, I had to manually ask him and also update him when I needed something from his side. Well, after a few months with Mr. New Boss on board, I decided I needed to be a partner or leave the company. I explained the situation to the CEO and to Mr. New Boss, and basically said I did a lot of things during this time. They loved my work, so I needed to be partner as the offer specified at the beginning of the contract. The CEO told me, "We'll get back to you with an offer." Mr. New Boss nods. In the meantime, I was making some interviews with a company in another country, and I received an offer. It was 3 times my current salary. CEO and Mr. New Boss called me after a few days to have a chat. Mr. New Boss showed some papers with some vague information, and then started talking about how important it is being a partner. It's not a 9-to-5 job, making reference to my schedule that I changed since he entered, And then he said a lot about BS about compromising and no weekends and non-paid extra hours and so on. He finished his speech and the CEO didn't say a single word. Mr. New Boss asked me what I thought about that, so I answered, I think I was waiting for an offer with numbers and I don't see any. Mr. New Boss says, well, before that's happening, we need to see you're actually willing to work like I mentioned before. Staying later than 5 p.m., for example. I say, I am not. I'm giving you my 2-week notice right now. I already have an offer waiting for me in another country. Mr. New Boss says, yeah, sure. No worries, I understand. The CEO said nothing. I came back to the office and told the new company that I take the job, and in 2 weeks I'll be moving there. The next day, Mr. New Boss asked to talk with me and offered me a 10% raise. I told him no thanks, I already took the other job. 2 days after that, same story. He told me that he thinks he can get me a 30% raise. I laughed unintentionally because he was still trying to convince me and said, no thanks, man. And don't keep trying because it is useless. They said, okay, sure. So let me ask you something if you don't mind. I said, sure, boss. They said, how much did they offer you? Without even letting him finish, I answered, 300%. They said, okay, nice. He stopped trying to convince me after this talk. I still had 1 more week at the company. So the last day, the founder appears. He was above the CEO, by the way. He called me for a chat and went straight to the point. Can I offer you anything for you to stay? I say, not now. I'm actually traveling tomorrow. He said, okay, I'm sad things went this way. If anytime you want to come back, talk to me directly. I can help you with relocation, flight tickets, whatever you need. Doors are open. I said, thanks, I appreciate that. So I started working in the new company, and I still help the old one in the transition a few hours a week, paid of course. They hired a new guy and he needed some help. Mr. New Boss says, new guy needs some help installing language we use? I said, let me see if I understand. The new guy is a language we use developer and needs help installing language we use? Is that correct? They said, yes. I said, interesting. Sure, boss. So I helped this guy with a few things, and after a few days, I completely finished my collaboration with them and focused 100% on the new company. A few months later, Mr. New Boss quits. 2 more months, the mobile dev quits, the new guy quits, the CEO quits. If you're coding in whatever language, whether it's C++, Java, Python, if you hire somebody that says they're qualified in that, and then all of a sudden they need help installing it, that's like owning a woodworking business, having your great worker leave, hiring a new one who says they're very qualified, and on the first day there, the new worker says, hey, can you help me figure out what tools I need to use? Can you help me figure out where I can find these tools and get them in order? If that person said they were qualified, they hired a liar. Landlord texts at 11 p.m. on the 4th of July asking for rent. I used to live in a house owned and managed by a landlord. The lease had a policy that said rent is due within 4 days of the first of the month. Both the landlord and the property were in the same city, so we would typically just mail the check the week before, and that gave it plenty of time. So month 10 of our 12-month lease comes around, and after enjoying the festivities of the 4th of July, which was a Monday this year, I get a text from the landlord at 11:20 p.m. saying, hey tenants, just wanted to let you know that I haven't received your rent in the 4-day grace period that it is due, from the 1st of every month to 12 a.m. on the 4th. Please give me a call ASAP to arrange payment. Thank you. 12 a.m. on the 4th, being almost 23 hours ago, notwithstanding. I'm thinking, this is the most American thing to happen on Independence Day. I see this text around 11:40 p.m. So I immediately call, offering my sincere apologies that we couldn't get mail delivered on a national holiday, and if he would kindly provide his bank routing number, I could wire him the rent money electronically. The landlord then made some excuse like, I'll give you 1 extra grace period day just this once. But if he was going to interrupt my holiday, then I was sure going to interrupt his. And guess what was sitting in his mailbox the morning of the 5th? All I'm saying is if you're a landlord and your new tenant paid for 10 months on time, maybe give them a little leeway when it's the 4th of July. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, you said to surprise you. This one is short and sweet. My wife and I got married on Saturday after 5 years together, 2 of those engaged. We kept the wedding as tiny as possible, 35 people with the photographer and catering staff included, and eschewed lots of American wedding traditions, but I digress. The malicious compliance here comes the day after the wedding. We ended up with a lot of leftovers, including many desserts, amongst them pumpkin pie, apple turnovers, fruit tarts, cheesecake bites, brownies, and chocolate mouse bites. Wife asks me if I want any dessert. Me, with my giant sweet tooth, cannot resist and said yes. The wife says, okay, what do you want? We've got cheesecake bites, brownies, chocolate mousse. I say, I don't care. Surprise me. She says, okay, but what are you craving? I say, wife, it's dessert. I don't care. Surprise me. She says, okay. 2 minutes later, wife returns to the living room from the kitchen with 5 containers. My jaw drops, wondering what's going on. Wife responds with a giddy smile. You said to surprise you, so I did. I brought all our desserts. I think I married a good one, folks. Now, I know for a fact I would be going for the brownies, but pumpkin pie, cheesecake bites, fruit tarts, I mean, there's some good choices there. This next story is items needed for my satanic ritual. Some context. My mom left my dad when I was 2 because he was an abusive alcoholic. A year later, she met a woman at work who was also a single mother, and they became involved in a romantic relationship. Soon we all moved in together, fast forward about 13 years. When I was about 16, I was going through the typical angsty teen phase. I was into bands like Marilyn Manson and 9 Inch Nails, wore all black, was fascinated with serial killers, which oddly enough has become mainstream these days. I'd spent a lot of time in my room, etc., but was generally a good kid. I never got in trouble at school, save for the occasional letter home about me talking too much in class. I didn't smoke, didn't do drugs, wasn't in a gang, all of which were common where I grew up. Around this time, my mother's partner's daughter was married with children, and we were all living in the same house. Before I continue, I want to make it clear that I have zero problem with my mom being in a relationship with a woman. I'm happy she found someone that makes her happy, but at the time, I felt like it was us versus them. They liked to tease my mom a lot because she was really short and overweight, and I didn't like that. I also felt a bit of coldness coming from them, like anything I asked of them was a huge inconvenience. Furthermore, they were very superstitious and took my interest in dark material pretty seriously, and sometimes I could overhear them talking about me. As an only child, I tended to keep to myself and wrote a lot in my journal. In one of my entries, I just went off about how I felt about our living situation. It was pretty rough, but I would have never said any of it to them directly. Really, it was just me venting to myself. In retrospect, I think a lot of my feelings were just me trying to navigate not having a dad. One day when I came home from school, my mom asked to talk to me in her room. She had my journal in her hand and opened it to the entry where I was talking crap about everyone. Apparently her partner had gone into my room, looked for my journal, and began to read it. Obviously they were pretty mad, but I explained that I was just venting, and why was she going through my things in the first place? Her response was, well, you left it on your desk. Don't leave it out if you don't want anyone to read it. Alright then, maybe I will leave it out because I do want you to read it. As I mentioned earlier, I was your typical 90s goth kid, the kind you look back on and cringe at, but they saw it as a sign of me being seriously into some legitimate occult, dark, witchcraft crap. I made the list as ridiculous as possible so that it would be much sweeter if they took it seriously. It had stuff like chicken's feet, the fat of unbaptized babies, a black cloak, a sword, and finally, a lock of each of their hair. Then I left it open on my desk for someone to find. Sure enough, a day later my mom calls me into her room after getting back from school, journal in hand, and asks me, "What is this?" I started laughing hysterically. I explained that I wanted to know if they were still reading my journal, and obviously my plan worked because here we are. I asked, "Do you really think this is real? Unbaptized baby fat? Really?" They were not as amused as I was. This pretty much ruined our relationship for many years to come, but as they say, time heals all, and now we're all on good terms. But sometimes I think about that time I convinced my entire family that I was going to put a satanic curse on them. I just really hope they look back at this situation and realize how unbelievably gullible they were. The fact that they read this and were worried enough to convince themselves that OP is trying to brew some evil curse potion, like OP was one bad day away from purchasing a cauldron from a supply store, and just realize how ridiculous they were being. This next story is, gave a customer care agent an honest rating. He emailed me to request I give him a fair rating. I complied. I've been waiting for a return parcel to be collected, going on 3 days. In South Africa, we don't leave anything outside, as it will be stolen. You have to be present to collect or give a parcel. I logged the return on a Saturday and received a message that they'll collect it before 5 p.m. on the Monday. I had a doctor's appointment, so I requested the driver to come later. He gave me such attitude and never pitched. I received the same message for Tuesday, only no driver at all. I received a message that they tried to collect from me, but it failed. Oh man, they didn't even come. Now it's a second day gone where I've had to wait around for a driver to not pitch. It's now day 3 and I'm livid. The message about the fake attempt sent me over. I contacted the company and complained, and the agent sent me the same darn message about it being collected before 5 p.m. that I've already been sent. I felt like they didn't take my complaint seriously or understood why I can't wait around all day anymore. 3 days of not being able to run errands, worrying about meetings being interrupted. I offered to change the option to dropping it off, but they refused. So when the email to give feedback arrived, I gave him a bad report. I felt like he didn't take the complaint seriously, and the least they could have done was ensure the driver arrived first thing to collect or give me an ETA. He then emailed me to tell me my feedback wasn't fair and that I should have given more fair feedback, as he feels he did their best to help me. His best? By just emailing the same message I'd already received 3 times? So I complied. I gave him the feedback he actually deserved. His best? How is telling me the same thing I've been told for 3 days now the best? The best would be to get off his butt, pick up the phone, and send the driver to my address first thing. He could have taken the attitude the driver gave me seriously and apologized for it and for the delay. He didn't. He could have understood that I couldn't put my life on pause for a 3rd day to wait around for a driver and at least gotten an ETA from the driver. Like, yeah. I also changed the feedback heading from issue unresolved to agent has a bad attitude. The cheek to tell me to give him a more fair review when my initial one wasn't even unfair was over the top. So he got an even more fair one. I just want my parcel collected, my refund processed so that I can buy another item to replace it. Why a driver had to cause so much drama only he will know. And now an agent made it worse. Said agent hasn't emailed me since. However, within an hour, the driver pitched up. Outcome accomplished. Was I being a Karen? Yes. Do I care? No. I'm not unnecessary and will complain when it's warranted. But today, I got petty and yes, his job is at risk, but maybe now he'll understand what actually doing his best really means. I don't really blame anybody in this agent position for going through the motions, just doing the bare minimum for their job. But if you're going to go do the bare minimum in your job, don't go around asking for 5-star reviews. I guess the main problem here is with any employee feedback, unless it's a 5 out of 5, it's a pretty damning review. You either give them a perfect score or you're already putting them at risk. Our next story is Railroad Malicious Compliance. For reference, I'm a U.S. Federal Railroad Administration certified conductor and engineer who used to work for a major railroad, Union so-and-so, ending my career in 2018. We weren't allowed to strike. So instead of striking, we could and often did utilize the 40,000 plus rules that all contradict each other for some very sweet malicious compliance. Story time. John is a great guy, never calls off, been with the company over 20 years. He knows his job well and often will take the time to train newer switchmen, brakemen, and conductors. He's very personable and just a general easy guy to talk with. He was also our union rep for a long time until his wife became ill, so he resigned from those duties. One day I heard a manager yelling at him because he was late to a scheduled train during what I would call a pretty major storm. This is the Pacific Northwest, snow, hail, and rain coming down on the very graded terrain. The manager tells him that when he gets to his destination, he's going to personally meet him there to counsel him. I hear John utter the words, "You'll be waiting a while." Now, to understand this piece of track, you have to understand that it's very mountainous. At a single point, it drops down to a single line of rail between two major intersections of track. Very busy, but due to the grade, only a single train can do it at once. This area is also very difficult to do maintenance on in good weather, since it requires essentially off-roading mountain roads with steep cliffs in areas that aren't otherwise easily manageable. Nevertheless, during this icy storm, John hops in his scheduled train takes off. My engineer walks in from outside. Anne had spoken with John beforehand. They were good friends, like Sunday barbecue with each other's families on the regular friends. He tells me to put my paperwork down, that we aren't going to go anywhere. Kick my feet up and enjoy getting paid for nothing all shift. A bit confused, he tells me to watch the line traffic monitor. Sure enough, John knew this choke point, set his train on it, blocking all transfers from most of the West Coast, at least the northern portion of the US, Portland, Seattle, and Canada, and stated that due to worsening weather, visibility, and safety that he would not move the train until it was safe to do so. He hit his 12 on duty, then waited another 4 for a ride. I was sent home after 2 hours of waiting, but could monitor it from a phone app and on my laptop. I calculated his pay for all of this, and the deadhead he had back to our station, it was close to $1,000 day for him. None of us complained, we get paid regardless of the train status, and he was in fact following the company and the FRA's rules, which are very strict about safety. All I know is if a company is going to be giving you a hard time about the work you do, I'm especially not going to bend over backward in what you could classify as unsafe conditions. If you're going to lay into your workers, they're probably not going to be well motivated to keep pushing. That said, our final story of the day is no exchanges, only store credit. I bought some unmentionables at a popular store at the mall a while back. I wore one of them once and the wire poked out on it, so off to the mall I go with my receipt to return it because it's clearly a crappy article of clothing for the price I paid. The sales girl tells me I can only get store credit since it was worn already. I argued it was damaged after one wear, so clearly it was defective. She would not budge. I just wanted my money back, so I devised a plan. So I take the stupid store credit. I head over and grab the same exact item and get in line. I pay for it with my store credit. She bags it and hands me the receipt, and we exchange pleasantries. I turned to leave and then quickly turned back and said, I changed my mind. I want to return this brand new, never worn bra. She turned beet red and begrudgingly processed the item. It's a great story, but I feel like most stores have cracked down on this, where if you get something with store credit, they're only going to refund you 2 store credit. I guess OP said the story took place 25 years ago before they cracked down on that. So while it worked, run for the hills with your money. My cousin thought she was being so clever, it did not work out for her. So here's a malicious compliance story that made my family laugh for years, and still does. A good few years back, I was about 24 or 25 years old. I went to Cyprus with my grandparents to visit relatives. My grandparents originally came from there and moved to the UK when they were like 16. My cousin, 14-year-old female, also came along. Now, it's important to mention that we're Greek Cypriots. Certain things are expected when we visit relatives, such as helping out with things if we can, and offering our help for whatever our host might be doing. It's also worth mentioning that I have a sight problem, but I'm extremely independent in spite of it. So we were visiting relatives, and every time I offered to help out, either taking dishes into the kitchen, bringing them out of the kitchen, washing up, even getting a glass of water, I kept being told to sit down. They could handle it. I didn't understand why, as I'm perfectly capable. I thought it might be to do with my eyes. One day we were visiting a great auntie of ours who owns a little summer home by the sea, not too far from where we were staying. Now, when we visit this auntie, I always go swimming. She's literally not even a couple of minutes away from the sea. Now, as I went to offer my help to my great aunt, I hear my 14-year-old cousin talking to her in Greek. Another important note, I can't string a sentence together in Greek. My father's English and had something against us speaking Greek. But although I'm not a fluent speaker, I can read, write, and understand Greek. My family doesn't know this. They assume that because I'm not a fluent speaker, that they can basically hide their conversations between other people. My cousin was telling my aunt about how clumsy I am, how stupid I am, how I'm a little soft in the head. She was saying it in Greek. She thought I couldn't understand her, but I knew exactly what she was saying. Even if I couldn't string sentences together myself, I knew what she was saying about me. I added 2 and 2 together and realized my cousin was very obviously telling all of my relatives this. She did it because she thought she would get praised if she helped bring out the food without me. I was angry, but I knew the perfect revenge. We ate lunch, and after we were finished eating, my great aunt asked my cousin for her to help take the dishes in and do the washing up, as she had been on her feet most of the morning preparing the food. My cousin looked at me, knowing my great aunt couldn't speak English, and said, "Hey OP, Auntie needs help taking the plates in and doing the washing up." Because now she was bored and expected to run off to the beach and leave me doing the hard work of cleaning up after. So I looked at her and said, "But I'm too stupid and clumsy and soft in the head to help Auntie out. Besides, she asked for your help, not mine." She went pale, realizing I knew what she had said. But she doubled down. "I helped bring everything out. You could help take it all in." I laughed at her, picked up the book I'd brought with me, and got up from the table. I grabbed the towel I'd brought with me and went off to walk off. My cousin started whining to my grandparents that I wasn't helping her. My grandmother looked at her and said, "You made your bed, now you lie in it. Your cousin caught you lying about her, and now she can go to the beach while you help your aunt." My cousin went completely white then. So I went to the beach, swam for 30 minutes, then chilled out on a deck chair, reading my book under the shade of a nice umbrella. By the time my grandparents called to me that they were heading home, my cousin had spent all of it helping to wash up and dry things and put them away. She hadn't gotten to be lazy and go to the beach to enjoy the sea. I could have helped her. I simply decided that I wouldn't, as she never earned my help. Since then, every time we went to a relative's home and she was asked to help, I watched with a smirk on my face. To this day, I'm 37 this year, I still won't help her. She made out that I was incapable to people, so now she suffers the consequences. It's the malicious compliance that keeps on giving to me. Isn't it so disappointing that somebody, your own family, would be willing to lie just to try to get one up on you in favor of people? Not even like a financial gain. You're not gonna get gifts. You just seem mildly better in somebody's eyes. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, they must be my leaves on my curb? As you wish. The leaf collection company for my neighborhood has absurdly strict rules about where leaves must be for pickup. I live at the end of a cul-de-sac, so my curb is curved and pretty short, about 30 feet or 9 meters long. My property is a wedge-shaped, so my backyard's quite long and has 40 to 50 oak trees. I also have 2 sugar maples in my front yard, so leaves. Lots of leaves. Pickup rules state that leaves must be within 5 feet of the curb, but on the road. They must also be at least 15 feet from a mailbox. Because subscriptions for leaf pickup are by the individual homeowner, neighbors aren't allowed to combine leaves and can't buy a group subscription. Subscribers must only put their leaves from the current year out for pickup. Pickup trucks use GPS to identify homes who have signed up and ignore leaves in front of homes that didn't sign up. Because I have so many leaves and so little curb, only 15 feet of available curb due to the required distance from a mailbox, I called the leaf collection company and asked to put the leaves along a longer curb that I share with my neighbor. No problem, they said. Great. The truck came through and picked up a fraction of the pile and left the rest of the pile the driver decided was in front of my neighbor's property. I called the company back, and a different person said those are the rules. I'll just have to figure it out. Fine, now it's on. I have 15 feet of width and 5 feet of depth. There is, however, no limit on height. I moved the remaining leaves to my available curb space. I collected the rest of my leaves and added them to the pile. I spoke with my neighbors and acquired the rights to their leaves by paying them $1 each. Now they're all my leaves. I shoveled and swept the leaves off the streets. They went on the pile. I collected the newly purchased leaves from the neighbors. They went on the pile. Leaves continued to fall, so I kept adding them. It was a lot of work, but that pile was over 12 feet tall. I spent a ton of time using a snow shovel to fling the leaves to the top of the pile that was more than 5 feet above my head. Neighborhood residents stopped to gape at the epic leaf mound. I'm happy to battle willful ignorance with my malicious compliance. I reminded myself of this every time I spent another hour tending to the obscenity on my curb. The truck came today. The pile dwarfed the truck. They had to drive away and dump leaves and then come back and reload twice. In my days, I've had some run-ins with services kind of similar to this, and they love to do the bare minimum, interpret what is or isn't qualifying for them to pick up, sometimes just don't show up or show up way later than ever expected. I've had services like this routinely fail me. Our next story is free pumpkin pies for everyone. This is a story from many years ago when grocery stores were closed on Christmas and Thanksgiving. I worked for a small chain of grocery stores in the mid-Atlantic in the deli. Santoni shout out. A day before Thanksgiving, the bakery manager asked if anybody from our department would be willing to stay and work all night just baking pumpkin pies for orders. We were open the day before Thanksgiving till 4 and then closed Thanksgiving. I volunteered as I was a college student on Thanksgiving break. I came to work that night and was left a note about temps, timing, and packaging, but no numbers or quantities. This made me nervous, so I called the manager at home and said, "How many pies do you want me to bake?" She told me to keep baking until she came in, and I questioned that, asking how many pies exactly do you want me to make? She, obviously irritated, told me that I didn't need to worry about how many, just keep cooking until she came in at 5. Okay, cue malicious compliance. I loaded a 6-wheeler cart with frozen pies, put them on trays and started baking. As the pies were baking, I prepped racks ahead of time and folded boxes while pies cooled. I was a logistical savant. Everything went perfectly and I was a machine operating at optimal efficiency. By the time she came in at 5, I had cooked every pumpkin pie in her freezer. She lost her crap. What the heck is going on? What am I supposed to do with all these pies? You cooked over 400 pies and I only have orders for 100. The store manager, hearing the commotion, came over and asked what was going on. She said, "She cooked every pie we have in the store, even the Christmas ones. What am I supposed to do with all these pies?" He asked, "Why did you cook all the pies?" And I told him, "She told me to." He asked her if that was true, and she said, "No. Well, I told her to keep cooking till I got here, but nobody's ever cooked that many before. I didn't even think it would be close." "Then this is on you," he replied and walked away. The best part was that since we were closed the next day, the employees were allowed to take all the leftover bakery items home with them. I took home 10 pumpkin pies and multiple bags of bread and rolls. Every other employee in the store was very, very grateful. Honestly, this is such a fun story because when they're saying, "Just keep on going till I get there," that's one of those moments where you do the fake imaginary gun holsters and you go, "Alright, game on, let's see how many I can crack out." Our next story is, I don't know why you asked. 20 plus years ago, I was working as a radiographer, X-ray tech, in rural Australia. The radiology department was frantically busy. We worked shifts between 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. On weekends, we had only 2 radiographers, one who worked 8 to 4 and another working 1 to 9 p.m. After that, there was on-call. We also had a nurse working from 9 to 5. It should be noted that there was also a radiographer shortage at the time. It was run by 2 in-charge radiographers who, honestly, I believed they thought people were robots who shouldn't be paid. One Sunday morning, I attended work and it was the busiest it had ever been. About 11 o'clock, I got a call from the boss saying that the other radiographer was sick and there was no one else available. Could I stay back to 9 p.m. and do the call afterwards? I agreed as patients would suffer, etc. Come 5 o'clock, I had set a record for most exams done by a radiographer in a day at this worksite. I also hadn't had a lunch break. At 8:55 p.m., it was the busiest weekday on record, and I was about to leave when I got a trauma call for multiple car accidents. I was overwhelmed and exhausted and rang the boss and second in charge asking for help, and was refused with both, telling me I had to cope. Come midnight, one of the trauma victims needs to go to theater for urgent orthopedic surgery, and an x-ray is required. It's a mammoth task that's still going at 8 a.m. I've been at work now 24 hours. I ring downstairs and speak to the second in charge. The second in charge berates me for asking for help. I arrive finally back in the department at 8:30, where the in charge and second in charge await me. There was no thanks for the hard work, but was met with anger. They were both upset how I asked for help the night before, and I was told to be back at work at 9 a.m. to start work for the day. I refuse, they blow up. When this is happening, guess who's standing at the door watching all of this? Our union organizer on his monthly visit. He interrupts, explains what they're asking is illegal and what I've done was illegal, and falls to in-charge staff to prevent this from happening. He explains that they'll have to pay me overtime at double time, it was Sunday, from 4 p.m. to now, plus overtime for missed lunch plus meal break allowance from 4 p.m. every 2 hours. I also must have 8 hours break between shifts. It's now 8:45 a.m. and I say, well, since I need an 8-hour break, I won't be here since my shift is 9 to 5 today. The two bosses say no, we'll see you at 4:45 for 15 minutes, as that's 8 hours. I leave and head straight to bed. Apparently while I slept, the union organizer blew up with claims of bullying and harassment, unsafe working conditions. They lodged formal complaints to senior management, etc. I heard later that the in-charge and second in charge got roasted over it. Within a year, neither are in the roles. I worked in the UK where there were much more stringent safe work hour rules than this. My alarm wakes me up and I arrive promptly at work at exactly 4:45. The two in charge are waiting for me and one says, "Go get some work done." I reply, "Actually, you need to give me a clinical handover as per policy." This takes 5 minutes, at which point I turn away from the work area and head to the toilet. They yell after me, "Where are you going?" I say, "The toilet." I come back out of the toilet at 4:56 p.m. and they're waiting for me and start yelling. Another complaint lodged. Everyone in the workplace stops and is watching, including the radiologist, who is director of radiology, and the in-charge radiographer asks, "Why did you come at all today?" And I replied simply, "Why would anyone in their right mind ask?" After that, the director ordered the two in-charge radiographers to work to rule, and they had to cover all unexpected leave. Within a year, there were new bosses and double the staff. I mean, not only were the way these guys running things going to surely lead to some kind of burnout for staff, they were operating this thing so recklessly that it was going to make both the patients suffer and the entire practice as a whole once they have to pay out the butt for this overtime that's amassing. That said, our final story of the day is all of the money. Several years ago, I was working retail and we were robbed. The robber thrust a plastic grocery store bag at me and told me to empty the safe into it. I put all the bills in and remember thinking, should I ask if they want the coins too? But asking seemed like a bad idea and I was too scared to just stop, so I kept going. Coins and all. I had shoveled in all of the rolls of quarters and dimes and some of the nickels when they grabbed the bag back and left. I found out after that the weight of the coins had ripped the bag and they left a trail of money in the parking lot. At the time, I was still too freaked out to appreciate the situation, but now I laugh whenever I think of the robbery. Jerks. I think I've seen a video like this before where they stole somebody's backpack or they had robbed a place and put a bunch of the bills in the backpack, but they didn't zip it up. They got on a motorcycle and drove off, and all of the money was just pouring right out of the backpack. And the people that got stolen from just went and picked it back up off the ground. I guess the robbers are just trying to be quick, not necessarily smart. Nurse required to work sick. Just thought of this one. I'm an RN, don't work in hospital anymore because of things like this, but I used to. This was a few years ago pre-COVID, but it's no better now. Hospital policy is if you had 3 incidents of call-offs in a 12-month period, you'd get a counseling, be written up. So one time I was sick, took a day off, planned to be off the next day, but they whined about how short they were, begged me to come in, so I gave in and went miserable. That made me worse, so I called off again the 3rd day. What I didn't realize is that caused 2 instances. If I'd stayed off and had not come and helped the middle day, it would have still been counted as 1. I was called in by the director and informed if I called out again, I would be written up. I was still technically on probation, so I didn't want that. A month or 2 later, the whole family, 4 kids, husband, and I, got food poisoning from a restaurant. It was so bad we were all sleeping on the bathroom floors, one often on the toilet, another puking in a trash can. You get the horrid picture. I tried calling in and somehow talked to the director that night, but was reminded of what would happen. So all night we were sick. I got no sleep because when I wasn't puking, the kids were. Puke everywhere. And come the morning, to work I went. I proceeded to throw up in the nurse's station, attempting to pass meds and having to run out of the room into the bathroom. The charge nurse was like, "Why are you here?" I told her. She was ticked that I just didn't call in because now she had to find someone to come in and take my patients. God forbid she took over my patients until relief arrived. I couldn't leave until the relief nurse came to work. Took almost 2 hours. In the meantime, I had to do my job in between bathroom runs and throwing up in trash cans because I couldn't make it to the bathroom. Being sent home rather than calling off meant I didn't get a counseling though. Ended up being off a couple days. Oh, and my husband works nights the same floor. They didn't bat an eye when he called in for that night after having experienced my grossness. You would think of all places that would respect you staying home when you are sick, it would be a hospital job. You better come in even when you're sick unless you want to get a write-up to the place where people in vulnerable health go. How backwards can you be? Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, Tell the Dean What I've Done? Sure. Another higher education IT story. I started my career in desktop support at a university in the mid-90s. I supported several academic departments and computer labs. This included providing access to the labs to adjunct faculty, especially for night courses. A new adjunct in the sociology department had requested access in the evening for a lab controlled by a teammate of mine. I passed the request on and just assumed that my colleague would handle it. She didn't. The next morning, I had a nasty voicemail from the chair of the department, Dr. Cranky Pants, because the adjunct couldn't get into the lab and the class wasn't able to meet. I totally understand this is a big deal. Classes, especially before Zoom, were difficult to make up, but this voicemail was a bit over the top. I had been warned about this new chair, Dr. Cranky Pants, and that he was a bit full of himself. Very stereotypical Ivy League educated PhD. I told my colleague of the mistake and even followed up with her the next day, the night of the next class. Next morning, I walk into our office to find 2 envelopes on my chair and a blinking voicemail light on my phone. I immediately knew something went wrong with the adjunct's lab access. Dr. Cranky Pants was livid. He was screaming on the voicemail. He threatened to scalp me and have me fired if I didn't fix the situation. And I was instructed to open the envelopes. Even in the 90s, I thought that term scalp was tactless, especially coming from a sociology professor. The first envelope contained a letter about how I was incompetent and couldn't do my job. He threatened to send the letter in the second envelope to my boss and the dean. As you guessed, the second letter had more of the same, and came with the request to have me fired for being incompetent. I'll be honest, my stomach dropped. I didn't think for a second that I was going to lose my job. However, I felt horrible that the adjunct essentially had to cancel class for a week. Everyone I worked with knew I worked my butt off. I know I had nothing to fear, and my colleague would just get a slap on the wrist. You want to send this complaint to the dean? Let's do it. One thing Dr. Cranky Pants didn't realize is that voicemails can be forwarded. I immediately forwarded it to my boss and handed him both letters. I told him I want nothing to do with Dr. Cranky Pants anymore if this is the way I was going to be treated. I asked him to send all of the info to the dean and take care of it. The dean was quickly informed. Dr. Cranky Pants was no longer to contact me, and I switched departments with another colleague. I essentially fired him from my life. I would see him on campus occasionally and nod and smile to him. Years later, we both had kids around the same age playing t-ball together. I would smile to him and say, "Hey Cranky, I hope you're doing okay." I was being sincere but also laughing to myself, knowing I had gotten the better of him. I'm just glad that this is one of those situations where a boss, a manager, or whoever has these overseeing roles who were blowing up and acting really inappropriately were actually held responsible. I feel like most people who hire somebody like that try to look past it just to save face, if anything. Our next story is McDonald's compliance. So once upon a time, I was a McDonald's employee. They always put me on the drive-thru because I was white and spoke fluent English. Yes, that's pertinent. Literally everyone was Hispanic, and only like 2 people besides me spoke fluent English. So I always winged it when greeting customers, and they always liked me. They'd ask about me when I was off, give me little gifts for brightening their day, etc. My manager came to me one day with a script and demanded I spoke from it. I repeatedly didn't use it, and eventually she got frustrated and threatened me with a write-up if I didn't read from it. Here comes the malicious compliance. There was a typo in the script that referred to McDonald's as McDonald's. So I'd repeatedly say it, and because everyone has a headset, they'd all hear it. And the staff would chuckle because most could read English and they all got the script. My manager was not amused. She told me that I needed to say McDonald's. And I reminded her that she demanded I read from the script exactly what it says. I got sent home that day and they cut my hours. I still feel like I won. Honestly, I'm impressed. Mostly because OP was a very valuable worker in that situation. And it's not like it's a very prestigious job and it's not like you were disrespecting them too bad. You would feel like McDonald's managers would still keep somebody like that around. They probably need the work. Just got showed up a little too much. This next story is, use the system-generated forms. So my job has an element in which we have to fill out a form that gets sent to the customer. Being vague because it's a government job and the form is actually a legal document, but that's not super important to the story. Anyway, I have a template of the form saved that I use on a regular basis. I recently got assigned to a new supervisor who reviewed one of my cases and told me my forms are out of date, and that I should use the form that our case management database generates. I told him that those forms often have incorrect information and come out formatted very inconsistently, and that I prefer to use a template. I asked if there was an updated template that I could use, and he said, "No, just use whatever the system generates because the system has to be correct." Please note that this man has not done an actual case of his own since we switched from paper files to digital. So I generated the form on the system and ended up with a PDF that included 3 copies of the form that had an address wrong, several dates wrong, lines through text where the text boxes didn't line up properly, an incorrect law cited, and several checkboxes checked that should not have been. I emailed it to him saying this was exactly what I got off the system. He didn't reply, but I checked the case database letter and saw that he'd signed off on the case with my original template version. I'm of the belief that if your workflow involves using forms or templates, and somebody's just been working with those things for quite a while, I would trust their input on how things should work above all else. When you spend the amount of time somebody like OP has with these forms or templates, you know all the quirks, you know all the oddities, you know all of the boxes that need to be filled out a specific way. If somebody's had a good flow going with these forms or templates, and they haven't been complaining, I don't see why you would want to try to change it up. That said, our final story of the day is, okay, I'll go back to my car and order online. Accidental malicious compliance. Settle in, I'm slightly pedantic and I can't help it. So I got nearly $32 in free Pizza Hut, but that's not the malicious compliance. I'm sharing this experience with you because they denied my request to put my free reward in a different pan, and the ingredients on top of each other in a different order. I had questions, but they turned around instead, telling me to go order it online. I complied. It's up to you to help me be malicious. I'm sharing with you exactly how to do it. Tonight, I went to Pizza Hut and I had some of the Hut rewards to cash in. About 9x points, which qualified for free breadsticks or cheese sticks at 75-point redemption. I wanted a personal pan pizza, which is the exact same ingredients, but just in a round-shaped pan in a different order. Actually, less amount of the ingredients than I would get with the cheese sticks. Seems like a very reasonable request. So I decided to go into the restaurant and ask them if I redeemed the cheese sticks with my name online, could they instead make it a cheese personal pan pizza? I even said, it's less ingredients, you're just putting them in a different pan in a different order. They weren't busy, so I proposed this to the kid at the counter. He said, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem, but let me ask my manager. Well, the manager said no. The item must be redeemed for the item that you chose. The kid followed up with, you have to redeem your points online, not here in the store. Yeah, I know, but I thought maybe he could make sure I was redeeming it properly. But he turned away and started to busy himself doing nothing. I went to my car. As I walked back to my car, I hit redeem on the Hut rewards for the cheese sticks. Nothing pops up, no change on the page. I assumed it would go to the previous or a new page or something like that, so I hit redeem again. Nothing happened. Now thinking maybe I'm in a bad signal zone, which I've had in that area before, I hit redeem again, and then once more. Fearing I'm going to lose my redeemed points, I hit the back button. It takes me back to the main rewards page with all the options for redemption and locked rewards. My account balance of 90-something points is still there. Good, so I didn't lose them as I thought I would have. I see in my cart I have one item, so I click the cart and proceeded with checkout. Do recall seeing cheese sticks repeated 4 times on the order page, I believe. I'm not certain, but I remember seeing something odd. I just didn't think anything of it because I don't really pay attention to those pages. I picked the contactless delivery because I didn't want to go into the store again. They had to bring it to my car. A different guy, the delivery guy, comes to my window and he's holding 4 boxes of food. And I was like, I just ordered 1. I think that's so weird because the person making the food was a person I spoke with earlier. He saw my point balance when I was making the request to him, and I figured he would know I didn't have the ability to get 4 free cheese stick orders, but he went ahead and made them anyways? He must have thought that was weird before he handed it off to that guy. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit that would be thinking that deeply about any of this. I was handed the receipt, and the delivery guy said, nope, the order says 4 orders of cheese sticks. Okay then. The receipt does say 4 orders of cheese sticks to the total of $31.96, but a coupon equals $31.96 and made a 0 balance. I checked my appointments and I have like 19 points available now. Those orders shouldn't have gone through. I didn't have enough points to get more than 1 item, and that was the lowest tier item. I believe that clicking on the redeem button those 4 times and then back and then to my cart without doing anything else, that there was a little glitch in the programming, allowing for that item, no matter how many times I press redeem, to be free. I don't have any more points to try this again. So for those of you with Hut rewards, try and see if you can get multiple of the same items for free. I'm curious to know if it works for you. Maybe next time they'll wait to see if I had any more questions before shutting me out. Or if they just could have placed the ingredients in a different pan and in a different order. It wouldn't have left me with a desire to go share with 3 million people how to get a crap ton of free Pizza Hut. All I know is if this little shortcut worked, I'd love to be the one to discover how to do that. I'm gonna bet this was some kind of very odd glitch with like some bad shoddy internet. Maybe it depends on the store's system being linked up to their website, or maybe this does work if you do it in the right timing. All I know is that's the kind of thing that if it does work in any form like that, Pizza Hut is looking to patch that ASAP. As far as the topping thing goes and personal pan pizza, I think the workers and the managers at Pizza Hut just probably aren't paid enough to really care. and it's probably very much against policy to give anything other than the free item, considering it is free. If you want to sit around, you can do it from home. This isn't my tale, but one of a friend of mine, Craig. This took place about 10 years ago. He worked for an IT company, maintaining the mainframe and other technical needs throughout the building, along with electrical safety checks. He was always a bit OCD, and this helped him by being on top of things that were needing sorted. He had custom spreadsheets documenting the last 10 years of repairs on everything he was responsible for. This sheet, by the 5-year mark, had already given him a fairly good idea of what items were likely to fail, either due to updates or physical parts failing due to the 24-hour running of the system. There was a period of a week where he was ahead and decided to get ahead of his upcoming repairs, checking the items and replacing what needed done. 2 weeks later, he was sitting in his office when the VP arrived, and on the rounds, she noticed that all 3 times she passed, he was sitting idle in his office. Outraged that he was being paid for doing nothing, she had his boss pull him up. The boss says, "VP noticed you haven't done much today and pulled your work log for the last few weeks. You've only logged 4 jobs in 2 weeks. Craig says, "I've been ahead for the last couple of weeks, just knocking off jobs before they came up to make time for the bigger jobs that are about to come up next week." They said, "Well, you're paid to work, not sit about. If you want to sit about, do it at home." Craig, shrugging internally, says, "Well, I've got some holiday time to still take. If you give me a week to organize and take care of the large jobs, I'll take time off." The boss says, "Deal. Off you go. Enjoy your holiday." Craig says, "But what about work next week?" The boss says, "No buts. You're on holiday effective immediately. I'll clear it with HR. Now off you go." Cue malicious compliance. Craig decided to not try and reiterate just how much work was due next week and went on holiday for 2 weeks, turning his work phone off. In that 2 weeks, due to a lack of warning, the tech from another center that he usually covered wasn't available. At the same time, there were safety issues, software updates, and other minor issues that were expected, not to mention the dozens of unexpected issues that came up. When Monday after his holiday came up, he turned on his phone to find 20+ texts. His phone inbox was full of voicemails, and he had dozens of emails from panicking management. He got into work and was set upon. "Where have you been? We needed you. XYZ all failed while you were gone and we didn't have cover." Craig smiled and reminded the boss about the conversation 2 weeks prior, and also had a coworker that overheard the entire thing back him up. After that, not even a single manager dared to question his slow week. Not even the VP. Challenge accepted. Challenge won. Honestly, I think this is one of the downsides of doing your job so well that nothing even pops up to the point where they think you're even doing anything. You and the work you do almost become transparent and they think you're just doing nothing. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, don't touch anything that isn't on the schedule? Okay. A little bit of context. I work in a manufacturing plant for a multinational company producing microchips. I'm the shift lead engineer on night shift for the front end of the week, Sunday to Wednesday, so there's very little oversight from management, except when I see them in the morning on my way out the door. The machines we work on are huge, think Greyhound bus size, and require fairly strategic planning to get the most we can out of them. In recent months, the day shift team has been slacking on their scheduled maintenance items. Normally, this isn't a big deal, since we're understaffed, just like just about every other company in America right now, and we pick up the slack where we can on night shift. The machines run 24 hours a day, so if you have to pass work to the incoming shift, it isn't an issue, and everyone tends to help out everyone. The problem comes in when day shift, or the other end of the week, moves scheduled maintenance off of their shift, but don't move it in our scheduled work calendar. When the machines reach their critical threshold, they shut themselves down until the work is performed. This is normally at midnight on days I'm working. Well, as it happens, this has been occurring more and more over the past few weeks, and I've been letting my senior manager know that that's why they've been seeing an availability drop on our not from lack of effort. He's a newer senior manager, so I try to explain the critical thresholds to him and how we need to keep the calendar accurate so we don't have any surprises by machines shutting themselves down unexpectedly. He didn't really seem to want to listen to this and brushed me off, telling me, if it isn't on the calendar, don't work on that machine. Cue malicious compliance. On Sunday night when I get into work, the schedule is completely empty. Not uncommon for weekends, but wouldn't you know it, 3 maintenance items had been moved from the back end of the week and were never rescheduled. So at midnight, 3 machines shut themselves down for maintenance. But I've been told if it isn't on the calendar, I can't touch those machines. I walk up to the production floor and tell all my technicians that we won't be working on any of those machines as they aren't scheduled for us to complete. And per the area senior manager, we don't touch anything unless it's on the calendar. They've been getting more and more frustrated recently with this, so their eyes light up as I tell them that we won't be completing any of the work. Then comes Monday morning. I tell the incoming shift and my direct manager about the machines, and they have a good laugh about the situation. It's only roughly 2 hours of work per machine, so I didn't completely screw over any day shift. And then I run into my senior manager on my way out of the door and casually let him know that we have 3 machines that have been down for 6 hours and need to be added to the schedule so somebody can start working on them. His eyes just about pop out of his head, and he says, "How could you let 3 machines sit down for half of the night and not even start on them? Were there other machines down that stopped you from getting to them?" And I responded with, "Nope, you just told me if it isn't on the calendar, don't touch it." His face went beet red, and I saw the vein on his temple start throbbing, but he knew I was right. Since then, the calendar has been pretty dang accurate, and if I see a tool going critical, he's now informed me that I'm allowed to work on it to keep the product flowing. All I know is this is the kind of thing where you demand they send you an email getting that wording in English, because God forbid somebody throws you under the bus and makes it your fault for why things aren't getting done. You need to have that email that says that was your orders. Our next story is, no, I don't need to go over it again. This happened probably 12 years ago when video rental stores still roamed the earth. I worked in one such store that also sold phones and wireless plans, so all the customer service workers were also salespeople. So one day in the late morning, I answer our phone and it's our other branch across town calling to say that they had a customer who wanted to buy a plan and brand new iPhone. But after getting the plan set up, they realized they didn't have the correct model or color the guy wanted. We had that phone, so they said that they would send him down. Easy commission for me. Awesome. The guy shows up. I already have the phone put aside. I open up the plan that was created for him but never put through and discover it's a monthly plan with no data, very few minutes, and no long distance. Basically the cheapest plan you can get other than pay as you go, but it's for a freaking iPhone. I say, "Okay, sir, I have the plan pulled up here. Let's just make sure everything's correct and I'll print the contract." They say it's fine, the other guy already did it. I say, "Alright, I just want to check because..." They say, "Just do it. I don't need to go over everything again, dang it. I already drove across town for this." Alright, you don't want to go over it and would rather give me attitude. Print, sign, pay, enjoy your $1,000 doorstop. 1 hour later, the guy comes storming in. "My phone doesn't work." What seems to be the problem with it? They say, "I can't use the internet." I say, "The plan you chose did not include data." They said, "Who would get a plan with no data on a smartphone?" I said, "That's the plan you signed up for." He ended up storming out while yelling after I told him that he'd have to call into the service desk to cancel the plan. You don't have to read the fine print, but at least be sure of the terms you're agreeing to. You should totally read the fine print on a phone plan contract. They've gotten so much worse since then. The best contracts are the ones you sign where after 6 months, 12 months, and other intervals beyond that, you keep falling out of promotional periods. All of a sudden, you're spending $40, $50, $60 more per month every single month, it seems like. Our next story is, don't want to be asked for anything more? Okay, no problem. So a few years ago, I worked as an administrator at a finance company. It was my job to create documents and ensure everything was secure and legit, especially as in the case I'm about to describe, when we're purchasing from a private seller. Not an established storefront, could even be a guy off Kijiji. So one day I'm asked to email a new private seller about something our client is purchasing from him. I sent my standard email, noting all the things we need from this private seller, Let's call him Bob. Bob called me shortly after receiving the email and was super slimy on the phone. He was being flirty and kept saying he wanted to meet for coffee and discuss me working for them instead. After one standard email, I got a bad feeling about this guy, like he was trying to get away with something, so I made a mental note to really watch what he sent in. Over the course of the next few days, he sent in everything except what I asked for. He was getting ruder every time we spoke and emailed and was calling our client, telling them how we were the worst company he could have chosen to deal with. He said he has the right to not supply the info we're looking for, and of course that's true, but that cancels the sale, which he didn't want. So one morning he finally sends me the document I was waiting for. Within his email to me, Bob made it very clear that we were ridiculous and that this is the last thing he's providing us, so don't even bother asking. I opened it up and it was clearly fraudulent. Anyone at my office would have said the same thing, and there's no way we were going to accept it. After discussing with my sales guy, I responded to the email and said, "Hi Bob, thank you for sending this over. However, as it's been clearly edited in a fraudulent way, we cannot accept it. You mentioned in your email that we shouldn't ask for anything else, so I won't. We have spoken to our mutual client and have agreed to cancel this transaction and won't be speaking with you further. Have a great day." He ended up calling both our mutual client and the sales guy in a panic, wanting to backtrack and get the sale done and would provide what we need. Obviously, we blacklisted this guy and never did business with him again. This guy was just using scare tactics. Wasn't even impressive. All things considered, it was a pretty normal bullying scare tactic type scam. This next story is, meeting counts as lunch break? Alrighty then. So we have this big company-wide meeting every year where the CEO comes in and discusses profit margins, raises, plans for the future, etc. It lasts about an hour, sometimes more. Meanwhile, our work gets backed up while we're stuck sitting in this meeting, and we always end up working overtime. Well, this year, the boss in our department says that the meeting counts as our lunch break. I give my coworker the look. We glance around. Seems everyone is in silent agreement. We all show up to the meeting with our lunch boxes and proceed to casually eat lunch at the corporate meeting. All 60 of us from our department. The CEO stops his spiel after a few minutes. Our supervisor claims ignorance. I speak up and say that the boss said this counts as our lunch, and I'm not skipping my lunch. The boss tries to deny having said that. The CEO asks who can verify this, and everyone raises their hand. Guess who got an official reprimand from the CEO himself? One more of those, and the boss is out the door. Imagine having the confidence of having said that to 60 of your workers and then try to deny it in front of all of their faces. Dude, honestly, shouldn't have even been reprimanded. That is just an awful boss that should have been fired out of a cannon. That said, our final story of the day is, we can't move the trash can? Fine, it'll stay where it is. When we started going back to the office during the last few months of COVID, people were very careful about touching commonly touched objects, such as stair rails and door handles, mostly because they were cautious about germs, but also kind of scared of getting COVID that way. The men's bathroom trash can was placed next to a wall between the sinks and the door. This way, you would throw out your wet paper towel and then go over to the door and leave. This meant that you had to use your bare hands to open the door. Someone, never knew who, got the idea of moving the trash can right next to the door, so you could open it with the paper towel still in your hand and then throw it out as you leave. This was great because you no longer had to open the door with your bare hands and people felt safer that way. The only problem was that it was a bit in the way. You had to move an inch or two to the left to not walk into it, which wasn't a problem because the door and the hallway were pretty wide anyway. The office safety people found out about this after a few weeks, moved it back, and put up a sign asking not to move the trash can because it blocked the door. Cue the malicious compliance. Nobody moved it back to the door, but people were still not willing to open the door with their bare hands. So they continued using the paper towels to open the door and threw them across the hallway into the trash can as they walked out. Most people were good at landing the towels in the trash can, but some were not. It wasn't long before the paper towels started piling up around the trash can. It never got too bad, but it looked messy and dirty. Naturally, it took very little time before people started complaining about it. The office safety people ended up buying a smaller trash can that was attached to the wall right next to the door. To this day, most people use the paper towels to open the door, and the bathroom is no longer messy. So, everyone won. 100%. Any modern bathroom should have some kind of design where you can get out of it without having to touch the bare handle. Whether that's having a push door, whether that's having a bathroom that's designed with no door, or having one of those like step and pull foot openers. I would just about rather open the door with the paper towel anyways and find another trash can somewhere else, rather than try to have to deal with just touching the bare handle. If you don't agree with me, leave right now. Here I am again, folks, after 5 years, I guess, with another professional malicious compliance. In June of 2021, I joined a tech startup, last mile grocery and food delivery app, as financial controller. I was told my task is to bring the gross profits into black within a year and before the next round of investment and fundraising. The senior team comprised of me, group CFO, COO, and head of grocery. The CEO was stationed outside in another country. The CEO comes to the country within a month of my joining, but doesn't bother to meet me. I say, okay, no problem. Keep your head down and do what you're tasked with. Within 2 months, I have the grips on operations and financials, and I've laid down my plan with Group CFO, and he agrees to it. I make some changes in my team, and I get to working on fixing things. During October, one of our competitors raises $85 million in investment, and our CEO is irked. He comes again and starts an impromptu investment round. The conditions are better than before, so we get an offer of $50 million because our overall plan was a lot smaller and realistic than our competitor. The CEO rejects the offer. He needs an offer of at least $100 million to beat the competitor. Luckily, we get offered $200 million, but the CEO refuses, citing this is greater than what I need, and goes back without accepting anything. Come February, the group CFO suddenly quits. But I knew he quit since our funds were depleting rapidly, and the economic conditions in the country and globally were getting worse. I have an emergency meeting with the COO and grocery head, and tell them that we need to rationalize our expenses further, and this is the plan. According to which, we will be profitable by June 2022. They agree to it, and I get to work with my team. The CEO again does not talk to me, and the CFO post remains vacant despite me being next in line and eligible for it. Come March 2022, my plan's on track, and we're expecting profitability a month earlier in May 2022. I plan to take a week-long vacation and travel abroad with my spouse. In the third day of vacations, I get a text from COO that I need to come back as something has happened. I tell them I'll come back as planned and not to worry. I come back and find out that the supply chain team made an error and bought inventory $30 million more than planned for the festive season coming up in May. In my absence, the grocery head gave the go-ahead without consulting me, and the error was only identified once the vendor started fulfilling the order. This has shook our overall plan, and our cash funds are at the bottom. Mr. CEO comes to know about this. I was the one to inform him, and he immediately comes down and started literally abusing me and other members of the team verbally. This is his first ever face-to-face meeting with me. I was quite taken aback by his rudeness and hurt, as he put all the blame on me, saying that I'm the CFO when I was never appointed as such, so no payments or purchases were approved by me. They were being approved by the COO/head of grocery. This verbal abuse goes on for about a week, during which I'd broken down twice in front of my wife, as I'd never faced such horse crap before in my career. And I had worked really hard to bring the company where it was at that point. The CEO warns us that whoever is found guilty of negligence will be fired on the spot. This is where the malicious compliance begins. I prepare detailed documents pointing out my plan and who approved the extra purchase, and how I was consulted only after the error has occurred. I even prepared a plan to sell off the excess inventory and bring the money back in the fold. I try to reach him to explain, but he brushes me off every time, saying, "You cannot be right." After 7 days, the CEO calls us in office on a weekend. I arrive and the head of grocery is there. They're arguing and it's getting heated up. It gets so heated up that the head of grocery shouts back and leaves, citing that he quits. As soon as he leaves, the CEO pounded his fist on the table and shouted, "If you don't agree with me, leave right now. Only I know how to run this company, and if you think I can't work without you, think again." The moment I heard these words spewing out of his mouth, I switched to autopilot. I type in my resignation, email him right there, get up and say to him, "Please check your email. My notice starts now." I left the building before he could respond. Immediately, I call up one of my ex-bosses and mentors and tell him I need to meet him. We meet within a week. We plan to start our own consultancy firm. And 6 months from then, our firm has started to grow. We're working on our startup, setting up another business and managing top-tier clients. Then I get a message from the CEO through the COO after a few months of my leaving. "Hey, we need your help managing the books and finances. Our position is really bad." I simply say, "The CEO won't agree with what I have to do to fix the company, and I don't work with clients who don't agree with me." Would you guys agree that if you ever could cross paths with anybody remotely working with these people, that you would be honest about how awful that CEO is? Or would you be afraid of hurting everybody else's job at that place? I'd like to know what you guys think. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, want me to remove the plants on the edge of my property? Sure. Okay, not my story, but it's one of my Nano. I've posted another one of his stories previously and it's linked below. Nano is Italian for grandfather, but this entire story happened in Australia in the 90s. My Nano used to have vines as a hobby up into the mid-90s, but when he started to get older, he stopped tending to them so much. He pulled out the ones furthest away from the house and let that regrow into native bushland at the back. The neighbors in behind weren't a fan of this, as they used that land to tend to their grapes and now had to be more careful with their tractor, so they didn't hit anything. They complained to Nano several times, eventually threatening to get a surveyor in and forcing him to prune his property back to that line. He told them to get off his property and slammed the door. Well, said neighbor did get a surveyor in. Want to know what they found? There was indeed a discrepancy. The last row of vines planted by that neighbor was on Nano's land all along. Nano knew this, he just never had been bothered to call in a surveyor, as it hadn't been a problem up until now. After the verdict came through, he happily removed the offending plants on the property boundary, and the neighbors lost a row of vines. If you're a landowner, it does not hurt to get a surveyor out. The only problem is, surveyors are kind of expensive. But it really is such an ease of mind to know exactly where the boundaries of your land lay. Our next story is, Slob's sister told me to get rid of trash. I used to live with my sister, and she was a terrible roommate. Didn't help much around the house and would make a mess of everything. The thing that bothered me the most, though, was that she left all of the medicine packs on the kitchen counter. She takes a lot of medication every day, and that meant a pack every other day. The packs would pile up and start falling on the floor right next to the freaking trash can. Anyway, one day I was more than fed up and told her she should clean her stuff up. And she said that if I was that bothered by it, I should be the one to get rid of it. Here comes the malicious compliance. I did get rid of the packs. Every day, I would get them and spread them around her room. In her shoes, under her sheets, in her pillowcase, in her socks. Needless to say, it didn't take her long for her to start disposing of her trash properly. I will say it's really easy to get into that, "oh, I'll just clean it up later" mindset, but it's such a toxic behavior to fall into for your environment. I love the common thought process of, if it takes 2 minutes, just get it done right now. How long does it really take to put the dishes away out of the dishwasher? If you drop some crumbs on the floor, how long does it actually take to sweep it up in a dustpan and dump it? If you take medication and you have an empty box afterwards, how long does it take to just toss it in the trash? Same goes for hygiene. How long does it take to brush your teeth? 2 minutes? You now and you in the future would be happier for it. Our next story is toilet paper issues. This story's from my aunt, not mine. She works at an airport cleaning bathrooms, hallways, seats. so she has to make sure that the bathrooms always have toilet paper. Most of the devices that have 2 spots where you put the paper inside so people can't take it are broken, so the paper stays on top of it or on top of the toilet. She makes sure that there's always enough toilet paper until her next round of cleaning. Well, her supervisor told her that now when she cleans, she has to make sure there's just new toilet paper because it looks bad to have the ones already used. My aunt told her that that was a waste of paper, but that rude witch screamed her to shut up and follow the freaking rules. Well, as you wish. My aunt started throwing away all the toilet paper that was opened. Even if it was just one single square, it was like 1% used. An airport has many toilets, and toilet paper is not cheap these days. She was throwing away so much paper and using a lot more than before. They had to buy a higher quantity and more often. It may not seem like a big deal, but the airport already had money issues, and I repeat, toilet paper is not cheap around here. After 2 months, they went back to the old system, not without wasting a significant amount of money on toilet paper. So remember when that whole Rona scare happened? This is what happened. This airport started buying up every single supply chain of toilet paper. Let's be real though, the real problem here is they don't just fix the dispensers, so it looks crappy to have those rolls there, just sitting there. No pun intended. Our next story is, you want to be notified every time I brush my teeth? No problem. This is a smaller one, and it happened when I was still living in a student dorm the first few years of university. Each room in my dorm had their own sink, with showers and toilets in a shared space, so you could at least brush your teeth and get ready in peace. I happened to have a next-door roommate who I very seldomly saw due to our schedules. However, you could hear the water running from time to time. I have an electric toothbrush, which is important for the story. One day I was brushing my teeth as usual and rushing out the door to university when said roommate came out of his room with a wolfish grin. OP, you can just call me next time you feel the need to run the electric thing in your room. At first I didn't get it. Then I was quite disgusted as he obviously thought I was using my vibration tool twice a day and had put more thought into this than I'd liked. While I do own several toys, my bed was on the complete opposite end of the room, so as far away from the shared wall as possible. At night, I was still disgusted by his behavior when I got the idea to just do what he wanted me to do. So I grabbed my toothbrush, knocked on his door, and smiled as sweetly as possible. "Neighbor, I need to use my electric device now, and since you offered your help." His face lit up until I shoved my toothbrush in his face, and the realization dawned. I've never seen anyone turn this red this fast. For the next few weeks, I knocked on his door every time I brushed my teeth. And since I decided my dental hygiene was a priority now, I upped brushing my teeth from twice to thrice a day. He got super uncomfortable every time I knocked and asked him about dental hygiene tips, but he was never creepy towards me again. I love this story because not only was it great revenge against a guy who was just being way too creepy, but it also was great for OP's dental hygiene. What a major win for a malicious compliance tale. Our next story is Agenda Available for Review. After college, I was hired at a small company. The person who preceded me didn't live nearby, but had been contracted to provide some training and assist the transition, which was supposed to have been done via conference calls. They were not helpful. Things kept happening to prevent us from actually doing any training. Finally, I got the two of us booked on a call before work was supposed to start for the day. I set it up with a recorded line just in case I needed to play it back. 10 minutes before, they called me directly to say that they couldn't help with any of my questions on the agenda, so they said the meeting was canceled. Annoying, but I wasn't surprised. I was surprised to get an email later that day with my boss CC'd on it, basically chewing me out for not sending minutes of our meeting as I was supposed to after training calls. Okay then, ask and ye shall receive. I replied to all, apologizing. I'm so sorry for the misunderstanding. When you called and said the meeting was canceled, I assumed that minutes were unnecessary. I've attached the agenda with your responses to each line item. You see, despite being new in the position, for some reason, I was expected to know and ask what to be trained on. I had like 7 line items on the agenda. Next to each in red font, I wrote, "Could not answer. Never heard from them again." I really wonder what was going on with this company. Either way, considering how much they bumbled and fumbled, it's for the best you didn't get that job. Probably would have been horrible working for this disorganized mess. That said, our final story of the day is, you just have to have a tablet? Take this leapfrog. On break and currently laughing my butt off, when I was working Walmart Electronics, this guy comes in asking if we had any iPads on sale from Black Friday. I said, no, unfortunately we don't have that, sorry. But he was insistent. I want an iPad, but if I have to get another tablet, I will. We had no normal tablets left, but of course, he was insistent that he wanted a tablet. I got pissed off and told him, how about this? It was a leapfrog tablet. The guy was like, oh yeah? How much does it cost? I said, only $200. He then proceeded to buy it. So I just sold this annoying customer a leapfrog tablet for kids. Can't wait to see him tomorrow. For those who don't know, leapfrog tablets are essentially tablets, but they're just like chock full of learning games and kids games and drawing things and whatnot. Stuff that's totally harmless for kids that'll keep your kid occupied. Hey, maybe it worked out. Maybe they were buying the tablet for their kid and it just happened to be perfect. Who knows? Corporate said so. Someone posted a pizza story and it's sending me back, so here's a good one from me to you. I used to sling pizza. And I had this one couple who would regularly come in and order a specialty pizza, think meat lovers, but with 3 times the amount of toppings. Like extra everything. Plus, they would add extra of other toppings that weren't originally on that pizza, like olives and onions. So of course, this meant that it never cooked thoroughly, even after sending it through the oven twice, plus every single time they would complain about the pizza being burnt on the edges and not cooked enough. And it took too long, and they also wanted more of the toppings. I tried repeatedly to explain to them that every extra topping you add makes the portion size of all the toppings go down. I don't even understand why we were allowed to add so many toppings on at the register. Anyways, about the 5th or 6th time I replaced the pizza for them because they kept complaining to corporate and received credit. The man came in again and said they spoke to corporate, and corporate wants me to make the pizza the way they want it. I knew that isn't true. There really wasn't a corporate customers could call, just a call center, and those people did not care. But I decided to do exactly what they asked, but made sure to explain to them that if I made it their way and it didn't turn out well, they wouldn't be getting any more remakes. I took the order and made it as they were expecting. Kind of. I put full portions of each topping on that monster. To say that the pizza was a freaking mountain is an understatement. It didn't even fit in the oven. I had to take toppings off. I did feel a little bad at this point, knowing full well they paid, with the store credit, over $40 for this one pizza, and there was no way it would ever properly cook. So I did give it 2 runs through the oven, but that still didn't help. It was pan-to-pan toppings, so getting out of the pan sucked. And I just put and cut it right in the box so the toppings wouldn't fall everywhere. After I cut it, the slices disappeared under the toppings and you couldn't even see crust. So it just looks like a giant pile of trash toppings dumped in a box. I couldn't even close it. I brought it to the customer and he started to lose it on me, saying it took too long and it looked like a mess and he wanted another credit. I pulled out his receipt and asked which part wasn't up to par. He said it didn't look cooked, and I reminded him how I warned him that with this amount of toppings, I would have cooked it longer if he hadn't been complaining about time. I also showed him the at-home cooking time and temps on the box. I showed him the crust underneath and went through all the toppings and extras. Everything was accounted for as he asked for it, so I told him I'd let management and corporate know that it was made to his liking. Never saw them again. I just think this is one of those situations where when that customer gets angry and says they're never coming back, you say to yourself, thank God, please don't. I guess if somebody's trying to spend $40 on a pizza, you want to try to keep that business, but not if you have to comp them 5 times to get there. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? Our next story is Chief of Naval Operations visiting the submarine squadron's 6 and 8 piers. So there I was on a nice afternoon, just after lunch, standing the Pier Access Security Watch at Pier 3, Norfolk Naval Base. This would have been about 2002. I was a second-class E5 stationed aboard the USS Minneapolis St. Paul. Pier access was pretty simple. Vehicles came through the vehicle access gate with proper credentials. People came through the personnel access turnstile only. I could allow my commanding officer access by visual recognition, but for everyone else, I was required to check, hold in my hand their military ID before allowing access. During our morning muster, we were informed that the Chief of Naval Operations was on base that day, and there was the possibility of him visiting the boats on Pier 3. About an hour into my watch, these two lieutenants, O3, walk up, tell me that the CNO is a couple minutes away, and that I was not to slow his roll by checking his ID. They offered their IDs to vouch for him and pointed to his photo in my guard check, indicating that I could identify him based on his photo. I indicated to the lieutenants that my standing orders required me to check ID, but if they would like, they could call the squadron duty officer on the phone in my guard shack to request an exception for the Chief of Naval Operations. They declined the phone call offer and ordered me to pass the Chief of Naval Operations without ID check. We can all guess where this is going, right? I replied that their order was not a lawful order and that I must therefore decline to acquiesce. I reminded them that as a watchstander, I represented Commodore, Submarine Squadron 6 and 8, and in this position, I held the authority. At that point, a contractor rolled up in a van. I locked the personnel turnstile to address the vehicle requesting access to the pier. When the van was allowed access to the pier and started driving away, and I was closing the vehicle gate, the Chief of Naval Operations came walking up. I gestured him towards the personnel turnstile, saluted, and requested his ID. He presented his ID, asked me where I was from, how long I'd been in the Navy, etc. The normal friendly small talk you'd get from any flag officer. I returned his ID, saluted, and wished him a good day, ignoring the stink eye from the lieutenants. About 10 minutes later, my chief of the boat, COB Command Master Chief, comes walking up. I expected to be speaking to someone as I watched the Chief of Naval Operations cross the bow of the MSP, and I knew those lieutenants would try to stir something up. What I expected was the chief of the boat to chuckle and say something like, "I heard you had a bit of drama with those lieutenants," or something like that, especially considering that the Navy was well into the era of procedural compliance above all else. Oh no, the COB was there to chew my butt, have me relieved from watch, and disqualify me from standing watches. This was really bad for me, and for the whole duty section. All the submarine duty sections were stretched really thin due to all the extra security watches required post-2001. We were already working a 24-hour duty day every 72 hours, and the Navy also implemented mandatory sleep period requirements for watchstanders, which meant no duty sections had room to lose anyone. While I was pretty flabbergasted, our chief of the boat was part of the new generation of Senior Leadership Academy D-bags, so it wasn't entirely unexpected. After being relieved, I went back to the boat and talked to my chief and department head to no avail. I tried to talk to the chief of the boat and managed to get yelled at some more and score some extra duty on the weekend. The Chief of Naval Operations was still there, so the CO and XO were not immediate options. I asked one of my buddies to stand by for duty section requirements and walked over to Squadron HQ and told the squadron duty officer what just happened on the pier. He walked me over to the Commodore's office, left me in the yeoman's office for a second, then called me in. The Commodore listened to what happened, then sent me back out to his yeoman to have a seat. About 15 minutes later, in walks my commanding officer, executive officer, chief of the boat, and the navigator, my department head. I think the chief of the boat is the only one who really knew what was going on. The chief of the boat noticed me in the yeoman's office and gave me a nice look just before we were all ushered in to see the Commodore. The Commodore was impressively proficient at chewing butt, and he did it all in front of me. When he was done, he verified with the chief of the boat that all the qualifications were as they were before the incident. The Commodore then asked if all was well with me. Looking at the chief of the boat, I suggested that I may have won this battle, but with 2 years still left on the boat, I was sure to pull every crap job. The Commodore shook my hand, passing one of his squadron coins. He then wrote his personal cell number on one of the business cards and said if I ever felt mistreated on the boat, I was to call him immediately. When we left, I walked out with the navigator over to McD's for a Coke and to talk about what happened. The commanding officer, executive officer, and chief of the boat left together, and I heard the commanding officer yell at the chief of the boat, "What the freak was that crap show all about?" At the McD's, the navigator told me that the senior officers were in the wardrobe having coffee with the chief of naval operations and had to cut it short when the yeoman informed the commanding officer that he, the executive officer, navigator, and chief of the boat were needed at the squadron on an urgent matter. When the chief of naval operations heard that, he said, "Well, I've taken up enough of your time," and ended their chat. The MSP was a horrible boat the whole time I was there. 4 people ended things in a 5th attempt in the 4 years I was there. Several people in leadership roles were fired during those 4 years, including the chief of the boat in this story and his predecessor. Well, considering the loss of life, I sure hope that the people that were overseeing this whole thing did get fired. This whole story went from that's awful leadership to horrendous. Our next story is new manager, new rules. Okay, boss. This happened a few years ago. I used to work in community-based mental health, which required me to go to people's homes, etc. I was almost never in the office, maybe 1 to 2 hours a week. The rest of the time I was at home or in the field. My car and couch were my office. Then I got a new manager. First thing they tell me is I can't wear my flip-flops anymore. Okay, don't like it, but okay. They then say I have to be in the office 2 days a week. Nope, not gonna happen. Not when my job is in the field. Oh, and when I have to be in the office, I have to be in business casual, including a button-up shirt. No jeans. My work attire at this point included jeans, a t-shirt, and flip-flops. Now I'm pissed. So, I go out to a thrift shop and buy 2 of the ugliest, oversized, button-up shirts you can imagine. One looked like it was made from a circus tent. I wore that shirt to the office every single time I had to go in. I was let go 2 months later when COVID hit, "'cause mental health isn't needed right now." Their words, not mine. Plus side is I was able to help most of my former clients find new providers, and that office is basically dead. Edit. The dress code prior to the new boss allowed for the attire, and I wore that for 5 years roughly. After I was let go, I landed a position making almost 50% more than I had been, but now working with a significantly smaller caseload. I went from 90 clients to 13. I went from working with all ages to just teens. That's honestly hilarious that when COVID hit, they said, "Mental health isn't needed right now." Obviously, OP included that to point out how horrendous that statement is. I mean, mental health issues, I think, spiked worldwide during COVID. People being cooped up in the house all day, things being canceled, no places to go, not many places open. It was an awful time for mental health. That said, our final story of the day is, careful what you ask for. Not sure if this qualifies. I used to work at an internationally known pizza establishment. Think a big old rectangle and Pips right out of high school. At some point, they did a complete overhaul and added fun new features like pizza tracking and being able to rate and review and comment on your order online, so long as you ordered online. Each shift, the manager on duty was tasked with going through the reviews and following up on any of the negative comments that came in during their shift. One night I was cleaning the line when I hear my GM burst into laughter. Being the curious scamp I am, I went to see what he was laughing at. He points to the screen, rolling away from the desk to give me room to read the comment section on an order from earlier in the day before either of us had arrived. The opening manager, who was the GM's little brother, was interesting to say the least. I don't think he really liked his job. Who does when you work in the fast food industry? So he really didn't care if customers complained. As such, he had a tendency to follow orders to an extreme. This is where the malicious compliance comes in. If a customer asked for a light onion, you were lucky to find 3 pieces of onion on the entire pizza. If you asked for extra, I really hope you like whatever topping you asked for extra of, because you're gonna get it. The customer from earlier in the day had ordered a barbecue chicken pizza and asked for extra chicken. It's been almost 10 years, and I still remember the feedback he left in the customer comment section verbatim. I know I ordered extra chicken, but I wasn't expecting the whole freaking bird on my pizza. So I'm not gonna lie, if I went to a pizza place and I ordered for extra of a topping, and the pizza just was exploded with that said topping, I feel like that would actually inspire me more to be a repeat customer, wouldn't you guys think so? Or should there be a level of respect when you say you want extra of something that you should only have mildly more than the usual amount? Let's say you really love bacon. You order extra bacon, and this thing has bacon almost on every inch of the pizza. Are you really gonna walk away from that experience going, well, that's not what I asked for, or, well, that doesn't make me happy? Guess it depends how much you like said topping, but man, I would be darn happy. I'd probably make this my go-to pizza place. Only authorized personnel. Background: I work for a kind of ISP doing in-house testing of systems to design new solutions for customers. This sometimes requires an active internet connection, which had to be activated by our airtime department, as it could be quite expensive in theory. Only the accounting part is done by the airtime department. The actual activations is something we can do ourselves, but are not allowed to do so without airtime consent. Previously, I'd merely asked our local airtime team to activate a system for the duration of the test, and then deactivate again once the test was completed. And this is where our story begins. A change from upper management meant that our local airtime department got cancelled and all of its functions were moved back to HQ in another country. This worked okay for a short time, until someone in management brought in a new boss for the company's airtime department. Meet Power Boss, a new boss with little insight on how operations work, but with extremely anal desire to make sure every little rule is followed to the letter. Doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. I quickly started to get a massive dislike towards this boss. We have all sorts of little conflicts. Example 1, I file a request to have a system activated within the current week, as we have a major, one of the biggest companies in the world, customer coming by to see the systems late in the following week. It takes time for the databases to fill up once the system is activated, so it's important that this is done in good time to allow for this. I hear nothing during the week, but assume all is okay, until Monday morning where I found out the system is not activated for data to fill up. Only airtime can do this portion of the activation. I call the airtime department and ask what's going on, why it hasn't been activated. Power Boss decided to take the activation out of the standard queue to show it to the team for an internal training on how to do activations. I am, of course, furious at this point. Why have they not called me or informed me about this, as this is a major problem? I insist they do this now. Power Boss informs me that this is his decision and he's okay with this. At this time I kind of lose it and inform him politely but firmly that he has one job, and that is to ensure that systems get activated, and he best do that job. If not, I will have to take it to his superiors in order for the system to be activated ASAP so it can be ready for the presentation with the potential customer. The system gets activated during that day, but the following day I learned from one of the upper management bosses that Power Boss had reached out to HR and threatened to file a personal harassment case against me. HR denied this though, as they saw no reason for it. I'm like, what the freak? A harassment case over asking someone to do their job? Cue example 2 in the malicious compliance. I need an urgent activation of a system. And for this we, with the new system, have to file activation reports with all details. Quite tedious for something purely internal and temporary. Nonetheless, I do this and send it over. It gets rejected by Power Boss because all of it hasn't been signed off by one of the VPs, who are the only one authorized to activate a system for a customer with a write-off in the thousands of US dollars. Though it's kind of a theoretical thing, as the internal cost is virtually nothing. I try to argue that it's quite a lot of work to chase down a VP for a signature when it's a very limited time and purely internal. Power Boss denies this and says very firmly, only people on the list in the bottom of the activation form are allowed to approve this. Your name is not on the list, so you cannot approve. Talk to a VP. It It takes time, but I chase down a VP in another country and get him to sign the document and get the system activated. A couple of weeks later, Power Boss is in our new call center in Asia, out to do a demonstration on how the systems work and what it looks like in real life. Turns out that Power Boss needs a system activated and calls in and requests this. By some stroke of absolute luck, I pick up the phone. They say, "Hello, I need system so-and-so activated." I say, "Do you have a signed activation form?" They say, "I don't need one. I'm telling you to activate the system." I said, "According to yourself, all activations must have an activation form." They say, "Fine, I'm sending it in now." I say, "I don't see any signature on this form. It needs to be approved by a VP." They say, "But I'm the head of airtime. This is me writing these forms. I decide who can approve and who cannot." I say, "Your name is not listed on the form as one of the people who are allowed to approve." Power Boss, who at this time is yelling at me, says, "Clearly that's a mistake on the form. Just activate." I say, "Only authorized personnel can do this. Your name's not on the list." They said, "Fine," and hang up. My God, it felt good. Power Boss obviously complained to one of the VPs about this, but they merely shrugged and said that he himself had made the rules and the documents, that I was merely following the rules that he himself had set. Hilarious. You gotta love when somebody who makes up and enforces some stupid rules gets frustrated when they themselves have to abide by those rules. They were really out here trying to pull a rules for thee moment. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is milking it? Okay, we'll work during the week. Many years ago, I was doing some installation work at a customer's site. It was a multi-week job and included running fiber optic cabling, power lines, and installing various terminals and nodes. The customer had negotiated a weekly payment plan based on progress. Due to the fact that the site was an operating business, we did everything we could to minimize the disruption. To that end, we worked Wednesday to Sunday and stayed away Monday and Tuesday. At the end of the first week, the finance department contacted the customer to process the first payment. The customer explained that they wouldn't pay and understood now why it costs so much when your staff aren't working during the week and only working at the weekends so they can get double pay. It was fairly common for Saturdays to pay time and a half and Sundays to pay double time, but only after you worked a full week. My manager didn't get a chance to explain that we were working our weekends to minimize the impact on her business because she never stopped ranting and raving. So we stopped working at weekends and instead went back to Monday to Friday, blocking doors so customers couldn't enter the store, turning off power so we could run and connect cables. It was amusing to hear the customer begging my manager to change the working hours because they were losing business. I remember laughing when he did the typical salesman approach of sucking through his teeth as he was saying, "Well, of course, if we have to work at weekends, there would be an increase in costs." I imagine most times you know if you are paying too much, but if you're paying for somebody who does their job so well that you don't even notice them, they're not there during regular business hours, you don't really have anything to complain about, I would imagine you probably don't want to rock that boat. Our next story is maternity wear. This happened several years ago. After onboarding a new job, I was told I could hire an assistant. The HR director, Kelly, handed me a stack of resumes, told me about a friend's daughter, and bumped Kat to the top of my interview list. Kat passed the tech test with high scores and interviewed well, so I hired her. Kat showed up to work on time, had a good attitude, performed well on assignments, and was generally a pleasant person all around. After probation, Kat was excited to tell me that her last raise was enough to get an apartment with her boyfriend. It was a couple of months after her raise that I started to notice Kelly spending an inordinate amount of time talking to Kat. The convo sounded personal and cordial, and Kelly was friends with Kat's mom, so I didn't think much about it until one day Kelly barges in my office. Kelly says, "Did you know Kat moved into an apartment with her boyfriend?" I said I might have heard something about that. They said, "Well, Kat is pregnant and her mom is devastated," and proceeds to fill me in on the details on Kat's personal life. Uncomfortably, I interrupt, acting like I have a lot going on. I said, "This really isn't any of my business. If there's something related to Kat's performance that we need to discuss, please fill me in. But as for me, Kat is doing a great job. A few months pass. Kat's baby bump is starting to show. Kelly is again in my office. They say Kat's not in compliance with the dress code. The last staff meeting, Kelly handed out a dress code policy with a collage of various women's shoes and dresses and suits, presumably cut from fashion magazines, to assist us in determining what was acceptable from what was not. I picked up the policy and the clip art sheets with a stare reminiscent of Jack Nicholson's "I'm of a mind to make some mookie" Batman/Joker scene. Is she wearing something in the not allowed clippings? As I began to spread the clip art around my desk. She isn't wearing maternity clothes, as Kelly points to the bullet about maternity clothes in the policy. I say, well, the policy clearly says maternity wear is allowed. Kat is clearly pregnant and she's wearing clothes, so... She says, you know what I mean when I say maternity clothes? Clothes from a maternity store. I told Kelly that I would talk to Kat, which I did. Kat filled me in that there was some drama with her mom not liking her boyfriend, that Kelly is involved, etc., etc. I just told her to read the policy and be sure she complies, and no matter what, to trust me. I had her back. The next day, Kelly's in my office telling me that Kat is again not in compliance with the dress code. At this point, Kelly knows I'm getting frustrated. I say, okay, I'll talk to her again. This time, I want you present because I'm going to give her a formal warning and assign remedial training. I bring Kat into my office with Kelly present and formally read off my prepared statement, making it clear that it'll go into her permanent file. I say, Kat, you were given a verbal warning yesterday to comply with this dress code. Because it's not clear to me what is or is not a violation of this policy, you are to report to HR's office 10 minutes early every morning for the next 2 weeks for dress code inspection. Report to me if HR finds your dress unfit. If you are found to be in violation of this policy and are unable to correct your dress before the start of the workday, your employment will be terminated. By the time I'm finished, Kat is tearing up and Kelly's staring at the floor speechless. I dismiss Kat. I hope this is the last time I hear about this, because if I do, I'll fire her. As Kelly, speechless, walks out of my office. I told Kat not to worry about any of this. We have them where we want them. So for a week, Kat reported to me that her clothes were fine per HR inspection. At the beginning of the second week, she was chuckling. Kelly told me that I looked very nice today. Attitudes began to change and everyone was smiling. I got called to the red carpet by Jim, the CEO. He tried to keep a straight face as he recited what he heard was going on and asked me to cut the remedial training short because it was embarrassing the HR staff. Straight-faced, I said, well, Jim, if I stop the remedial training, I'd have to fire Kat. Company policy clearly states that failure to complete a formal remediation plan is immediate termination. It's very clear, there's zero tolerance. They said, you can't fire a pregnant woman for what she wears? I'm asking, no, I'm telling you to stop. I said, stop following company policy? Laughing, he concedes. Okay, I'm rescinding that ridiculous dress code policy effective immediately. Somebody tell me why what Kelly was doing here isn't targeted harassment? Even if it's not something that they're directly doing, couldn't OP have gone to HR and say, clearly Kelly is gunning it for Kat here? It just feels like what happened here was a bit too inappropriate. Our next story is, would you mind changing things up a bit in prayer? Not me, but my cousin did this over a decade ago, and I got a good chuckle from it remembering the story. We were all in residence/hostel/boarding during high school, and he became a prefect. I'm sure everyone knows some version of a generic, bless the food, bless the hands that prepared it, amen, prayer before meals. And we had the same one every single meal, every single day. One day, the resident's father approached my cousin and asked him if he would change the prayer a little. It's become too monotonous. My cousin, being a joker, took this as a challenge. He thanked the people that lay the foundation, the bricklayers, the electricians, the plumbers, the teachers, the cooks. I think he went as far as thanking the people that invented the method of photocopying and binding books. My cousin took a 4-second generic prayer and stretched it out over 7 minutes. He got a standing ovation from all of the teenage boys present. All the meals after that got the same generic prayer with no complaints ever again. For some reason, this makes me think of those stories where a kid gets taught like thanking people or praying for people when they go to sleep. And you hear a story of how like one kid when they're laying in bed will literally try to list every single person they possibly can. You have some like proud parent saying that, oh, their kid prayed for watching over literally everybody and watch over the ice cream man and watch over my teacher, Mrs. Susan. To be fair, it is kind of cute, but I feel like I would get sick and tired of it really quickly. That said, our final story of the day is we miss Dave. A couple years ago, I was working temp services as a PC tech and got assigned to a company for what was supposed to be a couple of days, but got extended to a couple of months. The first day that I walked in, I noticed that one of the empty desks had a huge pile of broken laptops behind the chair. Every couple of days, one of my fellow techs would walk past and put another broken laptop on top. I finally asked one of them why they were doing that. That's when I was told that the desk belonged to Dave, one of the shift supervisors. He'd put a rule in place that nobody was allowed to recycle a broken laptop other than himself. We could recycle parts, but not the whole thing. Apparently, he'd gotten in trouble in the past because one of the techs accidentally recycled the computer that was supposed to be held onto, and he decided that only he could recycle them. Well, Dave got seriously sick and was out on medical leave for several months. And since he was the only one authorized to recycle the computers, the other techs just piled the broken systems up behind his desk. After the first pile got to about 6 feet tall, they started a second pile and so on. Well, as his leave extended from 1 month to several months, the guy started leaving post-it notes on the pile. First it was little snarky stuff like, "We raise a temple to our Lord Dave. All hail Dave, the great recycler. If Dave can't recycle these, no one can." Then it turned to stuff like, "I miss Dave. We all miss Dave. I hope Dave comes back soon." The piles eventually became a shrine to Dave. So, Dave finally comes back and sees the 3 huge piles of broken laptops. And at first, he's pissed. Then, as he's going through them, he starts seeing the notes and alternates between laughing and sniffling. I know it took him 3 days to clear them all out, but I don't know what happened after that because my contract was over. I love this story. I put myself in Dave's shoes. It would be equal parts absolutely frustrating and quite possibly the most heartwarming thing that would have ever happened to me. I usually don't get too emotional. I probably wouldn't usually get worked up over stuff, but having been out like that, coming back and finding out that they cared enough to leave notes like that, I probably would tear up. Angry director gets her comeuppance in 4 gradual actions. Several years ago, I used to work at an agency that hired us out as short-term temporary workers and contractors. These jobs pretty much consisted of stuff that company employees couldn't be bothered to do, and so got someone in to sort it out. It wasn't great, but I had to make ends meet. Anyway, one of those jobs was for 150 hours at 5 weeks of office administration. There wasn't much more information to go on, but a job's a job. The office turned out to be quite a small, stuffy little building at the back of an industrial estate. I was told to report to Beryl when I turned up. I was met by a rather grumpy-looking old lady having a cigarette by the door. This was Beryl. Beryl didn't even say hello or ask me my name, but showed me in, pointed at an enormous pile of boxes full of paperwork, saying, "This all needs to be scanned in. There are 2 scanners connected to a computer there. Off you go. Let someone know if you need help." So off I went. Fort kick butt. That pile of boxes was to be my job for the next month and a bit. Joy. The office was predominantly young men, with Beryl being the only other woman. She was in her 50s and spent more time smoking than working, and without being rude, clearly didn't look after herself. It was quite flattering to have a bunch of these guys pop by my workstation for a chat occasionally. After a few days of scanning, Beryl visited my cubicle. She wasn't happy that I spent too much time talking and not enough time working. I was confused. While I didn't have any metrics or targets, I was pretty consistently working through this mountain of paperwork. I got the impression that Beryl didn't like the attention I was getting. I pointed out to her that I haven't left my desk apart from to go to the toilet. If someone's over here to talk to me, then that's fine, as I can talk and scan at the same time, like I'm doing right now. She wasn't happy and turned away, calling out, "Just do your job," as she left. Some of the other guys had heard this and they popped by my desk later, said not to worry. They'd had agency staff before, and Beryl always hated it if a young woman arrived because she was grumpy and jealous. Not my words. In fact, a few years ago, one young woman had left the office in tears because Beryl had tore her a new one for going to lunch with some of the other guys. Naturally, this annoyed me, particularly because Beryl thought she could bully and disrespect agency staff, and I certainly wasn't going to leave the job because of an angry witch. Malicious compliance number 1. For the rest of my time there, I made sure to get dressed up. Makeup, curls, a midi office dress, stiletto heels. When Beryl saw me clicking my way down the office the next day, fully dressed up just to scan some paperwork, she scowled at me but didn't say anything. The next week, Beryl took some time out of her busy smoking schedule to visit me in my cubicle. The second time she'd done so since I'd started. Some of the paperwork I was scanning in had been stapled together, so I'd asked someone on the office for a staple remover and a stapler. I used to pull out the staple, scan the document, rename it on the computer, then restaple it and put it back in the box. I was just pulling a staple out when Beryl walked by. Beryl's first words to me were, "What are you doing?" I replied that this document was stapled and if I'd put it in the machine, it would jam. She raised her voice slightly and said, "Nobody told you to do that, just scan each page in separately. Leave the papers alone." I could almost hear her eye roll as she walked away. Malicious compliance number 2, so I did. Scanned everything with staples just folded over and then created folders called document 123, and each scan went in as 123 page 1.pdf, 123 page 2.pdf. You get the idea. This slowed me down a lot, but hey, it's what I was asked to do. At some point, Beryl walked by and saw me flipping pages like that. I'd put my hair in a bun and had taken my heels off, and she smirked. She thought she had flustered me and that I didn't see her reaction. "Don't worry, Beryl, you didn't." And I did. The paperwork I was scanning in was boxed up as newest first, so I got to some of the older papers. These had been moved around a couple of times and were slightly scrunched up or folded or similar. A jammed scammer wasn't an issue. It had happened a handful of times before, but as I got to the older papers, the jams became more frequent. It was easy to sort though. Just open the back door of the scanner, roll the paper out, cancel the job, and redo it. At this point, I'd gone back to unstapling and restapling because Beryl had given me enough space, thinking she'd broken me, and I just wanted to get the job done so I could leave. Beryl walked in one day, this would have been my 4th week there. She saw me unjamming the scanner and flipped her top. She yelled, "OP, what are you doing?" At this point, all the heads in the office turned to where we were. I calmly told her, "The scanner's jammed. I'm just pulling the paper out so I can rescan it. Shouldn't take more than a few minutes." She continued yelling, "At no point were you instructed to perform IT repairs. We have someone for that. Stop what you're doing and get someone to help you. I asked you this when you started. Why can't you follow simple instructions?" It took a lot of patience not to argue back with her, which I thought was what she wanted. But I said, "Okay, fine. Can I speak to the IT guy to sort this out?" I couldn't have choreographed her response better. I then knew that she did want me to argue so she could kick me out, because she hesitated and said, well, the IT guy is off for the rest of the week." This was a Thursday. "Use the other scanner. If you jam it, let me know," and stormed off. Malicious compliance number 3. I knew her diary and knew she was off the next day, Friday. I carried on with the one scanner, making sure it didn't jam that day, and waited until the next morning. Coincidentally, the scanner jammed on the first piece of paper I fed into it. Who'd have thought? Obviously, I rang Beryl. She didn't answer her phone, and as she wasn't in the office, I spent the day sat around without much to do. Whilst talking to the guys in the office, I learned that the company had been bought by a much larger IT firm, and they just wanted the rights to the proprietary software that they had developed. It also turned out that the CEO of the small company basically paid himself into retirement and appointed Beryl as the director. Beryl knew that her days were numbered, so she was even more bitter to the staff. The guys working there had been committed various levels of career within the new IT firm, which they were happy with. As I was told, 120,000 employees. 30 dev roles are easy to find. 1 director role is not. Anyway, when we returned on Monday, you could almost see the vein in her neck throbbing. She had wasted an entire day of whatever her company paid my agency because little old me wasn't trusted to fix a paper jam. I used to get in a little later than the rest of the staff. Agency perks, woo. But when I got in, she'd had the IT champion perform the skilled job of opening a scanner and pulling a piece of paper out. She didn't even look at me when she said, "Scanners are fixed. Get on with your job and don't mess around." At this point, you may be thinking, "OP, this is a lot of text for some pretty trivial malicious compliance." Well, you'll like the final part. My last week there coincided with a new contract that the company had been given by their new owners. I assumed it was some sort of litmus test. Whilst I don't pretend to understand what it was, the job involved a lot of scanning documents that had been handwritten. Hooray, more boxes! At the same time, a few of the guys who worked there were going on a visit to the new parent company, which were based in the USA. I live in the UK. The IT champion was one of these guys who went. When the boxes were delivered to my cubicle, Beryl popped by and said, "These take priority. All of what I said to you is more important than ever. Do not mess around, otherwise you're out of the door. Am I clear?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." The paperwork delivered was from the USA. Our paper sizes are different. The first piece of paper I fed into the scanner jammed it. A safety lock because it expected A4 and got US letter instead. I jammed both scanners. Beryl, not being one to turn down a free trip to America, had gone with them. I rang her at 11 a.m. UK time, which was 5 a.m. their time. She picked up and was not impressed. I felt sorry for the folks adjacent to her hotel room when she screamed down the phone, "You've done what? How? Why?" I tell her about the USA paperwork. She says, "Can you not fix it? Final malicious compliance." I say, "No, you've told me many times that I can't fix these machines. What's the business continuity plan?" Side note, my brother told me that phrase and he still doesn't quite understand why I turned up to his house a bit later with a few pizzas and a box of beer. Beryl had no idea what to do. She was clearly flustered. "Can you just do what you can? We need this done." I say, "What would you want me to do?" She says, "Can you fix the scanners because this is really important?" I say, "I'm sorry, you told me I can't do that. I need simple instructions to work with." She says, "Just fix it." I say, "I'd be happy to show an IT specialist where the scanners are, if you can get them here to fit." Hang up tone. Well, that's that then. I spent the rest of the week chatting to my colleagues, updating my CV, and applying for jobs. Nobody turned up to fix the scanners. When my final week finished, I said bye to the guys I'd worked with, wished them luck, and left with none of the critical paperwork scanned in. When Beryl got back from her business trip, I learned that she'd spent 1 day at the parent company and left it to the other guys. When the crap hit the fan because nothing was being delivered, they wondered where she was. This was day 2 into the 5-day business trip. She was at a spa, phone switched off. She flew out early on day 5, without seeing any of her colleagues or the parent company. I kept in touch with a few of the guys afterwards. After this, the dev guys were transferred contracts to the larger IT firm. They all got a very small salary increase, but were also able to work from home. This was pre-COVID, so it was a bit of a rarity back then. Beryl, meanwhile, didn't fare so well. She was initially offered redundancy, paid including pension deals, but when someone complained that she hadn't been present for the meetings, which I think was their IT champion, they found out that she'd been sightseeing, shopping, tanning, and getting her hair done on company time. She ended up being fired. No bonus, no pension, nothing. I quit the agency not long afterwards, and after 1 or 2 moves, ended up in a job I'm very happy with. The agency were none the wiser about any of this. They just wanted their money, and aside from one initial checkup call, left me to it. Can we all agree that Beryl deserved every little bit of this? I mean, if you're working in a job where you know your days there pretty much are guaranteed to be numbered, would you just start slacking off too? I'd like to know what you guys think in the comments. That said, our final story of the day is I cost Bank of America $8,000 legally. A bit of context, I've been in the mortgage and related businesses for over 30 years. I know it very well. I've never liked Bank of America, especially their servicing division. This story happened a few years ago. Just found out about this group. I refinanced my mortgage through a mortgage broker, and to my aggravation, they sold the servicing rights to Bank of America. The entity that owns your loan is usually different than the one you paid to service the loan. I was miffed. I estimated that a Bank of America paid around $5,000 to service my loan, as most folks at the time expect loans to stay on the books at least 3 years. Another little fact, mortgage services are paid 0.25% fixed to 0.375% adjustable of your outstanding loan balance per year. It comes out of the interest you pay to the bank. If you want to know how much your servicer got any particular month, use the formula service pay equals current loan balance times 0.25% divided by 12. About 2 months after the servicing switched, Bank of America announced they'd be charging a $5 fee for the convenience to pay the mortgage online. Truly an unwarranted money grab. I'm blessed that I can put a little extra towards my mortgage payment every month. So the following month, I took out my mortgage payment plus $400 in quarters from my local bank. I then went to my local Bank of America branch and handed them my mortgage payment in quarters and a repayment stub. I asked for a receipt of payment. I overpaid my mortgage to reduce the current balance and thereby reducing Bank of America's fees. The nice branch manager said you can write a check, you don't have to pay in coins. I said I could, but I would charge a $9.5 convenience fee for the stamp, my check, and the ink used. The branch manager actually laughed and said okay. They counted the money and I got my receipt. The next month, the charge was still there, so I went to another local Bank of America branch which had gotten bad reviews on Yelp due to a hostile bank manager. I did the same thing. The branch manager said, "Write a check, we don't accept quarters." I said, "Shall I call the local state's banking commissioner, the Consumer Financial Protection Board, and the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, U.S. top bank regulator, and say you won't accept legal tender?" I asked to talk to the district manager. I was making a stink. After about 20 minutes, he grudgingly had the staff count the quarters, and I got a receipt. I told the manager that I would be bringing dimes next time. The next month I brought dimes. He accepted them but glared at me the whole time. After that payment, Bank of America rescinded their convenience fee. The month after that, I refinanced my mortgage at a lower rate. Bank of America only got roughly 6 months of fees for servicing they expected to last 3 years at minimum, 5 years to be profitable. One of my proudest malicious compliance moments. I love this story because I hate how many things have a convenience fee. I had a relative that recently paid a decent sum for house tax and they had to pay like $50 for an online convenience fee. I had a friend who had gotten a speeding ticket and they had to do an online test and afterwards you have to print out the certificate. You could get that certificate for free, but it would take a week. Or you could check a button, pay $15 or whatever and get it instantly. Literally an instantly auto-generated PDF document that they're pretending to process for a week just so they can try and milk another $15 convenience fee out of you. Okay, what do you want in the letter? When I was a young lad, I worked in student conduct at a college. For folks unaware, conduct is a fairly complex part of higher education where we have to comply with the college policies, federal laws, state laws, and various court rulings. One of our policies was that if a student was a threat to the safety of the campus, we could remove them temporarily from the dorms, from a class, or from the entire campus. Our policy said that we should be careful to only remove students from areas where they present a risk. That's basically a fancy way of saying, don't kick them out entirely if removing from the dorms or class is enough. The prior 5 or 6 times we thought a student was a risk, they were removed from campus entirely. I hated this since the students weren't threats to classmates sometimes. So my turn comes around to decide if a student is a risk or not and how to proceed. I decide she did present a risk to the dorms, possibly selling drugs, but not the rest of the campus since all the sales allegedly were in her dorm room. The college lawyer was not pleased with this. He calls the dean of students, the dean calls my director calls me. Since my decision may bias my director when he meets the student later, General counsel says I can't discuss the case with the director, and to look for an email from general counsel. General counsel starts bearing down on me, asking for policy citations, my rationale, asking if I considered the police reports, which I hadn't been given prior to hearing the student's side, and saying the student was known to sell in the dorms for years. I refused to change my decision, and general counsel got furious. He tried to drop some orders, but couldn't since I don't report to him at any point. Plus, I had policy on my side. Breaking them opens up all sorts of lawsuit potential. But, tired of his lambasting, I decided to offer some compliance. General, you clearly have an outcome in mind. Send me the language you want in the letter to remove the student from campus entirely, and I'll send it on your behalf. Half an hour later, he replies that I don't have permission to use his name on anything and that he'll speak with the dean. I never heard back from general counsel before he was let go during the pandemic, and have his email tacked up by my desk to remember the time I outplayed a lawyer. This goes without saying, but if you're asked to do something that is clearly against the norms or the rules, as they're usually stated, make sure you get that in writing from whatever authority is ordering that. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is Cardboard Boxes and Tape Will Not Protect Us from the Hurricane. A bit of background info. I used to live in Florida, and I've experienced almost every hurricane that ever passed through here. This story takes place in South Florida in an apartment complex. Our apartment has a glass screen sliding back door that leads to a small balcony behind the building on the first floor. This was more than 5 years ago. As the eldest in a single mother family, I am the de facto head of the household. Father was not in the picture. I don't remember the name of the hurricane we were waiting for, but there we were, my mother, my sister, and myself in the living room, thinking, how would we protect the glass screen door from the hurricane force winds coming soon? I forget if it was my mother or my sister's genius idea, but the idea was to cover the outside of the window with cardboard boxes and tape. Not even duct tape, transparent tape. It was all we had. I sort of looked at them with a confused look and asked, how is the cardboard going to protect the window, glass sliding door, from the hurricane? Are we using anti-hurricane tape? My mother and sister get mad and give some illogical reason as to why it would work. I shake my head, still confused, and explain that this isn't going to do diddly squat. I trust I don't need to explain to anyone why this wouldn't work. My sister gets really mad and says, instead of criticizing our ideas, why don't you just help? My mother on her side yells to me also, help your sister, this'll work. Cue malicious compliance. At this day and age, the wise ones know, there's no arguing with idiots. Not to call my family members idiots, I love them, but I mean, really? Cardboard and tape? Sometimes you gotta let people make mistakes so that they can learn from them, so I complied. What do you need, I say, annoyed but compliantly. Help us hold this cardboard up to the window. I comply. Together, we put a ton of flattened cardboard boxes on the window, held together by a ton of tape. The entire time I was a robot, complying with the commands given to me. Inside, knowing that as soon as the winds would come, well, you know. Even as we're putting up the cardboard and tape, all I hear is, you're not the only smart one. Everyone's ideas are valid. My idea's good too, it'll work. When we finished, we all went inside to wait for the coming storm. As the storm came and gradually increased in strength, we waited in the living room to see what would happen. I might need to add a disclaimer that we are all Floridians and Latinos. We are totally comfortable with hurricanes. When they come, we don't hide in the bathtub, we throw parties. We're all ready to meet our maker, so I hope I don't need to explain the culture behind why Floridians do this, or offend anyone who may not understand why we're not huddled together, holding hands, waiting for the end. Also, I'm pretty sure it was a low category hurricane. The ones we typically party in. If it's a Cat 4 or 5, then yeah, we would be praying for mercy. Anyway, as the winds pick up, lo and behold, what do you think happens? The softest gust of wind, or maybe the accumulated water everywhere, turns the cardboard and tape to mush. It slides off and plops down into a pile of trash just outside the window. With the most deadpan look, I slowly turn my head to look at my mother and sister. The look of embarrassment on their faces was priceless. The silence was deafening. I didn't even have to say anything. All I did was look back at the window and sigh. We didn't even bring it up anymore. Well, as expected, the hurricane came and went. Completely forgot the name of the one that happened during this story. As always, flooding, downed trees, trash everywhere, typical hurricane damage. The story essentially ends there. I think from this point onwards, I always bring up this story when my family doesn't listen to me. I remind them who's the genius, and then they do listen. And you know what? Their lives are the better for it now. So I think there's maybe like some preconception of the idea of putting cardboard on the inside of the glass, but that's just in case like the glass shatters. It should hopefully prevent most of the glass from like flying in. But as far as external protection, especially in a hurricane where rain will probably go sideways for a while, it's a pretty low IQ move. Our next story is, I can't put up a poster? Enjoy your allergies instead. I work in an office building. Think a maze of cubicles and a floor rented by the company but owned by the building. My supervisor is a warden wannabe, and for that we'll call him Warden. He patrols the cubicles looking for any excuse to verbally degrade anyone. Phone buzzing, he'll pay you a visit. Getting up for the bathroom, he'll be waiting for you to get back. You get the picture. Recently, the building moved us to the first floor to make some repairs to what I believe was the sprinkler system and AC. We were the smallest company on the floor, so we got put into what I assume used to be some room to house custodial or mechanical supplies. It's small, nearly all concrete, and smells like chemicals and rust. In the new floor, there's a hole in the wall I'm up against. It's an ugly concrete indented hole. It's like someone cut a 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot cube out of the wall. I hate wasting space, so I asked the warden if I could put up a small poster to cover it up. He immediately told me it was against company policy and that I should check company policy before asking such stupid questions. Cue malicious compliance. I contacted HR and asked them on the rules on plants. Really, I just walked over and asked nicely. They replied that as long as the plant wasn't egregious in size or in poor health, plants were allowed. A few days after Warden and I's conversation, I'd put a small potted plant of ragweed in the hole. If you aren't familiar with ragweed, it's a pretty bad allergen. And wouldn't you know it, but the warden has an allergy to pollen and this plant triggered it. He was reaming when he saw it and yelled at me to get rid of it, but I told him I checked with HR and it was approved. He ended up leaving in the early afternoon due to feeling unwell. The warden avoided my area for a while after that. The ragweed ended up growing to be about a foot tall before I planted it in a bigger pot on my back deck, where it flourished for the rest of the season. I know it's not as intense as some of the other stories in here, but I'm just so glad to finally get my chance to get one on Warden after all he's done to me. I just don't understand people like Warden. Like, I know they have a job to do, but it feels like they have fun by not having fun or by making sure nobody else has remotely any good amount of a time. I just couldn't imagine being somebody that walks around policing everybody saying, no, you can't do that. Don't you dare put a poster up there. How dare you take a bathroom break? Just how bland and sad is your existence? That said, our final story of the day is, my boss asked me to recruit unqualified people for a healthcare job. I used to work at a home health facility that did some pretty terrible things, but that's another story. I was hired as a caregiver, but my role was more of a combined performing the tasks of a caregiver and administrative tasks such as payroll, filing documents, contacting people of importance for our clients and facility, etc. All for minimum wage, I might add, but this was my first job, so I wanted to do the most so I could use them as a reference in the future. My boss is not very tech savvy and doesn't really understand the most efficient way to go about things. For example, she had us clock in and out using an Excel sheet rather than using a payroll system because it was too complicated to set up. Nonetheless, one of the tasks she gave me was to send out requests for work to people applying on a certain job website. Rather than post the business on the website, she would just send requests to people that labeled themselves as looking for work. She thought this could save the company money, and that this was faster than waiting for people to apply. If you've applied through a job listing website and received those pre-written, check out this job opportunity at X company, we were basically doing that. I thought it would be more beneficial to sort the potential recruits in certain categories by using the site's keyword finder to look for applicants with terms like caregiver or behavioral health to yield a better pool of candidates. Doing this method of mindlessly sending out emails, I would pump out around 400 to 500 emails to qualified candidates, and we'd receive maybe 5 to 6 interested applicants. And of those applicants, no one was interested in the job because of the abysmal amount of work that we had to put in. My boss was not happy and asked me to show her how I'd been doing this process. She told me I had to pick up the pace because I didn't hire you to slack off, but I wasn't. I was making sure we only got applicants that I thought would either be interested in this line of work or were experienced to give the residents the care they needed. She wanted more applicants? Fine. I turned off the filter and started sending out requests to all available people. Had a degree in engineering? Here's a request. Past work experience as a line chef in a 5-star restaurant? Here's a request. I sent out over 2,000 of those pre-written emails in a day. And before anyone asks, the site had this function that allowed us to put in a pre-written job description as well as my boss's contact information, so all I had to do was hit send. My boss came back near the end of my shift and asked how many emails I was able to send out. I told her a little over 2,000. She smiled and said, "Do you see what you can do when you put your mind to things?" I rolled my eyes and clocked out. The next day, my boss looked drained. Remember when I said her contact information was on those pre-written job descriptions? It turns out that she had been receiving notifications non-stop, either through email when people reject or accept the job request, or when people call her to inquire about the job. She told me, "Why do I keep getting calls from people who have no experience in healthcare about this job? I just got a call from a security guard asking if the position was still available." Keep in mind, she can't just put her phone on Do Not Disturb because she's literally running a home health facility. So a call from a doctor or pharmacist regarding a change in patient care cannot be ignored. I guess she didn't get a lot of sleep that night, but that's not my problem. So I continued to send more requests that day. By the end of the day, I had to apply a filter that screened candidates who had not been active on the site for over a month just to get some new names to send to. I left shortly after this, and I still have that pre-written email that was sent to me before I started working there. I hope they're still as short-staffed as ever. I'm of the opinion that if you're a business that is looking for applicants, but you can't even put in the effort to put your business out there on a basic job search website, do you really deserve to be a flourishing business at that rate? If you need people who are interested in the jobs you're trying to fill, how is your thought process going to, we'll just send out some cheap spam email and if they come in, they come in. It's like no wonder you're struggling. There's no care for their work or their business. Make me explain my misbehavior? Sure thing, teacher. The story goes back almost 25 years at this point, but I still think about it every now and again for a good laugh. Some backstory for the sake of clarity. At my elementary school, they utilized a disciplinary tool they referred to as a refocus. When you misbehaved or disrupted the class and got one, you were sent to another classroom, typically across the hallway where you were expected to fill this refocus form out, give it to that classroom's teacher for review, and then take it and turn it into your teacher to file and review with parents at a conference time. OP is me, JD is school bully. Now on to the story. It's computer lab time and everyone's generally excited to put some final touches on an individual assignment. The kid next to me, JD, had a habit of bullying me. I guess I was an easy target in retrospect. JD begins by taking my mouse pad away. No big deal. I was typing anyway, so have at it, buddy. When he didn't get a rise out of me, he began nudging me and heckling me about helping him with his assignment, which he had goofed off on every chance he got. I told JD I'm still working on mine, but I could help once I was finished. That wasn't a good answer for him either. He needed my help now. When I wouldn't help immediately, JD grabbed my ear and started twisting it so hard, I fell out of my chair while telling him to let go of me. Apparently, the commotion caught the teacher's attention, and he let go of my ear in an instant. At that moment, I knew this ordeal was over. He would get a refocus, leave the room, and all would be well. Aside from my ear, which was really hurting, and a little bit of my pride. Instead of giving JD the refocus, I hear, "OP, refocus." In my confusion, I try to state my case that I was the victim, JD was the aggressor, etc. All these fell on deaf ears, and the teacher continues to insist I take the refocus form and explain my behavior. So I think to myself, okay, if you won't listen to me and that's what you want, I'll get you the best darn refocus form you've ever seen. I calmly grab the slip and walk across the hall to the next classroom, grab a seat and get to work. The slip read something like this. What was your behavior that got you a refocus? Answer, I don't know. I didn't do anything and you wouldn't listen to me. Question, did your behavior distract the classroom? Answer, my chair getting knocked over did when JD was twisting my ear and hurting me. Question, is there anything you could have done differently to avoid a refocus? Answer, I could have hit him with my chair to get him to let go of my ear. Question, how will you change your behavior in the future? Answer, next time JD is hurting me, I'll defend myself against him instead of telling him to stop. I proudly march up to the teacher and hand her my masterpiece of a refocus form. She looks at it, then me, then back at it. After a long, awkward pause, she rolls her eyes and tells me to give this to the teacher. I march right back to the room and proudly give the teacher exactly what she asked for. I go sit down and wait for her to digest what she's reading. I still remember the look on her face as she looked this form over, then proceeds to tell JD that he needs to fill out a refocus form, and watch as she throws my slip right into the trash and apologizes to me for not listening. And that, my good folks, is about the happiest ending 10-year-old me could have asked for. All things considered, this is a relatively satisfactory ending, but I feel like most of us would want OP to go to their parents, tell them exactly what the teacher did, and have some kind of teacher-parent smackdown. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is Only Doing What I'm Told. Once upon a time, I was a graphic designer. I'd been working with a client for the last several days on designing their logo and business card. They had given me all their requests, colors, feeling, info, etc. I was about to send the last proof when my boss saw it. He suddenly wanted to change everything about it. It went from a nice, cool palette to nauseous Mardi Gras colors. I told him this isn't what the client wanted. He said he knew better than me, so send it anyway. I sent his and mine. The client emailed back right away asking why the crazy one was sent and that mine was good for printing. My boss got livid. He yelled and belittled me in front of employees and customers. I finally asked politely, why did he hire me if he didn't trust my designs? Why did he praise me all the other times? His face turned red and he said, from now on, I'll need to get permission from him about everything I do. I made sure to ask, does that include font face, colors, text, spacing, etc., etc.? Yes. So I started calling him incessantly, asking permissions for everything. He sounded exasperated after the 10th call. I asked if this is what he meant. He said, oh yes, don't move your mouse without permission. The next day, he had me working on a special project. He said to wait for him. He came in asking why the computer wasn't on. I said, I didn't have permission. He said to log in, so I did, and he came back 10 minutes later. Why isn't Adobe open? I said, I didn't have permission. I continued to do this for every decision, from opening a file to creating the size, colors, etc. He was so mad, after 2 hours, he fired me. I said, okay, and started to walk out. He said I had to finish first. I said, I'm not employed by you anymore. You fired me. 2 days later, he wrote a text that took 10 minutes to read, begging me to come back. He offered a 50-cent raise. I was promised $3 months beforehand. He then offered for me to work from home with a free computer. I said no. Not soon after that, all the other employees left. Somehow, he's still in business. I'm wondering if this guy just has like enough money saved up or has had enough money handed down to them that they can just blow it and burn it and think they know best all the time, because it doesn't matter if everyone leaves, they'll just keep throwing money at it till it builds back up. Our next story is, when companies start tracking your productivity, beat the system. My company decided to implement third-party software to track employee productivity, and they started this BS way before the pandemic and remote work. All technology teams were being monitored, and I worked on a product team under technology. The main metric they used was how much new code was being written, which is silly because even programmers don't write new code very often. Updated code didn't count, and those were most of the tickets I managed, and meanwhile, I was always fixing other people's code, and I was the go-to person for any escalations and releases. When this first started, I saw a dozen emails about writing more code, and I thought it was a joke until I got an unscheduled meeting with the department head. He scolded me for having written 0 code that month, and despite pushing that my role doesn't exactly require me to write new code, he said, "Sorry, this is the new world." Exact words. Fine. I found some old code libraries that no one used anymore but were still active. Every month, I would copy the libraries, delete them, and then replace them. I tested it out, and that counted as new code. Before all this, I was a top performer up for promotion, but my reviews from before didn't count anymore, and all that mattered were the metrics. I tried to keep my shenanigans under the radar, but one month I did the delete and replace move twice, because I forgot if I did my monthly coding quota, and did it again just in case. Well, that quarter I won an award for most prolific engineer, and it came with $2,000. That got the attention of my manager, who was luckily a cool guy, and openly complained about how stupid the productivity tracking software was. He knew I wasn't writing code, and neither was he, so I finally told him my secret. He actually thought it was hilarious, and he himself had just been deleting and replacing lines of code to bypass the quota. But he didn't think about doing entire libraries. I knew I wouldn't get in trouble with him, and he even nominated me for a recognition award, which came with another $1,000 in gift cards. I did eventually get promoted, over 6 months later than initially discussed, but things got even worse with the company monitoring productivity during the pandemic. It was so bad to the point where they were logging how many times you were away from your computer for more than 5 minutes. People actually got fired for taking too many breaks between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Let's just say I was taking my laptop everywhere out of paranoia. It didn't increase productivity, but it for sure killed morale. Thankfully, I got the heck out of there. The rest of my team wasn't so lucky, but I still get texts from my old manager and team about how they're using my shenanigans. Ultimately, I got a nice $3,000 in awards, $15,000 from the promotion, and a lifetime of drinks from my team for beating the system. I don't know about you guys, but if I was working in a job that constantly checked if you were actively working, like to the point where if you take, 3, 4, 5-minute breaks in a day, that they'll start breathing down your neck, I would definitely be looking for the first way out of there. It just sounds awful. Our next story is feeling boxed in. Upon reading a post called "You Want All Records Faxed? Okay Then," it reminded me of when I had to deal with audit this one time at work. This happened well over a decade ago, and I'm not going to get into any detail about what I do for my job. Besides, it's changed dramatically from how it was done then as compared to how it's done now. Anyway, at this point in my job, I used to handle a lot of the retention work for my group. Thankfully, this is no longer being done as we're paperless, boxing everything up, lots of paper, faxes, signed docs, etc., sending it off to where it's stored off-site. Each box usually held about 2 weeks worth of work, so you can imagine how much paperwork we had at the time. Like clockwork, every 2 years, audit decides they want to make sure everyone's doing their job properly, so we have to jump when they ask. Now, at around this time, I was getting close to having to take time off for a surgical procedure, neck fusion, that was supposed to keep me sidelined for a minimum of 6 weeks. Unfortunately, I still had to deal with their idiocy of looking for one page in a box they needed pulled from retention with an auditor present. This went on for 2 weeks before I was now just over a week away from going on my medical leave. Knowing this, I sent an email out to audit, CCing not only my boss, but his boss and his boss's boss let me know exactly what they need so I can get it ordered before I'm off. It was all about covering your butt. I sent it 8 days before my final day before the leave. Got no response, so I follow up on the Tuesday before I leave. Again, no response. Wednesday, I send one more, this one with a bit stronger wording to it. I finally got a response. The response sent to me just before midnight. The response was only a few words. Just send it all to us. All? To make sure, I verified that that's what they wanted, and lo and behold, I get back an immediate yes response. Okay, got it. All it is. Cue the malicious response. Normally, I would have needed to just send a form by fax to get any boxes delivered. At me, we'd get 10 boxes sent back. However, under these circumstances, I called, told them what I needed, and was met with stunned silence. They asked if I was sure I wanted what I was asking. I told them I didn't want them, Audit did. They asked if I could please put in an email and send it as soon as possible. I did. I also CC'd all the appropriate people who were on the other email. Late that Friday, about 30 minutes before I was to leave, the boxes arrived. One of the gentlemen who was delivering them called me from the dock and asked where I wanted them to go. I said Audit, gave them the floor and the extension of the contact person. 176 retention boxes were delivered to Audit as they requested. They wanted them all, they got them all. So many boxes were delivered that there was absolutely nowhere to put them in their area. They had to put them in hallways and people's cubicles. By the time I was gone and I'd officially begun my leave, it wasn't until I returned 8 weeks later that I found the fallout. Apparently, Audit wasn't too happy. Lots of threats made. They wanted me to come back immediately, wanted me reprimanded, wanted me fired, etc., etc. My boss at the time was awesome and showed them the email where they said, just send it all to us. The lead auditor tried to explain it away, but my boss pointed out that I'd emailed numerous times, and they could have amended their request at any time. In the end, they were forced to deal with it. My boss's boss sent out a company-wide memo saying that no one was to assist Audit in going through the boxes, as they had requested them. My first day back in the office, I was met by stone silence from Audit. I got one email about a week or so after my return, asking me to return the boxes to retention, but my boss responded first. He made sure that Audit had to handle it in sending everything back, and he asked me to forward the form to them. After that, Audit never asked for me to do anything for them over the years, other than a clarification here and there. My only regret is I never got to see the look on the auditors' faces when all the boxes started appearing. Just imagine you walk into work one day and your entire floor is just exploded with boxes everywhere. It does not hurt to be specific. That said, our final story of the day is, I got fired for this, but worth it. Waiting tables at a regional specialty pizza place about 10 years ago. Family comes in, taking their order, and the teenage daughter wants a calzone and wants chicken wings as a filling and topping. I start to confirm she wants wings. This was before the boneless wing craze, because they have bones in them. She gives me that open mouth, raised eyebrow look that says, did I stutter? I say I'm going to have to check with the kitchen, and I ask a line cook if he could put wings in a calzone. His response was, I guess. And he translates to the pizza guy what we need. The pizza guy shrugs and nods at me. I go back to the table and say the kitchen says they can do it, but I want to make sure. You want chicken wings in your calzone. The dad, exasperated, says, buddy, why is this so hard? I say, not at all, sir. Coming right up. The kitchen guys are actually chuckling while they put this thing together. I walk it to the table, happily drop it off, and get called back 3 minutes later to explain why there's bones in a calzone. I, very comfortable with confrontation, say this is what you asked for. I confirmed twice, and the dad snaps his finger to the manager and calls her over. He complains there's bones in his daughter's calzone. The manager looks at me and I say, I confirmed twice she wanted chicken wings. And the dad says, you know what she meant, like chicken meat. I explain, there's chicken meat on those bones. The manager tells me to wait elsewhere. Manager takes a tongue lashing from the customer and personally makes a new calzone. Mind you, the family eats their food while the new calzone is being made, forcing the teenager to eat alone while dad keeps looking at his watch. I was fired, with no protest from me, about 10 minutes later. In fact, I got to leave before calzone girl finished her meal, and took great satisfaction knowing the manager had to bust the table afterwards. I really don't understand why OP got fired for this. Maybe they had a history of doing some antics and the manager just had enough. But they didn't do anything wrong here in this situation. If you don't want me to take advantage of your grading policy, then you shouldn't have had the policy that you did. Taking a class, the class is graded on 7 different projects of increasing difficulty, then we have a final at the end. And your projects are worth 60% of your grade, and the final's worth 40%. The policy is they'll drop the lowest project grade to calculate your grade. In the first 6 projects, I got 5 perfect scores, 100 out of 100, and my lowest grade was 85 out of 100. This was the first project I had some mistakes, which I learned from. The last project seemed particularly long and annoying, and I'm quite busy with a lot of other things. I emailed the professor to clarify his grading policy, and he tells me I still need to submit something, otherwise the policy won't apply. So I submit my project, and my project is literally just the title of the project, my name, a summary of the project, and that's it. Took me about 5 minutes. If that, I submit. He tells me it's incomplete. I tell him that's the project I'm submitting. He tells me I'm going to get a really bad grade on the project, and I say that's fine. I looked at the grading rubric, I should get 5 points. We get 5 points for the name and title. He tells me I'm abusing his grading policy. I tell him it's his grading policy. He tells me he's not going to drop my lowest grade, and instead of having a 97.5% project grade, I'll have an 84.2% project grade. I go to his department chair, I CC him, I highlight the part in the syllabus where it clearly states the lowest project grade will be dropped. I also attach the email of him confirming this policy and clearly stating something needs to be submitted to be graded for the policy to qualify. The chair responds saying that the policy outlined in the syllabus needs to be the policy that's followed. And therefore, when it comes time to calculating my final grade, he needs to drop my lowest project grade, which, in this case, would be a 5% grade. Oh, and I already thought about the final and how that might impact his grading of my final, but his final is going to be multiple choice / auto-graded final. The malicious part is I obviously submitted subpar work, knowing that the work would get a bad grade. But it wouldn't matter because that grade would be dropped. The professor tried to back out, but the department chair told him he needs to honor his grading policy. A few reasons why I did this. Had I done the project, I probably would have spent 8 to 10 hours working on it. My project grade would have gone from 97.5% to 100% best case, assuming I got a 100% on it, and I would have had less time to prepare for my final. If those 8 hours I spent preparing for my final nets me an extra 10% on my final, that's worth more than the max benefit of 2.5% that I would have gotten from doing my final project. Also, that's assuming I'd have gotten 100%. Obviously, anything better than 85% would have improved my grade, but the scale would still be somewhere from 0 to 2.5% improvement. Honestly, I think OP should be respected for doing this by the professor. Clearly, this rubric is set up to try to save somebody's behind that is not doing very well in the class. But OP nailed every other project to the point where they could afford to just not do this last one. Shouldn't the professor keep in mind this person was doing crazy good up to this point? Why try to punish them for having done so well that your rules were surpassed so hard that they could just take advantage of it? Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, stay in a receptionist place? Okay. I worked front desk at an optical store for 2 years. I had no experience and knew nothing about eye health when I started. Over time, I learned to do contact lens training, how to work the machine for glaucoma testing, visual field testing, how to adjust glasses, and a little bit about sales. There was a fire and we had to relocate, which brought on a lot of stress to boss lady, we'll call her ma'am. We ended up losing our tech who did the contact lens trainings and visual fields and our lead optician. Being the type of person who doesn't like to see others struggle, I always offered to help whenever I could, especially if the patient was nice. When we reopened, ma'am's husband came to work at the office as manager, which at the time I thought was nice because I'm sure she needed the extra support. We'll call him Sir. He knew nothing about optical, so he was also training while managing. The problem started on opening day with Sir and I. He wanted to play meditation music and forest sounds. Everyone else wanted general pop and regular music. Since I had access to the speaker, I would adjust it for them. He loved the new space. I missed the old space, but never spoke bad about the new one. If the office was busy and a pair of glasses needed to be adjusted, I'd offer or be asked to help, and in front of the patient he would yell, "Do you know what you're doing?" One time I turned to him and said, "I've been doing it longer than you." I'm sure he didn't like that. We had a meeting where he had no bad comments about my work, but told me I make him want to leave. He would report every word and minor mistake I made to ma'am, and she would send me random texts about them outside of work hours. I never got in trouble for anything, but it was annoying as freak. Story: on one particular day, I was doing mostly contact lenses trainings and a patient called about a contact lens being stuck in her eye. These were considered emergencies, so I told her to come in and see the doctor. Ma'am. When the patient came in, she looked really uncomfortable and asked how long until she's seen. I offered to take a look until she could see the doctor. When I took her to the back, I tried taking out the lens and couldn't find anything. I told her this and she looked discouraged. I said to her, "I don't see or feel anything, so you'd be better off waiting for the doctor. And that ain't me." She laughed it off. I told her I'd been doing trainings all day and was hoping to help her and apologized. She said it was okay and sat in the front. Apparently, she went into the room and ma'am told her that there were no contacts in her eyes. The patient said that the nurse told her that there is a lens in her eye and she wanted ma'am to double check. Ma'am was really upset about this because she had to spend extra time explaining to the patient that I was nothing more than a receptionist. When she came out, she made sure to berate me in front of the patient and my coworkers. I just nodded and apologized. Even after work, she pulled me aside to ask what I said to the patient, and I told her every word. Still, she felt the need to tell me that I made her job harder by misinforming patients. She said I should stay at a receptionist level and not help anyone because it causes trouble. I was shocked by how she spoke down to me and still believed that I told the patient I was a nurse and that she had something in her eye. All I could muster up was, "Okay, I'm really sorry about that." After that day, I no longer did contact lens trainings, so now appointments are 4 to 5 weeks out instead of 1. I no longer assisted in visual field tests. I put them all on her schedule. Now we don't have any availability for regular appointments until a month and a half later. I stopped offering to help opticians, so if one person was scheduled, all the patients will have to wait for that one person for all adjustments, orders, and dispenses. That one had patients up their butts with complaints. If anyone had a question about anything unrelated to front desk, I couldn't help them. Even when she would ask, I just told her I didn't feel comfortable doing anything outside of reception anymore. I eventually quit and now work somewhere with a much higher pay and benefits. They've lost a total of 5 out of 11 employees in the span of a year, and I heard 2 more are quitting before the end of the year. I actually feel a little sad for OP because to me, it kind of sounds like they liked the place that they worked at and they felt like they were pretty useful and they didn't mind pitching in, and it feels like ma'am and sir both turned on OP for no reason. I mean, they were incapable of understanding that the customer had made a mistake. I mean, I know the customers are always right, but mistakes are mistakes. That said, our final story of the day is praised for failure. About 10 years ago, I had this sales development internship at a technology company. For those who don't know, sales development is the worst job in sales because you cold call and cold email people at work who aren't expecting your call, and you do this all day, every day. But it has its moments and it's a path to a better job. It was actually the second summer after I had a good experience the first time. In the time in between while I was at school, there was a management shakeup with a new CEO. The CEO definitely preferred hiring friends rather than professionals. She ended up destroying the company, but that's a whole nother story. So on to my malicious compliance. The second summer, all the familiar salespeople's faces were there, but I had a new boss. I could immediately tell she was a turd, one of those people who interrupts you on any question and just tells you to figure it out, I'm very busy. Great choice for a boss of 3 interns who are here to learn. Now we're told on the second day in a meeting with the whole sales team that this year is going to be a little different for the interns, more structured. And I learned that we're not going to be calling or emailing anyone. No, we're going to be white spacing. Remember when I said cold calling is the worst job in sales? I lied. White spacing is corporate BS for data entry. In our case, going into every account and customer in our system of record and updating tiny details like their industry, address, phone numbers for every contact. The boss planned for us to white space every day, 8 hours for the entire internship. I was crushed. Not only would I learn nothing, but it would be mind-numbing. The other 2 interns were brand new and didn't know what was happening. A few salespeople tried to speak up. Hey, OP was here last year and he did a great job calling for us. We actually closed a few deals thanks to him. Shouldn't we have him do that again? Immediately shut down. She said she didn't trust interns to do high-risk work like that. Mind you, sales development is an entry-level job. So we started white spacing. Among many things, there was this field called current solution, where we were supposed to record the incumbent software at the account. To fill it in, we had 3 options of competitors, other, and leaving it blank. Now, despite my deep dissatisfaction in this job, I wanted to do a good job so I could leave this internship with a recommendation and get a real job in a year after I graduated. However, as you might imagine, it's pretty impossible to know if an account is using a competitor if you don't talk to anyone there. We had one service we paid for that was supposed to have useful info about the accounts, but current software was usually unknown. But I did my merry best going through several thousand accounts and ended up finding info to fill it in for every 1 in 10 accounts, and the rest had to be blank. And I fire off an email saying, all done, what can I work on next? Then I get called to the manager's desk. OP? Explain to me what's going on here. I see the report of the accounts and data points I entered. I said, well, I completed all the white spacing you asked me to do. They say, except you didn't. You did almost nothing. Look at all these blanks. I try to explain, so for the fields where data was unknown, I didn't want to put anything wrong in, so I left it blank. After reviewing in our info tool and the boss starts raising her voice, well then you need to dig harder and find the information. I realize this is a futile effort and say, okay, I'll try harder. To clarify, you want these fields filled in no matter what, even if nothing is in our info tool? They said, yes, aren't you listening? I want to see some real effort this time. Now go, I'm very busy. Well, I trotted off and I went into those thousands of accounts and did exactly as I was told. I filled in current solution and other fields no matter what, and since the info was impossible to find, I just put other for all of them. Worse than blank, it was useless data, and I waited a few days, taking 2 to 3 times longer than I originally did to show effort, because screw this. In my head, I was actually itching for a second fight. The report obviously said other for everything, so I figured this would start her off, and I can rub her nose in how pointless this is. But that doesn't happen. No, she calls me back and praises me. I kid you not, she goes sing-songy for a moment. OP, this is amazing, exactly what I asked for. Absolute incredible completeness of information. Thank you for showing real effort after my coaching. I'm watching her scroll past all the other fields, and in my head, I'm just overjoyed at how stupidly good this turned out. My boss then parades me over to the other interns whose reports are woefully lacking and pats me on the shoulder and says, now I want all of you to follow OP's example and learn from him how to get your reports up to par. And she walks off. I sit down and tell the others, okay, here's the trick I found to make the reports the way the boss likes. You ready? Fill in other for every field, because she doesn't care about the data, just that it's filled in. One of the other interns said, But that would be lying. I say, do you want to get chewed out again? They say, well, no. I say, can we find the data anywhere? They say, no, it's impossible. I say, cool. That's exactly my thought process too. So we just fill in crap and she'll praise us for making gold. And they filled in trash too, and our boss was glowing over all of our reports. Now this was only week 2 of 10 of the internship. I started to get worried that I might have set us up for a bad time because more white spacing requests started coming. But on Friday, our boss gathers the whole team and shares that she's leaving the company and there's no replacement. In retrospect, I wonder and hope that maybe she got fired. All the salespeople hated her too. The moment she left, I went to a couple of the salespeople and asked, hey, since idiot boss is gone, can you share some accounts for me to call and do some interesting work for once? And then the 3 of us interns actually had a fun summer and didn't white space a gosh darn thing again. The end. I wonder if part of their job as manager or boss or whatnot was just to make sure every box was checked regardless of accuracy. It's not a stretch that a boss that doesn't actually care about the details of the work, just that it looks like you did something, is going to be a boss that gets fired out of a cannon, especially one that nobody seemed to get along with. Won't let me clock on 15 minutes early for prep time? Fine, I won't, but I also won't stay late when you don't shift enough people. I work a customer service job on a golf course. I do front desk secretarial work mainly. I usually work morning shifts, so I like to clock on 5 to 15 minutes early and spend that time before the place opens getting ready, organizing files, tidying my area, getting a radio, reading over the itinerary for the day, etc. I also use this time to set up some other stations around me for the greeter and such so that when they arrive, things are ready for them. I personally thought this was a model employee sort of thing to do, and as they don't always give me as many hours as I would like, this is a good way for me to get a bit more money. Most of the managers are pretty friendly with me, and I have no qualms with them. One of the managers, we'll call her M, is a jerk to we lowly worker bees. Unfortunately for me, M is a higher rank than most of the other managers. As an example, when I first started working there, I asked if I could have a chair to sit at the front desk, because I was having a lot of foot and knee pain, and the front desk is a stationary place, where chairs make sense. M told me that chairs are unprofessional, and that if I want one, I'll need a medical exemption. I don't have one, and I'm too broke to get one, so I just sucked it up and got used to it. About a week ago, M saw me clocking on and was like, "What are you doing? You're not shifted until open o'clock." I explained that I clock on a few minutes early to prepare for the day, so we can have a smooth open and be ready for the morning golfers. She tells me that I'm only allowed to clock on in the time frame between 5 minutes before my shift and 1 minute before my shift, because they don't want to be paying employees for too much time. A 4-minute clock on window feels a little tight to me, and I'll miss the extra 15 minutes of money and preparation time a day, but whatever. I don't want to fight M because I know she can make my life a living heck if she wants to. I comply to her new ruling. Today, rather than drive myself, I got a ride because my car needed to be in the mechanic shop. Today being a Friday and a holiday, we were pretty busy, and we were also super short-staffed. I was the only person at the front desk, and whoever was supposed to replace me hadn't arrived yet. The end of my shift came, and my ride texted me that he was here. I didn't want to keep him waiting, but like the good employee I am, I also didn't want to clock off with the front desk unattended. So I radioed M and asked her to take over the front desk until my replacement showed up so I could leave. M told me that the end of the shift was only a possible end time and that employees may be required to stay after their shifts end. And I told her my ride was already here, I needed to leave, and that if she didn't take the spot at the front desk, it would be empty until my replacement clocked on. I clocked off and left with M fuming. If I'm not allowed to clock on early, then don't try to demand I stay late, jerk. Is it even legal to give somebody a schedule and then say, well, that's just a possible end time, you might have to stay on for really as long as we need? Can you place that expectation on your workers? Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, don't want to turn down your music? Guess I won't either. I recently moved, and my new neighbors seem to have no concept of how much noise they're making. Loud music until late at night guests having loud conversations or screaming matches, you know the drill. It is important to note that these are so-called Ruhezeiten resting times where I live. You're generally not allowed to make noise between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. on weekdays. That includes loud music. A couple of days ago, at around 11 p.m. during the week, I knocked on their door asking them to turn their music down as I had work in the morning. After being asked why that was their problem, I replied that not only for the sake of being neighborly should they turn their music down, remember, down, not off, I'm no party pooper, but also because it's illegal to be this loud at this time of day. Their reply? What, you're gonna call the police because of some music? That wouldn't be very neighborly either. So how about we all mind our business and just stick to our own apartment, huh? I bet. Their party went on to about 2 a.m., then they finally stopped. I, meanwhile, decided to take a home office day to exact my revenge on their no doubt hungover butts. At exactly 6 a.m., knowing that my other neighbor had gone to work, I, for the first time ever, turned my 800-watt speaker system all the way up to 11. Volume, bass boost, treble, everything. I also turned my subwoofer towards the wall that had their bedroom on the other side. I'm a big fan of electronic music, especially the hard stuff. Hardstyle, tech, sci, anything that's loud and has a lot of bass. So I let them share in my joy at full volume. Walls were vibrating, the ground was shaking. I decided to wear earplugs because it was just too much even for me. After about 15 minutes at full volume, I get a notification that someone's at my door. I open it, music still blaring at full power, to my pissed off looking neighbors in their pajamas, reeking of alcohol. They of course asked me to stop. I replied, "What? You're gonna get angry over a little music? Well, that's not very neighborly. How about you just stick to your apartment, huh?" I then slammed the door in their face and turned off my doorbell. After another hour of various dubstep, tech, and death metal, I turned off my system, walked over to their door, and rang up a storm. After they'd opened their door, all I said was, "Peace? Ruhezeiten between 22 and 6 during the week? We cool?" I can definitely see how a lot of people who do this partying thing with the music way too loud imagine that anybody that complains is just some over-the-hill party pooper who just doesn't get it. But as soon as those tables are turned around and it's an inconvenient time for them, it becomes pretty easy to understand why they would be pissed off. Just because they don't want to be productive the next day and ruin whatever sleep they could get, doesn't mean you have to drag all of your neighbors down with you. Our next story is, they only take cash. Inspired by the story of the 2-cent bill that couldn't be paid in cash, I'd like to relate the story of a repair business that only wanted cash. The background is that I'm a musician and a speaker blew up like a month after the warranty expired. Figures. So even though I didn't have any warranty left, I still wanted the official repair guys to take a look at it. This is a business representing one of the world's largest brands that actually bought the original company that made my speakers. So I expected to be dealing with professionals. I brought the speaker to them. They said they'd take a look and quote me for the repairs. So far, so good. The quote took weeks. Then it took them about 3 months to repair it, apparently having to wait or have forgotten about for the part that needed replacing. At this point, I was already mildly annoyed. I felt that months for a part replacement was pushing it, even with the supply chain issues. But eventually I got an email with the notification that I could collect my speaker upon payment in cash. No way to wire transfer the money, and the bill was 330 euros and a bit. It was explicitly mentioned that they didn't accept cards. Enter the malicious compliance. Because I'm a musician and from time to time I go busking, I find the art of trying to entertain people who have no interest in being entertained challenging. Anyway, that means I collect a lot of coins in the process. They wanted cash? I'll give them cash. I counted out the money in whatever coins I had in my money box. I put it in 2 heavy plastic containers and went to collect my speaker. So they got me my speaker. Everything seemed fine. And then the guy mentioned I still needed to pay. I produced my boxes and there was an audible swallow. The guy asked if I had larger money. I offered to pay by card. He said I couldn't. Well, then I don't have any other ways of paying them. It was amazing how quickly the 3 men working there passed this job to the only woman in the store. because she got the honor of counting this money. I sat down and waited. It took well over half an hour, and she claimed I was short. Now, I couldn't have been. So I went to try and check on her work, but our systems of counting were nothing alike, hers being the erroneous one. After several minutes of trying to work out what's wrong, she spotted an error in her system that explained why she miscounted by almost 120 euros. I took my speaker to my car. I heard someone say that maybe they should invest in a counting machine. Yeah, that's the problem here, guys, the manual counting. Great deduction. I'm not gonna lie, over the years of just buying things and exchanging things and getting a few coins here and there, I've put all of mine in a jar and I have like a pretty decent chunk of change here, but I don't even have the patience to just sit down and count it all. So I begin thinking, well, maybe I should get one of those cheap-ish coin counters. But then I realized the amount of money I probably spend on the coin counter probably takes away any of the profit I would have from cashing out on these coins. And then you think about how long it would take you to count it per hour. And I feel a little resigned on my fate because working is probably a lot more profitable than sitting there counting those coins in my free time too. Our next story is, seriously? So quite a while back, I'd completed my graduate degree and elected to take a course in groundwater modeling that was offered at night once a week. During the semester, I was offered a job out of state and therefore elected to drop the course. After the paperwork was completed, I received a bill for 24 cents. At the time, the bulk postage rate was 27 cents. With the additional cost of paper, envelope, printing supplies, etc., I thought that this was a little silly and I called the bursar's office and asked if I seriously needed to pay the bill, and they said yes. They said that there was absolutely no way to fix the billing system to account for billing that actually cost the university more than they would collect. Cue malicious compliance. I then went ahead and wrote a check for 23 cents and sent it back. The joke was now on me as I then received a bill back for 51 cents with the statement that the minimum finance charge for a balance was 50 cents. Now I am really dismayed, but another query to the bursar's office results in another reply of, "We cannot do anything to the system and there's no way to clear the balance, blah blah blah." As a note, it's not allowable to pay with change due to an incident of infidelity between a student's husband and an employee at the bursar's office that resulted in a tuition payment made with a wheelbarrow full of coins. So now I am motivated to comply in a malicious manner just to get even. I sit at my desk and proceed to write 51 checks for 1 cent and send them in to clear my balance. About 4 days later, I receive a call from the bursar's office regarding my payment. They indicated that my submission was unacceptable as I was not allowed to pay with change. I replied that I wasn't paying with change but checks, which is in line with the policies set forth by their office. I tell them that I'll be happy to send them another check if they like, and they agree. I then go ahead and write a check out on the absolutely smallest scrap of paper I can send it on and send it in. I figure this has to be the story, but there is one more funny thing. About 3 weeks later, I received a check for 51 cents from the university to clear the positive balance on my account. Ultimately, it seems like someone could have written a trap in the accounting code to negate balances that provided less revenue than the collection cost, but at least I had fun. Honestly, as soon as they sent back that bill for 51 cents with the statement that the minimum charge was 50 cents, I was waiting for OP to give them 50 cents back so they still had a balance of 1 cent. Although I just bet that as soon as you give them that 50 cents and it would actually clear as a profit, then all of a sudden, despite having such problem clearing balances in the past, they'll just wipe that 1 cent regardless. That said, our final story of the day is, I can't go backwards? Okay. I work in a warehouse, so there's a couple of different machines that I operate, but here's one, order picker. I work with the capacity and consolidation team, so there's one aisle that I need to work on consolidating to make room for another product that's coming in. I've been consolidating this particular aisle that was only one-way traffic, and I usually wait until no one's working in that area so I can drive back and forth if I find duplication products and combine it into one location. Now, per safety rules, I can't drive backwards into or inside an aisle. I have to go around and enter the aisle again. I get scolded about this because there's a desk right next to this aisle to hand out orders to pick out all over the warehouse. So now I have to drive around to the next aisle and then drive back in this aisle. Now onto my malicious compliance. I have to blast my horn at every intersection, every turn, every pass with someone, every time I drop my machine. So before, I would just go back and forth in this aisle. Blasting my horn was, at minimum, by one horn. When going backwards, that's it. Now I go in a loop. Every turn I blast it twice. Now I go around blasting my horn 8 to 12 times per lap at minimum. Average lap times are 3 minutes. Bright side about this, I'm deaf, and I won't get annoyed with the horn. Although OP really feels like they're doing some great malicious compliance, if anything, I think they're just being like a model worker for safety. I bet you if OSHA was visiting that day and overlooking what was going on here, they'd have a big smile on their face because OP is doing everything absolutely right. Good work, OP. Spend hundreds of bucks to save $25. I worked as the North American IT manager for a $300 million company. I was based in the largest development office, and I went to a few remote offices a few times a year on a regular basis. I lived in a rural area, and at that point in time, we had no cell service around where I live. I got a cheap flip phone and a service I could put a $25 charge on the phone for a trip, and for a long time, this was never an issue. We got bought out by a much smarter company, and after my first trip, I got questioned at great length about my $25 phone charge. Why not just get regular full service and the company would pay for that? I told them that the only time I used the phone was when I was away from the area, and the regular unlimited service was expensive. That seemed to shut them up, but the next time I had to hit one of the remote offices, I was told not to buy a phone card, and I would not be reimbursed for it if I did. I lucked out and all my flights went well, so no need for a phone there. But when I got to the hotel and I wanted to call home and them to know I got there okay, as well as call my office to make sure things were okay, my only option was the phone in my hotel room. That was right when cell phones were starting to squeeze that revenue stream out at the hotels, and they were charging upwards of $2 a minute for calls. I made sure to call home every night, as well as the office every morning, and in a week, I ran up a phone bill of over $1,000. I had a hard time keeping a straight face when I put that in my expense report. Needless to say, I got called up about that, and all I could do was forward the email from my manager telling me that if I got a $25 phone card for my cell phone, the company would not pay for it. He tried to backtalk and then say that he had no way of making sure all of the $25 was being used and on. Like I had a Swiss bank account I was salting away cell phone minutes in, and this was going to be a cash cow for me somehow. Thankfully, the director who he had called me up in front of had a brain. He asked me why I got the cards. I told him about the phone situation, and that the only reason I even owned a cell phone was for traveling for work, and it was never ever an issue in the past. I got excused from the conversation, and later on, I got the begrudging okay for my manager to buy a $25 card for my phone if I was going to be on the road. I thought he was going to cry when he gave me the okay though. Man, that guy was a brown-nosing putz. It's honestly hilarious when you try to save the company money and they just have to have some semblance of control, put their foot down, and demand they spend way more. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, please call IT support. I am not a technician. I'm an ex-tradesman that quit after 10 years of absolute trash. But I was also public-facing, so I've learned how to contain myself and work well, while also remaining sickeningly sweet when I have to talk to someone who has no idea what they're talking about. I'm doing a much more chill, relaxing IT job at a university now, sort of. I swap shifts around with my peers, but my job when I'm on campus is to give people, mostly students, but sometimes professors, their new computers, laptops, and monitors, or sometimes accessory orders like headsets. But even though I'm not an IT technician, I'm pretty darn good at diagnosing and fixing up Windows computers. The university doesn't have an on-site help desk anymore due to the global spicy cough situation, and I'm stationed where their help desk used to be. And as a result, for the past year, I get a lot of people coming up to me, thinking that I'm IT support. Most of the things that have come to me are things like their laptops not connecting to the university Wi-Fi or not being able to print stuff. I have no admin access to anything, as again, I'm not a technician, but I typically get about 70% of people leaving happy with a resolution. We have a large sign out the front of my kiosk that openly states we're not IT support, and to call the number on the sign for remote troubleshooting by the university internal IT services. But it doesn't help much, because the bigger overhead sign hasn't been replaced, and it's at this point nearly a year out of date. How things normally occur is someone will come up with a problem. My typical response is, I'm not IT support, but I know my way around Windows. Do you mind if I take a look? Most are happy that I'll take the time to help them. All the while, I'm explaining that this kiosk is now for handing over new computers and to take back old ones that are too old. Security policy. Anyway, I'll send them off on their way, and they know for the future to contact IT support using the phone number. Anyway, I'm replying to an email, trying to book in an appointment time for someone trying to get their new fancy 64GB RAM monster of a desktop when someone gets down at the kiosk and slams what looks to be a fairly new computer on it with a fair bit of force. It's a student, so I already know where this is going. You must stop and help me now, they say angrily. I smile and say that I'll help them in a second, since I remember them from the last time I was on campus. They had disconnected themselves from the Wi-Fi, so I figured it was another easy solution. That wasn't good enough for them. They said, no, you help me now, you're a help desk, I need help. Do your job, sit on this chair here, and help me. Game on, as I move from my chair to the ragged Brock. Sure thing, what can I do for you? They say my email's not working. Your IT, fix it. I say I'm sorry, I'm not a technician. They say, what do you mean? You're an IT, you're on a laptop, you're doing IT things. You're in an IT help desk, and you help people. Help me. I say sorry, I'm not a technician, you'll have to call IT support. Their number's on the sign over there. They say that's BS, it says IT support up there. Points to the outdated overhead sign, and I got help here last year. I say, unfortunately, university IT support has not had a help desk here for about a year, as nobody was on site due to COVID. You'll have to call them. Their number's on the sign. They say, my friend got help here 2 months ago. Don't be a filthy liar. I say, sounds like they got lucky with an IT support staff member being at the desk. As I'm not a technician, you'll need to call IT support. They say, well, why can't you get IT down here? You're just being lazy, I hate this. And this computer is useless. It's a base level Microsoft Surface Go. They're absolute garbage. I say, unfortunately, we only have approval to provide Surface Go laptops to students, as anything more than that goes to higher education and staff. They say, this is ridiculous. I say, absolutely, the Surface Go is a terrible computer. You should ask ITS for approval to get a newer device if it's not good enough for you. The student scans the sign, and as if she came up with a bright idea, notices that it says, new computer handover, and hardware repairs on it. She then takes hold of the laptop screen and slams it shut as hard as she can. She then brings her fist down on the back of the laptop. Fine, I'll call them. She opens the laptop, freshly smashed screen, but it's broken. They can't help me. It's at this point I've stood up off the chair and sent a message to my team to call university security as she's gotten unruly. I say, you did this to your device in front of me, and we do not deal with malicious damage. I would suggest leaving. It's at this point that she's starting to get very aggressive. But it's broken. You do repairs and you don't want to fix it. You're IT support. You need to help me. I'm a student. You're so bad at your job. She's beginning to shout and get a lot louder and make a bit of a scene as I stand there with a blank face, waiting for my turn to speak to her. It doesn't come. What does come is this absolute idiot reaching over the kiosk to try and take my work laptop. A quick left arm extends out and I've got a pretty good grip on it while I use my right hand to push her away from it. It is the perfect time for security to rush down. Clearly, I'm not the only one that sent an SOS as they rushed down, saw the crazy witch, and pulled her away. He's IT support, he won't help me, I'll fail and it's his fault. It takes quite a bit of time for IT to wrench her away, but at this point I've done my job, and I'm watching the fireworks. Once she's calmed down, they listen to her story, that she's a student, that I'm IT and I refuse to help her. Security inform her that I'm not actually a support technician and to call the number. She picks up her broken laptop and leaves, with security right behind her. I make a note to our team, adding in university security to make note that the student was forced to leave and to refuse repairs on the laptop as it was deliberate damage. I don't know if I'll have an update in the future, but we'll see what happens. This is probably the most action I've seen on campus. I think most people know that if you're trying to get a free replacement because of damage, you can't do it right in front of the clerk. You come back a day later after somebody accidentally knocked it off a coffee shop table. Our next story is all of this over a couple of envelopes. I caught COVID early due to the work I do. Unfortunately, that meant what little help would come for others during the lockdowns and such didn't happen. I'd been ready to move before, but the job fell through and my old boss was great, letting me come back, go to a full work from home setup, and checking in when needed. Still, a lot of stuff fell to the wayside. Unfortunately, due to my hobbies, I ran afoul of a postal worker. I collect and trade cards, mostly magic stuff. As such, I get a lot of packages and had developed rapport with my previous mail carrier about all of the weird towns and even out of the way countries I would sometimes receive a package from. When I got sick, Manuel would bring my mail to me and we commiserated a lot. Manuel was a good dude, an immigrant who made his way, raised 3 lovely boys, and got into the USPS and stayed to retirement. Then came Sandra. Sandra was the epitome of the type of personality I hated in that city. Loud and proud about being ignorant, but pushy whenever proven wrong. When I realized I hadn't received any mail for a week, I checked in with the post office. Manuel and I had been informal, so paperwork would take weeks to file. Until then, I got someone to help out. But Sandra had already emptied my box and marked it for pickup. Pickup I couldn't do. When I finally got my stuff, a lot of trades that had arrived were now missing. I had put it down for theft, but Sandra was the type to just be negligent. She had that look of that middle school teacher who would swear down is up and fail you for daring to look like her ex-husband. It took a lot of haranguing, but I got the approval for direct delivery in my little community. Put up my box on my door, and then got a knock on the door. Smug Sandra, her hand out with 3 letters. This one had to be manually run. That cost 35 cents. Now, I'd received and sent hundreds, maybe thousands of pieces of cardboard crack from this address over the years. I had a manual run twice. And it wouldn't be a big deal, but after months of not going out, no cash for COD. I tried being nice, understanding, but Sandra would give no quarter. So I wheeled myself to dig up 2 quarters in my junk drawer and came back to Sandra looking Karen-y at my neighbor Bill. Maybe she thought he was the wrong skin tone for the neighborhood. I gave her the 2 quarters and she accosted me for another 5 minutes about how she doesn't carry change. How dare I expect? I was about done. Then she asked what was in the package. I said, oh, just some card game stuff. She said, I never knew adults played that crap. I can take stupidity, rigidity to rules. Heck, I'll take someone having a bad day. But mocking my cardboard? Nah. I asked if maybe I could give over a bill and she could write a receipt. I knew that businesses had that sort of thing. She said I would have to come in, and I couldn't at the time, as I was solo without a handy van. No electronic option to open an account either. Okay, that's fine. I'll call someone, get them to bring some quarter rolls, do a Venmo with them, and we're good. Then 5 more trades failed to come in, and the note on the door was that she missed me. My work from home setup was set up in the next room, and I had a doorbell. When I finally asked, she said she had no time to deal with me as she was busy, so I decided to make time. I called my boss and asked if he could cover me for $5 in pennies. I reached out to one of my common trade pals and asked for very specific trades, and waited. About a week later, Sandra came to me with a whole parcel of manually sorted mail, all from the same address, 10 envelopes, and I had 7 rolls of pennies. that I cracked open and counted, slipping a few times while in the rain. During that time, I explained all of the fun postal regulations I'd learned about, my interest in bricks, and how with priority mail, I can use the post office to send my collection, that you can secure a tag on any number of difficult to maneuver, yet sturdy enough to get through the post, items. A dozen or more small inconveniences I'd found that, given my condition and pettiness, would ruin a day. I forgot my count a few times, wouldn't want to shortchange the poor carrier, right? We spent about an hour, me taking up the one spot of dry real estate near my door. I would have invited her in, but regulations, am I right? I'm such a stickler for the rules. After that event, my malicious compliance was rewarded with a call from the local post office, explaining that I would be alright moving forward, and my address was noted. I offered to pay the fees. I could afford the occasional 35 cents for my hobby. They declined, and I never saw Sandra again. I moved shortly after, keeping the work from home job but wanting to be closer to family. And now my carrier is aces with my needs. I have my mailbox right on my door. Glorious. I don't know if they have a worker shortage, but they need to get rid of Sandra because they are tanking their business. Teenage malicious compliance. Half a century or so ago, when I was a teenager, I was sitting in the living room watching TV with my girlfriend. My father was there too. Girlfriend and I were wrapped in a blanket. Dad said 1 blanket per person, so I got a second blanket and wrapped it around both of us too. Dad didn't say anything else. P.S. Girlfriend is now my wife and has been for over 40 years. Although they initially disapproved, you gotta appreciate parents that aren't going to be overly controlling about you and your relationship. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is the summer you could get hold of social services. Some 14 years ago, I was working my first job out of high school. I was working as a phone operator over summer for social services. At the time, I was happy for the job, but I also felt somewhat guilty for getting it, as my boss's boss just so happened to be my mother. It wasn't mentioned in the interview, but I could clearly tell the person interviewing me knew, as she was rather advertising herself and her department than actually interviewing me. This led to me going in with a determination to not only prove myself, but to excel at what I was doing. Turns out that it's quite difficult to get a hold of just anyone at the social services during summer break. Sweden more or less shuts down during the summer. As it happens, I was still living with my mother at the time, and while eating dinner together, I complained about the difficulty of getting hold of the correct people. It frequently happened that people didn't sign out of their phones or redirect them properly, and therefore people seeking help didn't get their issues resolved, and in some cases didn't have money for food and the like. At this point, my mother told me that if I was unable to get hold of someone in a department, I should just forward them to the person above them. I'm sure you can see where this is going. The phone operator has the power to forward calls even when people are checked out for holiday. I figured that since my mother was the top dog, I would just forward the calls to her if I was unable to help people get their issues resolved. Turns out that my mother doesn't much enjoy working on her holidays, and really didn't enjoy the reason for her having to work was that people didn't pick up their phones when they were supposed to. This lovely piece of malicious compliance lasted for a whole 2 days. Turns out that people get a lot better at picking up their phones when they either pick it up or get hunted down by the top boss who's currently on holiday. 2 days later, a very serious looking delegation, 7 people in suits, showed up at my tiny telephone operator office with lists of who would be available what hours of the day and who was a backup for who in case the line was full or the first one for some reason failed to pick up. Turns out people get a lot better at their jobs when they realize that their boss's son is the one watching them, talking to all their clients and gossiping with the top boss over dinner. When I spoke with my mother after the fact, it turned out that she didn't expect me to start using her as the backup drain for all the calls that couldn't be connected properly. Also turns out that she enjoys her time off, and after the calls I forwarded to her, she would call the person who the call should have gone to herself and ask why things weren't working as intended. Seems that piece of news spread like wildfire. I guess it just goes to show that sometimes it's worthwhile to have connections. Nepotism, I guess, sometimes works out. It's just really sad and underwhelming that this had to happen in social services. You know, something that people really rely on. Our next story is from Heshi94. Everybody follows superior's orders, even towards downhill. About 5 months ago, I started a new job as an executive at an engineering company. I'm much younger than other colleagues at the same level, so I was faced with a lot of hostility from them. To prove myself, I had to work smarter and harder than ever. Within my authority, I canceled attendance police on the units under my command and moved to management by objective. Basically, I'd works list for the week, and whenever an employee finished, he's free. So most of them would work like 12 to 14 hours for 3 days and have minimal or no work for the other 2 and have long weekends. It's a win-win situation. Nothing's late, and employees enjoy more personal time. In meetings, I'd be called off for having undisciplined subordinates, and I would stand my grounds defending them. Last quarter report indicated unheard of performance from my units, which made me proud, of course, but the acrimony in the air was choking. A few days later, about a month ago, I got called to the meeting room. Some executives with the CEO are present. I've been told that my acts are negatively affecting other departments and causing stoppage, and everybody demanding the same treatment as yours. I said no problem, then why don't other executives do the same? To keep it short, a verbal fight broke off. Basically, I got very angry, lost control, and stated that I should be the CEO since I'm more capable than others in the room. All of them are older than me by at least 15 years. Immediately after that, the CEO said I'm demoted to the rank of engineer until further notice, and another executive is in charge of my unit. I stayed calm and said yes sir, then returned to my office. My subordinates gathered for the weekly meeting, and I broke the news for them that I'm no longer your boss, and told them the whole story. Came the new boss and they canceled every policy I made, and was the annoying boss cliche of trying to impose his authority. I complied with everything he demanded while preparing to depart the company. My ex-subordinates kept demanding me to do anything and regain my position, but I just declined every time. They would say, "We'll follow your orders and we'll ignore the boss," but I would say no. Then all of them united and did the same as me, doing exactly as demanded without questioning. I don't know why, but other departments followed along, just applying orders without any questions. This caused a lot of delays and errors all over the company. In just 1 month, the situation was bad enough to catch the attention of chairman of the board. Yesterday, I got called to the chairman's office. By the way, he's the one who assigned me the role from the beginning. I found the CEO present as well. The story was already told after he noticed my absence from 4 weekly meetings. Basically, I got a proposition to regain my position, but to consider the consultation of CEO before any decision. I refused, either more than before or I'm leaving. After a rant from the CEO, it was settled that I regain my powers for now. But honestly, I wouldn't question leaving if a good opportunity presented itself soon. I think this is one of those situations where you keep lobbying to the higher-ups, the chairman, that you deserve a better role because you have the statistical evidence to back you up. You, when in control and running the show, have much greater productivity. OP said they had a quarter with unheard of performance. If that isn't something to take with you and go straight to the top and say, "Look what I've done and look what they're trying to snuff out," then I don't know what is. Our next story is, I'm okay if you want to do my job. So this happened a few years ago at a former workplace. Basically, our work structure was manager, senior staff, and workers. I was a senior staff member. The senior staff had to do the same amount of work as everyone else, but also provide some leadership, technical expertise, and there was quality compliance tasks mandated by law to be done each month. In return for this work level, the pay was excellent. We employed a young, enthusiastic worker straight from university called, let's say, Sally. Sally spent the first year working really hard and learning her trade. She also came from money. Mom and dad bought her a new car when she finished university. She was living in one of their investment properties, rent and utility free. She had an attitude that she deserved things. After about 12 months working, she made it clear that she should be senior staff and that should happen soon. She was 10 years off from this at least, and didn't have the personality for it either. She was soon in the manager's office telling him how well the place is run by him, but seniors aren't doing an optimum job, and she could do some of the senior tasks. She asks for one of the senior compliance tasks and is given it. The boss agrees with Sally and thinks the senior mustn't be very able. The boss informs the senior that she is not to do this anymore. She happily agrees, knowing this task is actually quite complex. The senior in the role confides in me that she's happy to watch Sally fail with this task. Sally is sent for a week's training at HQ and returns with an attitude that she's now a senior. She isn't, still just a worker. After about 3 months, she asks the boss again for more tasks and asks for my compliance task. The boss thinks Sally is a rising star, and clearly since I make no noise about my compliance role, I mustn't be doing an optimum job. I argue, but he insisted I shouldn't do this task anymore, so I agree and send Sally the government rules about this compliance. It's 600 pages long. She freaks out and tries to back out. I remind her that she wanted this, and so here it is. The boss is ignorant to all of this. A month later, Sally takes a job elsewhere, citing her advanced role she was doing, and leaves. When she left, we soon discovered that she hadn't done any of these extra compliance tasks, leaving the company needing to rectify this immediately. The boss asked myself and the other senior to clean up the mess and do the work. We both refused, citing his previous instructions about not doing this task anymore. Same money and role, but less work for us. He's now left with the tasks on top of his growing workload as no one else can do them. On our exit interview, Sally trashed the boss as well, and he had to explain all of this to HR. If you were in OP's position, you couldn't thank your boss more. They came to you and said, hey, stop working on the extremely difficult task you're doing. You are to no longer do that, but you'll still get the same pay. Well, okay, deal. That said, our final story of the day is a very expensive check. This malicious compliance is not my own. It was related to me by my mother many decades ago, but it's also not hers. She just got to play her part in the story. But since she died decades before Reddit existed for her to share it with all of you wonderful people, I'll pass it on for her. This is a case of an intended malicious compliance being countered by an even more malicious compliance. My mother is, at this time, a manager in the central processing office of a now defunct major regional bank, easily the largest bank in our region back in the day. She receives a rather odd check for processing and refuses to run it until she has the full story on what is happening. So here's what she learns. A rancher has been in a land dispute with one of his neighbors, and it's not gone amicably. We're not privy to the exact nature of the issue, but it seems to have something to do with water rights. Either way, it ends up in court, and after a long, hard-fought battle of legal wills, the rancher loses and is ordered to pay a certain amount of damages to his neighbor by a certain date. Well, that's not a happy thing for the rancher, so he decides that while he must pay, there is absolutely nothing in the court order that says he has to make it easy on his adversary. Malicious compliance engaged. He shaves a spot on the rump of one of his cows and carefully writes out a check for the full amount of the court-ordered damages on the skin of the bovine. He then has one of his trucks deliver the cow to his neighbor to settle the account. A live, chewing, pooping cow. After checking with the bank, the neighbor concludes that it is perfectly legal for the rancher to write a check on anything. And the rancher makes it perfectly clear that this is the only way he intends to settle the debt. But just like folks who decide to settle an annoying bill with thousands of coins sometimes find themselves victims of their own malicious intent, the neighbor's malicious compliance trumps the rancher's. The neighbor loads the cow onto one of his own trucks and takes it to the rancher's bank, the bank of issuance, and cashes it against a cashier's check made out to him for the same amount. This he then deposits at his own bank with no difficulty or challenge. Meanwhile, the rancher's bank has to order a truck and driver to deliver the cow check to its central processing office several hours' drive away. This is where my mother comes into the story. she has to cancel the check and process it. She uses a paper substitute to run through the computer system for it, just like they do for any checks that come in that are too badly wrinkled or damaged to run safely through the system. After the cow check had been properly processed and the money deducted from the rancher's account, she then opts to not store the check with his other canceled checks to return with his monthly statement, but instead orders it returned immediately to the rancher. And then, after the dust settles, the real fallout of the neighbor's malicious compliance is felt. Since the cow check involves a great deal of special handling at the bank's expense, the bank assesses appropriate fees that more than cover the expenses in processing it. If the neighbor cashes it at his own bank, he gets to pay those fees. But since he cashed it in at the rancher's bank, the rancher now gets to pay what amounts to an additional 25% fee on top of the court-ordered settlement. The only cost to the neighbor was 10 miles of gas for the round trip to the bank, a trip he routinely makes anyway, and the time spent getting the bank to verify that the cow check is a legitimate instrument that can be cashed. When telling me this story, my mother tells me it is the most expensive check she ever processed. I'm just sat here blown away and very surprised that you can literally write a check on the side of a cow and get that cashed. Now I know when the Powerball gets over $1 billion again and I inevitably win, how I'm going to be paying for all of my things. Can't remove the charge? Well, I'll just use it then. In the early 2000s, when I first moved out on my own, I rented from a complex that charged you for assigned parking. It was an upcharge of $25 a month. If you didn't get assigned parking, you would have to fight for a space on the street. My apartment was in the back of the complex, and I was getting over a recent knee and ankle injury, so I opted for paid parking that was relatively close to my front door. My car was a junker, 3 years older than I am, but it ran semi-okay and the heater worked. As a newly minted adult, I was happy to have it. About 3 months into my lease, my car went to the great scrap heap in the sky. I had gotten used to the local transit system and discovered a nearby store would drop off groceries for me. This was long before Walmart and other stores started doing it, so it was cheaper than figuring a month's supplies on the bus. So I opted not to replace the car and utilized the bus pass my work reimbursed me for. I went to my leasing office and told them that I no longer needed the space, and would you please remove the extra charge from my bill. The manager at the desk was new and had never been asked that before. She promised to look into it and let me know. I was naive and figured it would be gone come next month. Nope, it was still there. I paid all but the parking space and called up the complex. Same girl. She said she was awaiting word from higher-ups and offered me a credit for the charge as a one-time courtesy. I reminded her that I no longer owned a car, I hadn't just changed my mind. I told her that the space had been empty for close to a month now and that I won't be utilizing it. She said she understood loud and clear and would get it sorted by next month. 3 days before the rent was due, she finally got back to me. Apparently it was in my lease and couldn't be removed without breaking the lease and signing a new one. Even if I didn't move out, the lease breaking and initiation fees would be charged to me, and my rent would go up to the new current market value. This would be over $1,000, so not an option for someone freshly on their own. I kept the parking space on the lease. 3 weeks later, I was reviewing my lease to get the phone number for maintenance and noticed the clause for the parking space. Essentially, I could park a motorcycle, scooter, such as a Vespa, car, truck, SUV, or trailer in the space. Gears were turning. For me to be in compliance, I had to have wheels on anything parked in my space. So I went to my local version of Craigslist and found a wheeled container similar to a shipping container. It wasn't cheap, but it was worth every cent. The complex offered storage sheds at an upcharge too. Being fresh out of high school, I didn't have much to store. My neighbor, though, did. I threw a lock on the unit and offered it to my neighbor for half the cost of a shed, $35 a month. He was able to move his stuff out of the storage unit where he was paying over $100 a month, and the container was available 24/7, 365. He was happy for the arrangement and paid several months in advance. The complex put several tow stickers for out of compliance on the trailer, but I called the tow company and faxed them a copy of the lease where it says trailers are allowed. The container was registered with the county as a utility trailer, so there's nothing they could do. They tried to fine me for improper parking, but again, I had proof I was within my rights. They even offered to remove the charge for parking on my lease if I would relocate the container. With what my neighbor was paying, I could cover my water bill every month, so I declined. I stayed 18 months and sold the trailer to my neighbor when I moved out. He had to rent a car to relocate it to his assigned space, but he said it was worth the couple hundred he paid. He ended up saving over $1,000 a year renting from me. Other neighbors even started bringing in their own containers too, even if it meant getting a second space. Sheds were being vacated at such a large volume, the complex tried to give them away at 6 months free. Few took them up on it. The complex amended the new leases to exclude trailers, but could do nothing about those that already had them in the spot. Instead of moving out and giving notice, renters would reassign their lease to new people so they could be grandfathered into the trailer clause. I drove by the facility 2 years or so after I moved out, going to a friend's for Thanksgiving. The complex had been sold to a new owner and changed their name. But wouldn't you know, there were still about a dozen wheeled shipping containers parked in the lot. I love this story because if you're gonna go and be unrelenting, and you're not gonna work with people who are paying you thousands of dollars over a measly $25 upcharge, they deserved this. This is exactly what they reaped from what they sowed. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is Extra Black Olives, another pizza-related malicious compliance story. I used to work at one of the top 4 most well-known pizza establishments. No, not the one named after a popular tile-based tabletop game, not the one named after a father figure named Jonathan, or the one named after a small amount of a salad dressing named after a Roman emperor. That should narrow it down pretty well, right? Anyways, we had a customer who always called near closing and asked for extra black olives. I would always put exactly what we were told to put for toppings, and then add the exact amount we were told to put for extra. Well, every time these people would call back and say there wasn't enough and that the cook hadn't put extra black olives on, even though I definitely had, because I was the cook and the only one in the store at this time since we would only staff one person in the store, the manager on duty, and 1 or 2 drivers, 10 to 11 p.m. So because I made the pizza, I knew their claim about there not being enough was BS. But part of our training for complaints was BLAST. Believe, listen, apologize, satisfy, and thank. So even though I knew there were plenty of black olives, I would make them another pizza and send it out. A lot of times this would cause both myself and a driver to have to stay late, and these customers were extremely rude and never tipped. For some reason, they were always satisfied with the amount on the second pizza, even though I just remade it and put the same amount of extra on as the first one. That was because they were just trying to get a second pizza free, and it had worked for them numerous times in the past. Well, after going through the same thing nearly once a week or two for a couple of months, I decided I was done, and that I would play a bit of a game of my own. The next time they ordered, when they called and asked for extra black olives, I decided I would just go ahead and put a little more than extra on so they wouldn't have to call back, right? Well, guess what? They did call back and, as always, very rudely claimed there weren't enough olives. There were a ton of them. It was at this point that I decided I would comply with their wishes. So on the second pizza, I covered the entire top completely with black olives. You literally couldn't see anything underneath them at all. The original extra olive pizzas didn't seem good to begin with, but to be honest, I knew this one probably wasn't even edible. The customer called back, rudely yelling as expected, so I told him that I'd put more than the amount we were supposed to for extra on the first pizza, and it wasn't enough for them, so I made sure I put enough on the second so that they wouldn't have to call back for a remake, since they loved black olives so much. I also told them that the jig was up. I knew they were using the black olive thing to get free pizza, and that we weren't going to be remaking any more orders from them. Surprisingly, they did continue to order from us, but after that night they were always fine with the amount of black olives on the first pizza sent out. Hey, if it keeps on working for them and they keep getting nice, super olived up pizza the way they like it, I mean, keep doing it till the wheels fall off, I suppose, right? I mean, I guess what's the worst outcome? They get banned from the store? Probably for the best if they did get banned, they'd save some money. Our next story is, clean the house and I'll buy you this laptop. Okay, sure thing, Mom. Okay, so I don't have many stories that fit this sub, but I do have one that fits at least during my 27th birthday. When it comes to gift giving in the family, my family thinks you're too old at a certain point for gifts, or thinks what you're asking for is childish, with me being the big-time gamer and anime nerd. I was pretty much told to pound sand and just get the simple, boring stuff you get for birthdays and Christmas, which is money. It got to a point I just didn't ask for anything, as some treated it like a crime if you did it in this family, especially my mom and older brother. Though this changed come my 27th birthday as COVID was raging. I was getting more into PC gaming as we couldn't leave the house for much. I noticed the laptop I got just wasn't good enough, so I casually asked my mom if I could get a new laptop for my birthday. She was interested at first if it meant to help with school, as I showed interest at the time heading back for my graduate degree. I'm halfway through a master's degree right now. Woot. I was direct, told her the laptop was gaming and that I wanted to play better PC games. She said no, but I asked, I'll do anything for it. Mom likes taking advantage of me, so when she hears me say that, she says, okay, if you clean up the house, I'll get you the laptop. You see about my mom is that she thinks I'm lazy and don't like cleaning up at all. I think the list of tasks was cleaning up the kitchen, bathroom, and living room. Since this was weeks before my birthday, I took charge and got all of this done in a week. I told my mom I was done, and she said, okay, do this next. My mom has this habit of moving the goalpost when you prove her wrong, so she kept adding task after task to a point I pretty much became a one-man cleaning crew and cleaned up all of the house. It came to a point where she would be coming home from work and realize I was cleaning up things that didn't get cleaned for months. She tried to weasel out of our agreement by saying I shouldn't get a laptop for cleaning or that I was scamming her. Thankfully, I reminded her of what she said, and I think she thought I wouldn't be this bent on getting a new laptop. She did come through, and before you ask, I didn't make her pay anything insane, as the laptop was retailing at $1,500, but was on sale for $600. It feels good to be able to play most Steam games, and I've called this lovely lady the Beast. If anyone's interested, I can take pictures of the cool stickers I've put on the laptop. I'm proud of this laptop, as it's a symbol of what happens when hard work and dedication pays off. It also shows my mom can be pretty cool when she wants to be. I hope this fits, but either way, thanks for reading. If someone was to pay $600 for a house cleaning, I think it's only fair value if OP cleans literally just about every single nook, cranny, and bedroom. Everything from ceiling down to floor, every nook and cranny of every toilet. I think it's only a fair exchange if OP had done all that stuff that honestly probably hasn't been done for months. That said, our final story of the day is, want me to spell your name correctly? Fair game. This story took place quite a while ago, but something reminded me of it and I thought I'd share. I was working remotely in a company with coworkers from all over the world, and the culture there was actually quite nice. I really enjoyed everyone I got in contact with. In all my time there, I'd never experienced any bad blood between anyone. To put it simply, everyone was very understanding of each other and open-minded. Enter a guy who I'll call Jose for simplicity. You see, Jose had a special character in his name, something that I'd noticed but never really addressed because why would I? When emailing him, tagging him in different places, etc., his name obviously didn't carry that special character, but he still used it on our messaging platform. One day I needed to send him a private message, and I started off with a simple, "Hey Jose." He did mention that he'd like me to spell his name correctly, and I honestly thought it was all in good fun. But I explained that I'd never used that character before in writing, my keyboard wasn't set up for it, etc. I thought that was the end of that, but apparently no. I wasn't immediately pulled aside by a higher up, but during a one-on-one meeting later on, I was told I should be mindful of other people's names. I could tell that the person delivering this news wasn't thrilled about it, but the issue had been escalated nonetheless, so they had to remind me. I thought nothing of it since I had very little to do with Jose anyway. But lo and behold, a couple of months later, I had to message him again, this time in a group setting. After a little back and forth, I thanked everyone individually for their input, and because I'd forgotten about the name incident before, I simply said, "Thank you, Jose," without the accent over the E. You can imagine that during my next one-on-one, the issue was brought up again. This time I was a little miffed, but I said, "You know what? You're right. I'm clearly in the wrong here. Cue malicious compliance." You see, my name also has a special character, but it's not a frequently seen one since I'm from an Eastern European country. Safe to say that nobody else in the company even knew of its existence. I also assured people that they could call me by my English name, which is much easier to pronounce. Well, not anymore. During that same one-on-one, I told my higher-up that I now expect everyone to call me by my correct name, special character and all. Would you be surprised if I told you that Jose was one of the first to complain that my special character isn't easily accessible on his keyboards? He actually had the audacity to contact me privately to complain that his name was a special case, since it's more widely used, and the special character is well known, whereas mine isn't, and I shouldn't feel special about it. To make matters worse, the next times I had to write down his name, and I made sure I did it often, I didn't actually type it down but instead copied and pasted it from Google. And it would always without fail paste the Wikipedia article about his name too. So my message looked clunky as all heck. Nobody judged me for it, and Jose avoided me like the plague whenever he could. Trouble was, he needed me more than I needed him, so he was forced to suffer by writing out my name properly far more often than I guess he expected. Honestly, I totally understand if you want your name spelt correctly. I mean, it's hard to expect people to do it considering it's not a common thing to have the accented letters on an English keyboard. You definitely got to go a little out of your way to get it. At least on the phone it's easier. I think you can just press and hold the letters. But yeah, if you're going to request that privilege, you better pass it around to other people too and not act like you're special because your name's a little bit more common. Alright mom, I'll eat some fruit. So at one point in my childhood, my mom was on a mission to get me to eat more fruit. It probably wasn't a terrible idea, but of course at the time I hated it. It felt like a big conspiracy against me because I wanted dessert foods and candy. Well, we somehow ended up at IHOP, or as it was once known, the International House of Pancakes. We were going over the menu and she noticed the category Rooty Tooty Fresh and Fruity. Of course, I immediately balked at the idea and wanted something chocolate instead. I didn't really like the idea of being forced to eat something, but I believe the alternative offer was an egg sandwich at home. So I went with what I could work with. Something that already worked out about this place was that it didn't look like the kind of place that would have fresh produce laying around. There were also zero pictures of fresh fruit anywhere in the menu. But rather than point this out, I ordered the strawberry one. So when our orders were dropped off, my mom caught her breath. She saw that my pancakes were covered in glazed strawberries. My mom checked with the waitress, and there wasn't anything in it that I was allergic to, aka that corn syrup and red food dye interaction with ADD meds. My mom also didn't have the money to buy me something else, and knew the food was going to be wasted. It was canned strawberries, but they were pretty good ones. So basically, my mom insisted I ordered fruit, so I ordered something that basically amounted to pie filling on pancakes. I don't hear people talking about IHOP too often, but I especially don't hear people saying that they go to IHOP for the healthy food. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, the credit for my work costs $5,500. I'm going to be very vague to not bog this down with jargon. I work in a fairly prestigious biology lab on the East Coast where we study various pathogens. And for one project, I was trying to isolate a certain bacteria from samples containing a wide array of species in order to infect mice with the strain under various conditions. While doing research to see if there were mediums that were selective for the target bacteria, or if there were antibiotics that my target was resistant against that would kill everything else. I ended up with various ways to isolate the bacteria, using a process I thought of myself to test the efficacy of each isolation method. Before starting my experiment, I ran it by my coworker who's a seasoned immunologist of 10 years. Let's call him Dan, who trained me in working with bacteria when I started the job. I'll probably rant about Dan in another post. He thinks it's great and gives it the green light. And for the next 2 months, I'm running the experiments, calling biotech and pharma companies for quotes on their products that I'm using to isolate the bacteria, and end up with a big spreadsheet that contains both the efficacy and cost and benefit analysis of all the methods I came up with or found. I show my results to Dan, and he's ecstatic. Although he mentions that it's likely going to be a while before we use the data and make a decision on the isolation method due to us waiting on samples to come in. I send the spreadsheet along to my PI, head scientist at a lab, anyway, and shift my time to other projects I'm working on. Another couple months go by, and after not hearing anything from Dan about patient samples, another coworker comes up to me and asks me where I could find a certain set of plates to isolate the target bacteria from. I'm confused and ask him why he's looking for those, because based on my experiments, the plates he wanted were the least efficient and most expensive way to select the bacteria we were looking for. Not to mention that I had no idea that we'd ordered any more than the 10 plates I used to run my experiment. He argued me and said that Dan's research said otherwise. That confused me even more, and when I asked him to show me what he was talking about, he proceeded to show me my own spreadsheet, where he quickly realized that he had been misled and said that Dan must have made an error in the spreadsheet. I told him that I was the one who ran the experiments and got the results, and if Dan ordered the bad plates, then he had just wasted the lab's money. The other coworker said I probably told Dan to order the wrong plates, but when I said I had no idea plates were being ordered at all he had to say to that was, "Oh, that's weird." Sure enough, later that day, I look inside our cold room and see several boxes, roughly $5.5 thousand worth of the expensive and inefficient plates, and I confront Dan about it. I asked Dan why he ordered so many plates, and if he'd been telling other people that he had done the experiments. He laughs a little before asking if I'd even read the spreadsheet that I made, and states that the plates he ordered were the best based on my criteria, and that because he taught me how to work with bacteria, I was piggybacking his methods, and that him validating my experiment before running it was tantamount to him doing the work. He told me not to worry about it anymore, and that he would be presenting the data to the PI because he had already prepared a slideshow and everything for it. I wanted to open up the spreadsheet and tell him that he just wasted a lot of money, but he was so condescending and sure of himself about having ownership of my work that all I said was, "Okay," before returning to my bench. Later that week, we have our lab meeting where Dan's presenting his work to the whole lab and states that we can finally move ahead with isolating the target bacteria from patient samples. Sure enough, my spreadsheet is on the TV used as our projector, and my PI asks when we could expect the materials used in the most efficient isolation method to arrive. Dan corrects the PI, stating that the bad plates were the best, and very proudly stated that the plates had already arrived. I then interjected, very bluntly saying that the plates he ordered would recover over 90% less of the bacteria than the method my PI had picked from the spreadsheet. Dan fell silent, face going shades of red before he stumbled through a justification of ordering the bad plates. How, in the long run, we would save some money by not ordering the materials needed to do the method my PI wanted. Only for my PI to chime in, stating it was absolutely worth it if it meant a tenfold increase in recovery, and that we shouldn't be wasting samples, time, and money on bad plates. Dan very quickly blurted out that it was my spreadsheet and that there must have been a miscommunication between us before ordering the plates, before he quickly sat down. And all I said was that I was not told by anyone that anything off my spreadsheet was being ordered. My PI asked Dan if he submitted the data to me before I sent it to him, and Dan sheepishly admitted that I was the one who ran the experiments and compiled everything. So he must have misread my data and ordered the wrong materials, and was about to suggest that I possibly misspoke when showing him my data the first time, before my PI cut him off to move on to the next lab topic. The rest of the meeting, he was red, glaring at me out of the corner of his eye. After the lab meeting, Dan pulled me aside and asked me why I didn't tell him that he'd ordered the bad plates. I told him that since it was his research, he should have known what method gave the best results, since he would have calculated the yield of each method when doing the experiments, and that if he wanted my input, he should have told me before he ordered them. I went to the PI and cleared up the confusion, putting in the right order for the materials needed to best isolate the target bacteria from our samples, and making sure that he knew that I had no idea that my data was being acted upon in case Dan went behind my back to somehow throw me under the bus. Needless to say, we communicated far less after that whole ordeal, and I quickly found other people in the lab to work with. I later found out that he'd been taking credit for all the work I ever did since starting in the lab. And while it frustrates me to still have to tell people every now and then that I made the figures or did the experiments that Dan had told them about when my data comes up, more people have come to me to discuss their projects and ask for my help since Dan was exposed. And I find solace in the memory of his red, twisted face looking like it was going to explode in front of everyone, barely able to make out a word to cover his butt. A top thought that people shared with this story is that in work like this, it's a great reason to just kind of copy the boss in whenever you're sharing the reports on the work. Like, for example, when OP finished and got the results and shared them, they could have said, here's my spreadsheet with the compiled results. We should probably do so and so. Forward that to Dan and include whatever directors or bosses. If you do that, they can't just try to take credit for it. Our next story is Cheapskate Boss. I worked as a shift supervisor in a department of about 60 employees. Every year, there's a designated week to celebrate our profession. Every year, the department director voluntold the shift supervisors that we were all chipping in to buy pizza for the department to help celebrate. The first annoyance was that I worked night shift, so she would order the pizza and give me a check to pay for it. This was after we had all contributed whatever amount she determined to be our individual share. Every year, she would order about 6 pizzas for the shift and include a $2 tip for the driver. Naturally, I was mortified and I'd end up kicking in my own money for a reasonable tip. When I brought it up to her, she looked at me blankly and said she never tipped more than $2 for delivery. The final straw was the last year when she worked there. She had figured out the pizza bill and determined that we all owed $15.75. Pizza day comes and goes, with me, of course, chipping in another $10 out of pocket toward the tip. I opened my work email and see that she sent all of the shift supervisors a message. She had miscalculated the pizza bill, so we all needed to pay her another $1.65. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair, as she would be paying in more than we had. At first, I saw red, then I dreamed up my revenge. As I said, I worked nights, so the next night I spent quite a bit of time flicking 165 pennies under her office door. Then I emailed her to let her know that I'd left the money in her office. Never heard another word, but I'm sure she crawled around and picked every penny up. Honestly, that's kind of a bad boss. I get making a mistake and wanting to be compensated for that, but it probably didn't amount to that much money, and it would be better and look better as a boss if he just ate the cost. It should honestly feel a little embarrassing popping up being like, hey, actually, I need all of you guys to give me less than $2 to make up for stuff, and they're absolutely shameless on that tip. Our next story is, use our app for your convenience. No thanks. I order regular medication through a popular UK online pharmacy app. I put in a feature request to ask that they make it so customers could schedule a regular repeat order, but then they haven't. So I manually have to go into the app each month and use my actual fingers to place the order when it notifies me that it's time to place it. Aside for context, there's no financial transaction needed, as the medication itself is free at the point of ordering it. Because here in the UK, we can prepay just 108 British pounds to the government for unlimited medication for a year, thanks to the apparent tyranny of what some Americans would call socialism. I asked how ordering in the app would work if I didn't have a smartphone. I do, of course, and they made the error of telling me that I could email them a request for the meds and they would manually process the order. But it's slower. Aha! Cue malicious compliance/workaround. I now have an IFTTT automation set up to automatically email them my pre-written prescription request each month, triggered by a specific recurring event in my calendar. I enjoy the fact that every month without fail, a customer service agent replies suggesting I use the app for my convenience when I know that it's really to save them the manual processing time. No thanks, I'll leave it as it is, as this is way more convenient for me. For those that don't know, IFTTT is a platform. It stands for If This Then That. It's basically a website/service where you can kind of hook up multiple things and you can automate it. So let's say OP has like a Google Calendar on their Google account. You connect that to the IFTTT, you connect it to the website and set it to look for an event named MedSend or something, and you set it up so that whenever it sees the MedSend event, it'll send an email or whatever on that day at that time. It's a pretty handy thing if you can figure out how to work it. That said, our final story of the day is, boss tells me the tone of your emails is bad etiquette, and when I receive an email, I should respond, got it. Thought about this as I read some of the malicious compliance stories. I was an administrative nurse working with non-medical people. When I received emails from directors of facilities, I like to cut to the chase. No elaborate flowering, just trying to keep my replies understandable and short. However, I had a Nigerian boss who needed to read and approve all of my replies. Not long after, I'm approached by the boss who says the tone of my emails are upsetting? What the freak? His solution was for me to answer each and every email with, got it. I answered several of his emails and the directors this way. Apparently he got flack. He came to my desk to make sure I wasn't being a smart butt. No, sorry, I must have misunderstood you. Honestly, I think being uptight about work emails is so dumb anyways. As long as you're literally not personally attacking anybody or straight up being a jerk, who cares as long as the information is there and understandable. You're mad that I shaved my head? Alright, I'll make sure to never shave again. Earlier last year, my family decided to throw me a surprise sweet 16 birthday party, which all of our extended family members were invited to. Among those invited was my aunt, who we'll call Carol, who's known in our family to be super conservative, unlike her husband, who tends to be more open-minded than her. Though to be quite frank, the bar was on the floor. Since it was my sweet 16th, I decided to try out something new in regards to my appearance I've always wanted to do but never quite got the chance to. That being shaving my head. Little note, my aunt has always admired and complimented my long hair, mostly due to the fact that it heavily resembled the way she wore her hair when she first met my uncle in the 70s. So you can only imagine the expression on her face when she saw me walk into the room with a buzz cut. And so, over the course of the party, while I got many weird looks from my more conservative family members, none were as fierce as my aunt's. She'd continuously made passive-aggressive remarks in regard to my new hair, or rather, lack thereof. I tried my best to laugh them off, but with the things she was saying slowly getting a lot lighter on the passive part and a lot heavier on the aggressive bit, it kept getting harder to do so. When my birthday party eventually came to a close, as we were saying all of our goodbyes, instead of bidding farewell like everyone else, Carol, now with her composure nowhere near in sight, starts berating both me and my parents for letting me shave my oh-so-precious hair off, saying how a woman like me should never even as much as hold a razor anywhere near her hair. Cue malicious compliance. It took all of my willpower not to lash back out at her, but I somehow managed to hold myself back. And in the middle of her yelling, it's like a light bulb lit up in my head. And so, taking her advice, I swore to not shave any of my body hair until the next time I saw her, which wasn't long since Thanksgiving was not too far away. And with that, the next 3 to 4 months were not only a delight not having to worry about shaving, I did everything in my power to make my leg and arm hair grow faster. You could name any method for hair growth, and I guarantee I've tried it. When Thanksgiving finally rolled around the corner, I made sure to pick out some clothes that revealed most of my arms and legs to piss her off even more. As I came up to meet Carol, the expression that washed up on her face can only be described as an unholy mix of both disgusted and horrified. Before I could even get within 2 feet of her, she quickly rushed to the bathroom with her hands over her mouth. After what seemed like an eternity of painfully fake retching sounds, she finally exited the bathroom and started loudly screaming at me about how I look like a man and how me letting myself go had literally made her sick to her stomach, also making sure to compare me to big hairy animals while she was at it. Slowly, a crowd formed around us. Embarrassed by his wife, my uncle forcefully dragged Carol away by her hand and out the door as everyone in the room froze up a bit. Since then, my uncle has profusely apologized to me, and my aunts insisted on not appearing at any family gatherings if I were there. And in the not-so-off chance that Cousin Elle happens to be reading this, I'm so sorry you have such crappy parents, girl. How about stop worrying about other people's hair choices and worry about yourself? Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, want access to all employee emails? Enjoy your smoking device then. This wasn't that big of a deal, but even after years, I still find it funny. This happened years back when I was working as an IT for a relatively large engineering company. Around 5 to 6 branches in our place. It was a great workplace. This was a family-owned business, and since it was funded using the father's, let's call him Richard, money, he was given the VIP privilege. Basically, everything he requests should be done without consideration, even if it screws up the process, yada yada. Everyone in the office and most of the people on other sites, people getting transferred to other sites for managerial positions or to fill up any vacant positions frequently, knows this and would constantly talk about him and his unrealistic demands. Like one time, he requested to have access to all user emails since he fears sabotage from resigning and terminated employees, and wants their login info to be sent to him on an Excel sheet. This was declined, of course. Richard is also known for being an alcoholic, drinking as early as 4 a.m. inside his office, and would lash out at anybody when drunk. The IT guys were the common target for his lashing out, since it's unavoidable that employees experience issues with their device, and would tell us that this should not be happening. Why are we even paying you for this? I was on the middle of my 30-day notice when we received an email from Richard asking for all shared emails to be delegated to him, aside from those to whom he already has access. All 12 of them. In case you're not familiar with Outlook, emails are stored locally in a file inside your device. The more accounts you have access to, the more storage space consumed. Even when there's a max storage of 50 gigabytes for these files, you can alter the maximum up to 300 gigabyte, but we never do this. Well, we did it once for him. Our team has gone to the lengths of convincing him not to do it, since it would consume a freak ton amount of space on his device, and we could delegate to him the emails he needs at the moment instead, then delegate some more later if a need arises, basically saying his request is unnecessary. But nah, he wants them now, he wants them fast, and he wants them stored inside since he wants to look at the emails even without the internet on. Since we realized there was no convincing Richard about the risks, malicious compliance knocked on the door, asked to be let in, and pooped on the floor. All shared folders were delegated to him, having around 20 to 30 gigabytes of emails and attachments each, configured to automatically download and be saved locally. The next day, we got a request to procure another laptop for Richard. Turns out while the emails were syncing, it got to a point where his storage was bottoming up. The device was starting to freeze a lot, and whenever he tries to delegate other files just to make up available space, it would get replaced by the emails that are being synced in. He got so frustrated that he punched a hole in the screen. It's safe to say we were asked to revert what we did the day prior and set up his new device. Very nice event before I left the company. When somebody gets high enough and they have some bad ideas and they are adamant about it, sometimes you just have to give them what they want and allow them to experience for themselves why that was a terrible idea to begin with. Maybe that's how people like this get through to the top positions without nepotism. They have these unrelenting demands, and maybe if they're given those demands, they actually end up working out and they look great, and they fall upwards until they can't fall upward any higher. Our next story is HQ Hotshot demands people work on the clock, and they do. Our working time in the company ends at 4 p.m. I work here for the 4th year, and since my first day, it was normal that people clock out at 4 o'clock. Guys on the production floor usually shut down their machines at around 3:30, clean the station and go to showers, and change into normal clothes ready to clock out at 4. Recently, we got a new factory manager from an HQ. Dang, how he flipped when he found out the people stopped working 30 minutes early to clean their stations and change clothes. He called a big meeting and told us middle guys to tell people that 4 p.m. is not the time to leave, but to stop working. Thinking being smart, he overlooked the rule that employees clock out only when leaving the building, the company rule for safety reasons. Basically, it means that the only unpaid thing in our work is smoking, because smoking is allowed only outside of the compound. The past 3 weeks, people were turning off machines at 4 p.m. and taking their sweet time to clean the workplace and hit the showers, usually making 40 to 60 minutes of overtime per day. Today, the new manager found out that over 100 people will have 20-hour overtimes and has to dish out $40,000 extra on salaries. While there's not enough production work to cover it because all of the machine cleaning and showering was done past regular clocks and can't be counted towards production but as utility hours, which employees were generous enough before to fit them into regular hours thanks to filling daily goals a bit early. The new HQ hotshot was now running around the compound, trying to find how to justify why suddenly under his command, the company needed 2,000 extra man-hours when for over 10 years it never did. Now, I don't know what happened to the old factory manager, but you gotta hate when things seem to be running really well. A new manager comes in and they come in guns firing, thinking they're gonna be this big guy to come in here and make some change and improve productivity. It's like all of these businesses that are doing extremely well but have to continue increasing profits. They're gonna come in here trying to make some big ideas and dreams happen and just burn the whole place down. Look at something like Netflix introducing ads to try and increase profits. I'm sure that's definitely going to increase their bottom line. Our next story is no paid overtime? No worries. I have a mate who drives milk tankers from farm to farm and then drops the milk off at a milk processing plant. He works under an award agreement with set pay conditions. They recently got a new manager. Recently they've been short-staffed and each day they did about 2 hours of overtime. Come payday, my friend asks the boss where's the overtime pay. He gets the reply, "We don't pay overtime anymore." My friend replies, "Sure, but remember, I don't work for free." The next day it comes knockoff time, and my friend's about an hour from the milk plant with a full load of milk. He pulls up the truck on the highway and calls his boss, and the conversation goes like this. "Hey boss, since you don't pay overtime, I've left the truck at this location with the keys in it. See you tomorrow." The boss says, "What? You can't do that." They say, "Yeah, I can, as you don't pay any overtime, and I don't work for free, so see you tomorrow." And then he hangs up. 30 seconds later, the boss says, "We'll pay you the overtime plus what we owe you if you get back in the truck." He says the new boss is much more compliant these days. Honestly, even if it was a good, well-paying job, I feel like most people would do exactly what happened here. Imagine getting to the end of your regular shift hours and they say, "Nah, you gotta keep on going for at least another hour. By the way, we're not gonna pay you for it." Who, except the lowliest of people who need the money desperately, are going to stick through that kind of abuse? This next story is, oh, so you quit. This happened to me a few years back. I was a team lead for some big folks at a big ISP. Basically, we took the orders that sales made and provisioned circuits to facilitate the customer's needs. We had a guy we'll call Ginger. He was overly dramatic and very hot-headed. When we got orders, they were assigned round-robin style unless they were specific customers that only me or another senior guy handled. This meant sometimes I'd be skipped because my customer orders came directly to me. Ginger was after me in the assignment order, and he would get mad if he got 2 in a row. Each order took 2 or 3 minutes to process, so getting an extra was no big deal. Ginger was in a special mood one day and I got like 15 orders from my assigned customers. This meant Ginger kept getting orders and the perception was I didn't get any. So he gets order number 3 and says, "That's it, I'm out of here," and leaves. The manager was less than thrilled but was out on vacation the next day and says, "Let me know if he comes back tomorrow." Tomorrow, Ginger's back and in a worse mood. I walk over to him and tell him the boss is out and I'm filling in. I've got a bunch of new orders, so he's getting everything new that comes in. He tells me if he gets too many, he'll quit. I say acknowledged. It happens. 5 or so orders later, that's it, I quit. And he storms out. I call the boss and tell him. He says, I'm on vacation, take care of it. Yes, boss. I contact HR, tell them he quit without notice, and walked out. In a few minutes, his badge, access, email, etc. are all turned off. The next day, he's arguing with security about his badge not working. I walk up and say, hey Ginger, I didn't expect to see you here. He says, my freaking badge doesn't work. I say, yeah, that happens when you quit and walk out. You aren't an employee here anymore. I nod to the security guy as I badge in and get on the elevator. I wonder what happened to Ginger sometimes. This guy got everything that was coming to them. If the work's too much for you, quit, and then stick to it when you actually quit. You can't just say, I'm quitting, go home early, and expect to just keep having early shift ends. That said, our final story of the day is malicious compliance. I teach during my day job. What many don't know is what I do in the in-between to make ends meet. I tutor at students' houses, and on occasion I pick up a couple of adjunct facility teaching gigs at the neighboring community college. This story is about my experience at this Arizona community college and marks my very first malicious compliance at this campus. Rarely am I the recipient of some malicious compliance, but here we go. So I'm teaching a bunch of adults at the community college, but it honestly feels like teaching high school. Most of the people in this class, despite being college students, truly lack any of the mathematical foundations necessary to, well, even survive in a normal adult life. That's why this class exists and why MAT 092 Introductory Algebra is offered to hundreds of students. I'm one of 6 professors who teach this course. I put it in quotation marks because I feel like, despite having a degree in higher education, teaching this course doesn't earn me that term. Maybe I'm undervaluing myself, wouldn't be the first time. So anyway, where were we? Struggling peeps, rambling teacher? Alright, so after I assuage their math anxiety, I start introducing them to some real-world scenarios that could be shown in slope-intercept form. Like gym memberships with a one-time sign-up fee, a lake that loses X amount of feet in depth consistently over time, etc. After I have students successfully identify the slope and intercepts of various situations, I then have them create some of their own scenarios. Now, this is a college course, so regardless of my level of content, I need to establish some clear learning targets, objectives, and establish a clear rubric for my students to follow to allow for a grading system with maximum clarity. I tell the students the components of the rubric and explain that they need to have a slope and intercept with the situation they create. As I was grading them, I couldn't help but notice one particular student who had their scenario of how many calories I'm supposed to eat every day with the equation written, however sloppily, y equals 2000x. I gave the student a markdown for not having an intercept. The next time class occurs, the student asks why I marked them down for the assignment. I told them he didn't have an intercept, so I marked it down. Malicious compliance has entered the classroom. She hits me back with a, I thought you said that with the equations, there's always an intercept, even if that intercept is 0, right? I can't argue with that. No, literally, I can't. She got full credit. Now I'm feeling like DJ Khaled, because in the long run, I just played myself. See, OP is a good professor because I feel like we've all had these experiences in class sometime where there is clearly a technicality that makes them absolutely right and the teacher still says, no, it's wrong, it's too technical. They were right and OP gave them proper credit. Want to get more money by making me look dumb? Have fun paying damages? So this happened a while ago, just remembered it after reading some posts. I was broke and living in a homeless shelter when this happened. So I was in the homeless shelter, some guy pulls up and asks me and some other guy if we wanted to move his stuff from his house to his new apartment. Said he'd pay us $25 for an hour to an hour and a half of work. Pretty sweet deal and I needed the money, so obviously I said yes. The guy who went with me was in his 50s and I was in my early 20s, small white kid. He He kept making me look dumb and slow, doing everything faster than me and criticizing every little move. Even the guy who owned the stuff said he didn't know what he was on. I mean, this dude jogged down the stairs carrying some pictures to the U-Haul. Whatever, not gonna lose my crap because some random dude's having a bad day. I realized later the reasoning behind it when he asked for $50 instead of $25 because he did my work for me. Go figure. Anyway, we were almost done, just carrying the fridge down the stairs. It was already sketchy in itself, going downstairs with a fridge on a dolly. He was again trying to make it look like he did all the work, trying to push the dolly down the stairs by himself. I offered to help on the other side, but all he said was, "No, you're just going to mess it all up. Just hold the cord in the back." I could already see where this was going, but heck, what do I know? He gets about halfway down, and the fridge fell off the dolly and hit the wall. He tried blaming me, saying, "That's why you should go on the other side to help." But I played the innocent part. "Oh, I'm sorry, I was just listening to you. I had no idea." He knew I was playing dumb, but he just gave me a stare because he knew he was in the wrong. The owner of the house came down and asked what happened. I told him I just held the cord. The other guy dropped the fridge. He knew what probably happened, what with the other guy giving me a hard time and everything. Made him pay $50 for the damages. Basically $25 since he still gave him $25 for the work. He also didn't give me a hard time after that. I think he learned his lesson. Honestly, I respect the hustle, but clearly they did it in a very unsafe and dumb way. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, Boss says I should quit because I like spending time on hobbies, so I did. I was working for a startup engineering firm, working as a piping design engineer, but since it was a startup firm, we didn't have a lot of manpower, and the ones we had weren't as qualified either. I was one of the very few qualified enough to handle a team of my own. The boss trusted me with almost everything. I was like the second in command after the boss, only because I was managing a lot of things on the side as a voluntary basis. Things like paycheck balancing, client meetings, quality assurance, documentation, and other stuff which he should have hired someone else to do. I was good at it and he took full advantage of it by giving me things to do that was never under my job description. One day, he had this bright idea that we should revamp our website to attract more clients. And he gave this project to his nephew, who had just graduated from college as a developer of sorts. After a week or so, the nephew came up with the first draft of the website, and the boss was fairly disappointed as it didn't look anywhere near to what he expected. He then called me in and asked me if I knew anything about website design. At that time, I was very much interested in UI/UX and was doing an online course to learn about it more. So I told him that I'll see what I can do. I spent the next week full making a proper information architecture, wireframes and color guidelines that the nephew could pick up and build the website from scratch. In the end, the website looked futuristic and the boss was pretty happy. But during the week, my other responsibilities were put in a backlog and it just kept piling on. I knew I'd be able to cover it once I'm done with the website and didn't pay too much attention to it. The next week, my boss caught up with the backlog and called me into his cabin. He started yelling at me for all the responsibilities that I didn't attend to. I calmly told him that I was working on the website and it's not a big deal. I told him that I would clear it out as soon as possible, but he wasn't happy. He asked me why I spent so much time doing something that isn't even my responsibility. I told him I was learning about UI and UX and was pretty much interested to learn more. I obviously never thought about pursuing it as a career because, frankly, I was a mechanical engineer by qualification and didn't think jumping to IT would be easy. The boss snapped and told me that I should quit and pursue my hobby as a living. He said only then will I understand how lucky I am to have a job that pays. I kind of got offended because, one, he doesn't even pay me the worth of things I do for the company. He knew I could cover and yet took this as an opportunity to discipline me. I stepped out of this cabin, went to my desk and put in my resignation and went home. He called me a couple of times, asked me to revoke my resignation, and then made other people from the organization call me to convince me to come back. I wasn't having it at all. It's been 2 years now. I decided to pursue UI UX as a career now, and I'm working as a product designer in one of the biggest organizations in the country, with a pay that's almost 300% more than what I was getting as a mechanical engineer. Personally, I'm of the opinion that life is short. You only get one go around, and if there is something that you are legitimately passionate about, something that you wake up and you would love to do every single day, you should try to go for it, by all means. I think you're lucky if you have something that you know you would love to do. I would hate for anybody to feel like they've passed up an opportunity to at least try to pursue it. This next story is, husband complies with wife's demand. My favorite example of malicious compliance happened about 10 years ago. I'm a dentist, and one Saturday morning, I got a call on my cell from an older patient of mine. We're closed on the weekends. "Doc, I've got a tooth that's just killing me," he said. I told him I lived just 10 minutes down the road, so why doesn't he just come in and I'll see if I could get him out of pain at least. "Nah, Doc," he replied. "I've got some Jack Daniels here and I'm doing just fine. My wife told me I had to call you, so I did. I'll call your office Monday morning and see you then." Then he hung up. Still one of my favorite patients and favorite story to tell. I guess he got a little bit of that apply as needed medicine. Let's be real though, A, OP seems like a good dentist, and B, tooth pain isn't anything to mess around with, so I really hope until Monday that Jack Daniels can really hold them over. This next story is, they refused me an office, I complied, they regretted it. I got my first grown-up job while I was finishing my bachelor's degree. I was just getting started in a highly technical and emerging field. Very few people back then were doing this kind of work, and I seemed to have an aptitude for it, which is probably why I got a job before I had any credentials. The department I was hired for was brand new and had the potential to take customers from other departments, while also generating net new business. Interestingly, the other departments had been offered the opportunity to start the service themselves, but refused, even actively trying to prevent it from happening. That's the reason I ended up in a malicious compliance situation. The leaders of all the other departments conspired to prevent me from getting an office. I didn't understand it first, because at that age, I didn't imagine professionals did petty, immature things. When I realized what was happening, I knew they'd get exposed if I went along with it. So I happily did my job wherever I could find a place, which often ended up being in the mailroom, where lots of people would notice. I hoped maybe the leaders would start to feel guilty or annoyed and change their minds, or they'd be caught by their bosses. Either way, problem solved for me without a fight. Little did I know how well it would go. I started to be well liked by a lot of the leaders because I helped them with their computers. There was one leader who still inexplicably hated me. I never spoke with him, not even one word, but he continued to insist that I didn't need an office. I wasn't even the level of a secretary according to him, which I took as a dig at my lack of a degree. I heard about him saying that from a friend who was in the meeting when they talked about changing their minds. It's too bad for them that they didn't change their minds, because the president came through the mailroom multiple times and finally stopped, clearly annoyed. "Why don't you work in your office?" That was my golden moment. I had complied politely with not having an office. I sweetly told the president, "I don't have an office." They said, "What? Why not?" I said, "There isn't room. No space available." They say, "According to whom?" I say, "Mr. So-and-so." They say, "But you've been working here for, what, 3 months? They could have found a space for you by now." Ooh, the president was beet red at that point. I just smiled and said, "My understanding is there is no space." The president literally stomped upstairs to the offices of Mr. So-and-so. I distinctly heard the yelling from downstairs. People outside probably heard it. The president came and brought me upstairs to the conference room where the leaders were all seated looking down. There were a pile of keys on the table. I was afraid at that point. Was she having me pick someone's office to take? While that might have been a sweet revenge, it wouldn't have been good for my working relationships with any of them. But no, she handed me a key to the conference room and said, "This is your office." She scooped up the rest of the keys, which I learned later were all their copies of the key to the conference room, and said, "Your office is the largest office on campus, even bigger than mine. Enjoy." and she walked out. That was probably the best drop the mic moment I've ever seen in my life. And the story ends with my compliance not only winning me that office, but all of the other leaders except Mr. So-and-so becoming great colleagues. Although there might be some oversight issues being exposed here, I think we can all agree that is a great leader in this place. There's no greater way that you can make up for this than that president giving you something that is honestly beyond what you could have even have asked for. Our next story is, you only want certified mail? Okay. I once worked for a company that provides therapy to children. The company owner was not licensed or credentialed to do this, but I am, so he hired me. I got hired, did my job, supervised the other workers, kept all files electronically, and kept the data up to date. Everything was HIPAA compliant. As time passed, I found out that he was committing insurance fraud. I knew I wanted to report him and quit. However, due to the type of therapy I do, I didn't want to leave the clients without therapy. They didn't do anything wrong. I decided to give my boss a 4 weeks notice so he could hire someone else and I could transfer care properly. My boss didn't like this plan or the fact that I wanted to quit, so he terminated me on the spot. I thought this was reckless of him, seeing that now he had no one on his staff who could legally supervise the therapy and sign off on clinical notes. I was the only one who could. When he fired me, he started slandering my name and telling lies about me. I work in a small area where everyone in my field knows everyone else in the field, and I wasn't about to have my reputation tarnished due to his lies. I hired an attorney to write a cease and desist letter. It was sent to him via certified mail. He didn't like this either. He reached out to me and said the company needed all of their materials back as well as client data. He said he would only accept it in certified mail. Of course, I wanted to send the books and materials I had back to him, as well as transfer the data to him, but it didn't make sense to send hard copies of the data. It would be a lot easier to securely email the graphed data I had. It would also make it easier on whomever took over my caseload, as the data system and graphs would already be set up for them. I tried to explain this in my email reply, but he wasn't having it. He replied, "I will no longer reply to you. I told you to send all materials in certified mail, and that's what I expect to happen." Cue malicious compliance. I printed all of the raw data and graphs I had. This ended up being about 200 pages worth of information. When it printed, it looked all wonky and extremely difficult to read across that many pages. As I was packing the books, materials, and 200 pages of printed data into the box to be sent, I accidentally dropped it and the paper scattered everywhere. I picked them up, but they were all out of order and impossible to tell how to put them back in order. So I just boxed everything up out of order and sent it to him certified mail with signature. I know he received the package. I don't know what he had the person he hired after me do, because what was sent to him was unusable, hard to read prints of the data. The only thing that I think could have been done was to have the new person recreate the entire system, decipher the order of the 200 pages of data, and input it manually. This would take many months. Maybe next time he won't be such a jerk and he'll listen when his employee says it doesn't make sense to send hard copies of the data. Does anybody else think that this company, regardless, should not exist and that OP should report them to somebody? Honestly, I feel like OP should just destroy whatever copies of the data they had, not forward it on, and just cease and desist any slanderous claims that they made. Actually, it turns out that OP reported them to an insurance fraud investigator. The company mysteriously disappeared, and then that guy opened up a new company later on. So I guess this guy will continue running through traffic until eventually he does get hit. Listen to anything but that. I'm doing a refit in a homeware store right now. Tonight I was voluntold to iron the sample pillowcases that hang in front of each bedding range and color of plain sheets. Absolutely not my favorite task, but one that I can lighten up with a bit of music. I can't wear headphones because I need to pay attention to my surroundings, but ironing is static, and I can plonk my phone on a shelf behind me. So I turned my volume up, opened Spotify, and loaded up one of my favorites, Jeff Wayne's musical version of The War of the Worlds, an absolute classic of an album. Cue the project manager scowling his way over to me before the Eye of the War had even finished. Ugh, could you play something else? I don't care what, anything but musical theater. Can't stand that stuff. Okay, it's not everyone's cup of tea, and I have other things in my library. Although a dislike of musical theater rules out Hamilton and Wicked and probably Disney as well. And my assorted playlists are rife with tracks from all of the aforementioned. But he did say anything else. So I scrolled a bit further down my library and hit play on something I rarely listen to at work, even with headphones on, because people do tend to find it offensive. He walked off as my phone started to blare out some Scottish heavy metal. Of course, I'd hit play on the whole album, and he happened to wander back a bit later as one song was in full swing. You said anything? He didn't look impressed by that either, and there was no complaint as I went back to my regular musical theater and Disney-laden playlist instead. Not purely that, but not entirely profanity-filled either. If anybody wants to know exactly what was being played, it's called Ailstorm. Definitely not the soundtrack you would want to hear going into a homeware store, I'll tell you that much. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, want revenge by paying in pennies? Here, let me count those for you. Ages ago, I worked a frontline job at City Hall, registering cars and dogs and collecting money for parking tickets, property taxes, and the like. So a basic entry-level municipal finance grunt, bottom of the food chain, nowhere close to being the one making the ordinances or rules, etc. Grunt. This was before the days of taking credit cards and debit cards for such payments, before smartphones, before the online banking world really began. Ages ago. Paper, paper, paper. The city ordinance on tax interest stated that interest would accrue daily against any past due tax bill at a rate of blah blah % per annum. Property taxes were due quarterly. Many people would come in to pay cash on the tax due date. Many more would remit their payment by checks through the mail. We kept extremely thorough paper records of all payments received through the mail, retaining their remittance stub, the envelope bearing the postmark, which was the date we would use to calculate any interest, if it arrives past the due date. If the postmark was before or on the due date, no interest was charged. These were batched daily by each clerk, filed by date in our vault so anyone who needed to could find any receipt or remittance fairly quickly. We needed to. Often, as did the city auditor. Anyways, business as usual, and the few days following the tax due, we would always get a few stragglers through the mail, and the daily interest would have started adding up. Not by a lot. For most homeowners, this would amount to just a few cents a day. We would send them a receipt in the mail with a note that they would have a small balance now due to accrued interest, but we would hold it at that amount for 10 days. Most people would just send another check, some would ignore it, and others would come to pay in person. Finally, the stars aligned, and I got one. A real peach of a gentleman who was extremely disgruntled that he got a bill in the mail for this god-darn interest BS, which he slapped down on the counter inches from my face. He then slammed a repurposed melatonin bottle full of pennies down on top of the paper and said, "I hope whoever sent me this darn bill has to count these darn pennies," at top volume for all of City Hall to hear. I could already tell that it was mine. I saw my initials on the receipt when he slapped it down. Cue malicious compliance. I smiled as big as I could, said I would find out who had processed it, and took his receipt to the vault. I didn't even give him enough time to react. I just got up and went to the vault while cheerfully saying, "It'll just be a minute," before disappearing from his sight. I found the paperwork, including his 2 days late postmarked envelope. Then I sat down on my desk, took the melatonin bottle, looked him in the eye and said, "You're in luck today, sir. I'm the one who sent this balance due to you, so I'll be able to count these pennies for you." And I did. I counted all 39 of those darn pennies, and I counted them one by one very thoroughly. It took him about 20 minutes to pay his freaking 39 cents from the minute that bottle hit the counter to the end of it. I was extremely pleasant and cordial and smiling at him the entire time. It was just fun at that point. so I kept pouring it on. Just so sweet. His face was practically purple by the end, and as he slunk out the door without the smug satisfaction he was expecting when he slammed that melatonin bottle on my counter, I said, "Have a great rest of your day. Weather's beautiful." And it was. There is nothing nicer than matching somebody's absolute grump, upset personality with a beaming kindness and sincerity in your voice. Somebody's walking around just trying to be a jerk, and you're just sitting there smiling like nothing in the world is possibly wrong. You know it really gets to those kinds of people. Our next story is, don't want it written off? Okay. Most of the customer service at my current job is done over the phone. However, the phone reps don't have authority to do much. We also have small service centers where customers can come in and get assistance, and these reps are able to do a lot more. I used to be one of these reps. One day, a customer came in since, from her perspective, the phone reps were unable to help her. The issue revolved around a policy that we don't advertise. If a customer has a balance under $20, the system will automatically write it off. There's a 24-hour-ish lag time on this, so if the customer submits something on our customer portal and the balance is under $20 and they don't pay immediately, it'll be gone the next day. I mean, it's pretty obvious why we don't tell anyone. We want them to pay their balance before the system writes it off. Most people pay their balance immediately anyway, so it never comes up. So here's this lady. She called in because she didn't pay her balance the night she submitted her information, and the next day the system wrote it off. She called us, and they told her this, but that wasn't good enough, so here she was in front of me. She was livid that the balance was written off and wanted to pay it. She and I went back and forth for a while, with me explaining the write-off to her, and her being absolutely pissed about it. Well, as an in-person rep, not only could I restore her balance, I could also completely disable the automatic write-offs for all of her accounts. After restoring her balance and taking her payment, I apologized for the inconvenience and assured her that it would never happen again. I'm willing to bet this was probably some kind of misunderstood fear. You know, you're afraid that this is going to be some secret charge that's not on the books, but is quietly going to move to collections if they don't pay it. Or maybe they're the kind of person where they have some kind of moral stigma and they owed something and they want to make sure they pay it. To be fair, if I was told that over the phone, I would have understood and stopped complaining. But for some people, they probably wouldn't just trust a company when they say, "Oh, don't worry about it, we wrote that off." They'd rather make sure they did pay it off. This next story is another rude pizza customer. When I was 18, I started my first job working for the local hut. I'd been working there for about a week, and it was a slow night when a couple came in. The waitress went over, got their order, and came back shaking her head. Seems the couple wanted a pizza with jalapenos for a topping, but botched because the pizza was never hot enough, not enough jalapenos. She said they were fairly rude in their request. My manager, who'd been teaching me how they made pizzas, looked at me with an evil grin and said no problem. He laid out the dough and layered it with jalapenos, poured the sauce, jalapenos, cheese, jalapenos, another layer of cheese, a scattering of jalapenos, then poured jalapeno juice into the jar's cap and poured that all over the pizza, into the oven for the proper amount of time, and finally one last lid full of jalapeno juice. We all watched with anticipation for the customers' reactions. They ate it, but went through many pitchers of beer between the two of them. I never heard if there were any complaints because I quit the next week for a better paying job after someone tried to block a local street and rob me. I knew another roundabout way off of the street and avoided the would-be robber, but we laughed all night at this little bit of malicious compliance. I mean, hey, it sounds like they wolfed that pizza down, had a lot of beer, they didn't complain, it probably was a great time for them. It was probably hilarious to them too. This next story is Christmas music. This is a very old legendary family story that I realize belongs here. Enjoy. As long as I can remember, I always loved Christmas music and would play it as much as I could. My dad, on the other hand, didn't share my enthusiasm and felt it should only be played during the Christmas season. Finally, we came to an agreement. I could start playing it once the greatest Christmas movie ever, Christmas Vacation, was on TV. One year, at least 20 years ago, I was in my bedroom channel surfing in April and saw that indeed Christmas Vacation was on TV. Naturally, I turned it and grabbed one of my Christmas CDs. There was no such thing as streaming music then, younglings. My bedroom was on the second floor, right above the living room where my dad was watching TV. I made sure that it was loud enough for him to hear. He then peeks his head into the stairwell to yell about playing it out of season. I told him to remember his rule and go check channel whatever it was. I then turned down my music a bit to hear his reaction. It was hard to make out, but he was definitely grumbling as he knew that he couldn't say a thing. Score 1 for me. I know it's really basic, but for me, the Christmas movie of all Christmas movies still is A Christmas Story. Anybody that has their own Christmas movie, what is the Christmas movie for you guys? Let me know in the comments. That said, our final story of the day is Company Saves Cost by Taking Away Company Cars. About 6 years ago, I worked for Power Supply Company in the UK. I worked on a small project team that coordinated all the company's major infrastructure projects, and the role required travel to meetings all over the country. We would average around 800 miles a week in company miles over the year, depending on time of year and location of projects, etc. Someone in the finance department had reviewed our expense claims and calculated that over 1/4, we had not covered the required number of company miles to meet the company's policy on company cars. For that 1/4, without looking at any other data, we lost our company car entitlement, and the company told us that we had to return the fleet company at the end of their leases. Malicious compliance activated. As we were project engineers, we had a very particular set of skills for knowing how to follow rules to the letter and how to do so in a manner that benefited the company or project or individuals. Usually, if it benefited the company, it benefited all involved. This was not one of those occasions. We pay benefits in kind tax on our company cars in the UK. The rules around this changes as and when the government feels like it. My team had all carefully chosen our cars to be zero cost to ourselves by choosing cars that were below the allowance of £300 a month, so the remaining allowance covered the tax obligation. We'd all be screwed by the benefit and kind tax changes that year, and we're now paying tax. So for starters, we reviewed the company car policy and found the company had no way of stopping us handing our cars back with immediate effect, whilst the company was still responsible for the leases. So we all made arrangements for personal cars and handed our keys over at the next team meeting. We'd also reviewed the company travel policy. We started using hire cars and trains for traveling. Trains and hire cars in the UK are not cheap, as none of us were willing to use our personal cars and claim the 50 pence per mile. Usually we'd work a long day and book a bit of overtime or blue to drive to and from meetings without staying over, as we would prefer to be at home even if it meant getting home late. That stopped with immediate effect. We would only work the mandated 7.5-hour day, then stop, book into a hotel, and take full advantage of the £25 food and drink allowance for dinner, then work from home the following day, as we'd been away from home the previous day, as per the policy. After about 8 weeks, we were called into a meeting with our line manager and department manager about our expenses. Our expenses for the first month after the cars had been returned were more than they were for the previous 12 months combined. Our line manager agreed that our expenses were in line with the policy, otherwise he wouldn't have signed them off. The department manager told us we were getting company cars back, and he expected the expenses to return to previous levels. We declined the offer of company cars and let management know that we would be adhering to the travel policy to the letter. See, they have a very reasonable policy going, and then something changes, somebody new moves into a position, and they decide, okay, we've got to save a little bit more money somehow, we've got to get just a little bit more blood out of this stone. All of a sudden, something that's been working really well, like a travel policy, all of a sudden you have to provide proof of business use, or there's some kind of new allowance. Well, when that doesn't work, it pisses the people off, and they start taking up everything they can per your policy. Well, I guess that's just really what you get for trying to milk whatever potential savings you can. Cost of $40 per month is too expensive for the accounts team. My work involves analyzing all kinds of data, This instance occurred around the time when our company was somewhat new, but still large enough to have 150 employees and rapidly growing. So far, our data analysis had been retail companies, travel agencies, or even the housing market. For the first time, we received a request to analyze health data from 5 hospitals in our area. The health data is very sensitive, so the raw data itself and the analytical result could not be shared via email or Dropbox. For the first time, my team gets to see that sensitive companies go through channels that have a lot of security to share the data between us and the client. These channels cost money, but nothing too expensive, which our organization couldn't afford. Something like $40 per month. 4 out of the 5 hospitals have this data sharing channel, which meant that my team was able to receive the raw data and also be able to provide the analysis via the same channel. The 5th hospital was new, and they didn't have this channel. Either our company or the 5th hospital needed to have this channel. So I raised a request with the accounts team to purchase this channel, and it's denied. Myself and my manager both raised it again and also discussed it with the accounts supervisor, and it's approved verbally, but declined on the system once again after 2 weeks. We try again for the 3rd time after discussing it with the higher accounts manager, and still no approval at the end to buy this channel. It's declined, and we've been told it's the hospital's responsibility to share the data. And if we reach the hospital, they'll ask us to reach the health ministry, which then asks us to get in touch with the local member of parliament, etc. So just a lot of bureaucracy that I shouldn't be managing. While this entire request of data sharing is being worked on, the time for us to receive and analyze this data is running out. We're waiting only on a single hospital's data, which is ready to be sent to us, but only via an appropriate channel. So I've had enough. I find out from the health ministry email response, while working on getting the hospital to buy the data sharing system, that the data can also be shared practically. Specifically, if I was to take a USB with me to get the data physically at the hospital and also return the output to the hospital the same way, this practical data sharing capability is deemed entirely safe. And that's what I started to do. Every Monday, I drive 30 minutes to the hospital at 11 a.m., go to their admin team to retrieve the data in my USB, and then drive back to my work, reaching at 1 p.m. Then I go have lunch at 1 p.m. I repeat the same task again with our analytical output on Thursday. Our contract is to analyze the health data for the whole year. After doing this for 3 weeks, one of the upper management people, whose office is opposite my desk, starts to think that I've been taking a very long time for lunch. From 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., he comes to my desk and asks if everything's okay and why I was away from my desk for 4 hours. I tell him the whole story. He is not happy at all. The cost of that data sharing system is nothing compared to the cost of paying my salary while I physically collect the data every single time. He puts the accounts team into their place by finding out that they approve of this system verbally each time and then deny it every time after a few weeks. And literally that day, we have the system all purchased and then installed overnight. Although I do miss the bi-weekly travel while listening to music to only do a copy and paste of files into and out of a USB drive. Honestly, if I was in OP's shoes, I'd be pissed. This is like the perfect start to the day. You get to just chill, take a drive, listen to music. You kind of just chill for 4 hours and then start your job finally at 2 p.m. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, what is it with takeovers and colorblind management? Reading a few stories here, and I immediately think of how this year went for me. A bit of context, I worked for the same company for the last 20 years, and recently started thinking about options. I had a second job which I really enjoyed, and did really for fun and for a little bit of cash to spend on boys' toys. It was never going to pay my mortgage. Over the COVID pandemic, we were all sent to work from home, and you know what? It worked. Most folks on the team got more done and had a significantly better work-life balance. Right at the start though, the company was taken over, and that was the start of 2 years of changes. The first was an attempt to cut everyone's pay by 10% because COVID. The company is in online payments, and COVID was a real money spinner for them. The CEO and CTO bragged that they gave up their salary for 6 months to sweeten the 10% pay cut. What they didn't do was give up their bonuses or options, and they did really well out of that. Top tip for CEOs or CTOs in Fortune 500 companies: your salary packages are posted publicly. We know what you got. Roll the clock forward to the summer. The CTO and CEO are awarded a huge pay raise to compensate for the time they gave up their salary. At the same time, staff were told that there was no pay raise forthcoming for them, as there wasn't the money to do it. They also cut long service awards, so my expected service bonus evaporated. Then they had a town hall meeting, and there was a lot of heated discussions on pay and the cuts to the recognition scheme. Then came the sledgehammer. Everyone had to switch back to working in the office. There was an option for continued home working, but that would require a reduction in salary to reflect the savings made in commuting and time spent commuting. I asked what other options were on the table and was told that I could always look for another job. The timing of that was perfect. I'd been looking into other options for increasing my work in my second job, and I was told that I could have as many hours as I wanted. I made the call as soon as we left the town hall, asked to go on full-time hours, and got approved immediately. The following Monday, we all had to go into the office full-time again. I walked in, logged into the network, and I handed in my notice. Here's where the fun really kicked in. We were asked to give 3 months notice, but if you gave 1 month, there was no legal recourse. I also carried over quite a lot of vacation from the previous years and had 8 weeks to take. I gave the month's notice and requested a month of my vacation immediately. There was a sharp intake of breath and a very shocked face from my manager, and the sudden realization I was out of the door that day. If you're going to tell someone to just look for another job, don't be surprised when they already have one. You also should have a plan B in case a person leaving was due to meet with a client later that week. Although it's really nice to hear how OP got out of this situation, I'm reading this and I'm thinking to myself, you know what? It sounds kind of par for the course in a Fortune 500 company. I mean, the bottom line is they want workers to work for the least possible amount, where they can at least continue to churn workers as much as possible. I mean, look at Amazon, for example. They've done it so harshly that there's some areas where they're running out of people that they can even hire because they've churned through all of the possible workers. The real kicker is they give you a great salary to start off with, like, $19, $20 an hour. And then the longer you work there, your wage actually starts decreasing. That said, our next story is vote with my feet? Don't mind if I do. In my old role, compliance for a financial institution, we used to be split into 2 groups, investigations and alerts. Alerts did the first level of processing of items that came in and then determined whether they should be escalated for further review, sent to investigations, or closed out. Alerts was expected to get through 8 to 15-ish items per day, depending on referral channel and other factors, while investigations was lucky in some areas to get through 2 per day. Some cases could take days or weeks to do. I worked in investigations, specifically within Treasury, which was considered the most complex area. And I primarily dealt with the high scrutiny/high complexity items, like law enforcement referrals. I was also the main trainer for Treasury, particularly complex cases, and had created all of the training materials and processes. Additionally, I worked as the point of contact/representative on the procedures management group, so I knew them inside and out. What it boils down to is that I made myself the keystone species of the department, albeit inadvertently. As it happens with any organization, there was an ebb and flow of employees in our area, but for the most part we stuck around because we were treated fairly, enjoyed our work, and had senior leadership who actually tried to understand what we did and why we did it. We weren't dealing with people who thought they knew better and who would make arbitrary decisions for the sake of implementing change and saying that they did something. Sure, it wasn't perfect, but it worked pretty well. That all changed when they decided to merge alerts and investigations together and make everyone do everything. Things went downhill quite quickly, especially because the leadership that was given control was from alerts. As far as they were concerned, a case is a case is a case. It's not, and you should be able to get through all things quickly. You can't, and they're all created equally. They aren't. They put undue pressure on folks to get through the caseload far faster than feasible, if you do it right anyway, and removed all specialization, which made it incredibly difficult to get in the groove of the work because different areas had different expectations and procedures. To add to that, they promoted people who had no business being elevated, Peter Principle anyone, and ignored tenured investigators who should have been first up. All that did was piss off the good employees and create a whole bunch of post-turtles in leadership roles. As one would expect, attrition skyrocketed. They weren't paying us nearly enough to deal with the BS, so people left for both internal and external roles at alarming rates. When the pandemic hit, we were, for the most part, stuck. Hiring freezes galore, and there's always a fear of leaving and then getting screwed and being jobless during the disaster that is the world. A bit more background. At work, I've always had a reputation for honesty and for speaking my mind, sometimes, often to the chagrin of senior leadership. As far as I'm concerned, you can't complain about something if you don't try to fix it. So when everything was at peak awfulness, I said something on a call with the aforementioned senior leadership, knowing that it was unlikely anything was going to change, but at least I would know I tried. I was later pinged by one of the managing directors in our overarching department. Not up my direct reporting line, but in the same organization. We'll call him C. I worked with C a number of times over the years. He had a rocket strapped to his butt and was perfectly content to ride that puppy until he could go no further. He is definitely a bit of a yes man, but that's what generally happens when you're in that type of role. I'm unlikely to ever become a yes woman because it's not my personality, but it takes all kinds, and you never know what might happen in the future. When C pinged me, he asked if I could chat and give him some details about the situation. I knew I had nothing to lose, C, keystone species. So we got on a call and I explained the problems and my opinions on proposed solutions. More staffing, revert back to specialization and case types, pay industry standard, have leadership work on acquiring a better understanding of the job so as to be able to make more informed decisions, etc. Nothing unreasonable, though I knew that it was unlikely any of it would be done. C's response? Vote with your feet. About what I expected, but I was impressed that he went right out and said it, especially because we knew the whole department would be screwed if I left. I'm sure he figured I would never leave. After all, I'd stayed for almost 8 years already, even though the awfulness didn't truly start until fairly late in the game. Fast forward a couple of months to summer 2021, I'd been focusing on finding another role. I'd been even trying to before talking with C, but that gave me renewed incentive. I was being particular about what I applied for because I didn't want to leave for the sake of leaving, especially knowing that any internal move would mean I was stuck for a year, and I didn't want to risk screwing myself out of something perfect by jumping the gun. My caution paid off, and I was offered an amazing internal opportunity that pretty much fit me like a glove. I kept my move quiet for a variety of reasons, only telling my manager, but I knew that it would eventually make it up the chain. I just wanted to keep it as quiet as possible for as long as possible. Well, a week or so before I was scheduled to start in my new role, I got a ping from C asking me to hop on a call. He had seen the leave report and wanted to ask me why I was going and whether he could convince me to stay. They couldn't. I got on the call, video, and when he asked me why I was leaving, I looked at him and said, "Well, see, I'm just doing what you told me to do." He gave me a cocker spaniel look, complete with head tilt, and I just smiled and said, "I'm voting with my feet." The satisfaction I got from the look on his face when he made that connection brought me so much joy. He was so crestfallen. It was just chef's kiss. All I can really say here is if it gets to the point where you're giving ideas to the company and the company says back to you, vote with your feet, aka pretty much voicing your opinion by leaving, there's probably often not going to be a great amicable solution in the end. I mean, how do you get told from your company, yeah, we don't really care. If you want to do something, you can leave and voice your opinion that way, and continue working there with a smile on your face? Like, at least give the placating, "We'll talk about your concerns. Thank you, this is great stuff." "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Doctor." So this happened to my husband the other day, and I felt the need to share. He was answering an email from a customer, and they had a note on their account they requested to be addressed as Doctor. My husband didn't know this at the time that he sent the initial email. He addressed him as Jacob, fake name. He responded quite rudely with, "It's Mr. or Doctor to you." Since he was rude, he responded with, "My apologies, Dr. Mr." Let's just say that he was none too pleased, but it was worth it. I do think it's pretty bold to just go straight for first name. I think you should at least offer Mr. up. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, oh, you're gonna replace what I ate. So here we go again at Mendy's drive-thru. This one started in the drive-thru and then ended in our lobby. I got to witness my manager, we'll call him Bruce, being petty as freak. Straight sassy. A customer orders one of our smaller burger meals, including one of our smaller patties, to eventually eat in the lobby. The junior bacon cheeseburger comes with a small, hot 2-ounce patty, cold cheese, cold lettuce, hot bacon, cold tomato, cold mayo. See where I might be going with this? The repeat customer definitely didn't. It's crucial to eat this burger within a couple of minutes of receiving it to really enjoy the burger. So anyway, we hand out the bag of goodies, then we see him 10 minutes later walk in the lobby with his bag in his hand, open, losing all of that crucial temperature. He sits down. What happens next is something I could only describe as a la Tom Segura weird crap. I mean, for like the 1930s it would be normal, but this dude whips out a newspaper from seemingly nowhere. Like seriously, was he only holding a paper bag saying Mendy's? Flaps it open like he was in the movies, finagles a monocle out of his shirt pocket, actually uses it, and about 10 minutes later, he takes a bite out of his now room temperature burger. Yes, we all watched. Like, there were customers galore in the drive-thru, but this was a sight to see. I then returned to my duties. About a picosecond later, time flies, Steampunk Stu approaches the counter with the fervor of a kid, asking us for a free toy with a more than half-eaten burger in tow. "This meat was cold, ma'am." The dichotomy of his talking with a mouthful of food, while being dressed to the nines, paralleled how his burger was supposed to taste. Hot and cold. And he was talking to Bruce, so he meant man, just to add to the schleppiness of his overall vibe. Bruce asked him, at the risk of getting further pummeled by drippy chunks of mouth meat, to repeat himself. He stood there chewing for an awkwardly long amount of time. "The meat, it's flunking cold." Bruce begins to Mendy-splain that the smaller burgers, even at their very hottest, rapidly react with the very cold lettuce, mayo, and tomato. "You ordered the burger an hour ago. If you don't plan on eating it right away, we can always..." Stu interrupted to shout, "I can't eat this crap." Bruce says, "Sir, you're eating it right now." They said, "Oh, you're gonna replace what I ate. I have my rights, I know how it is." Bruce started to reply, "But you ate." Then he had a malicious compliance epiphany. "Okay, we'll replace what you ate." I was very excited to hear this, so best believe I turned to see what he was up to. I was so excited. Usually it's me who commits a malicious compliance and Bruce is the chill one. But not this time. You see, Bruce is a true neat freak. We're like the odd couple. And evidently being spit on made Bruce very malicious. Bruce style. I couldn't wait to see what he was about to do. I first knew he was up to churlishness when he was insisting on taking the heavily patchouli man's burger back. Oh, it was glorious. Never before had he looked so handsome, so debonair as when he double-gloved to take this man's burger, put it on a wrapper, and assemble an identical burger, which he cut perfectly to match the other 40% of the burger that Stu hasn't eaten. He nuked the old burger to kill any steampunk midichlorians left hanging around, and reassembled his burger puzzle and wrapped it like it was new. He handed it to Stu, and you better believe we all waited to see the aftermath. Homeboy opened the burger right there, and with a look of disgust yelled, "Are you freaking kidding me?" He threw the burger at the wall and ran out, swearing that he'll yelp us until we close. I'm so proud of Bruce, though I know he's ashamed. Honestly, there was probably no winning with some overly eccentric character like that. So maybe grossing them out and making them hurry out of the place and threatening a bad Yelp review, maybe that's for the best. Just get them out of your hair. Our next story is 10,000 steps a day or else. Years ago, long before smartphones or Fitbits, a coworker of mine, Bob, had a relatively mild heart attack. We joked in secret that it was caused by his wife, but the other secret is we weren't really joking. She was awful. She was just an intolerable person and no one liked her. I'm pretty sure Bob didn't like his own wife. If he did, it was probably Stockholm Syndrome. At any rate, when Bob returned to work, he returned with a pedometer clipped to his belt. Every day, Bob would walk as much as he could when he wasn't pinned down to his desk, but he was suffering and his work was suffering. As a supervisor at the time, I figured he was struggling with his recovery, so we just moved a lot of his work to others and left him with the cases he specialized in. That worked for everyone because those cases drove others nuts and he was a whiz at them. His other work was comparatively easy. However, at the end of his first full week back, the issue became more clear. I overheard Bob's wife berating him in the parking lot because he didn't even meet half of his steps goal. Turns out the pedometer didn't come from his doctor, it came from his wife. She was demanding that Bob increase from his current 4,200 steps a day that were almost killing him to somehow 10,000 steps a day. This will read at least 10,000 at the end of every workday, or it'll be your butt, were her words. Now, Bob was a tall guy with a long stride, so she was somehow expecting him to fit in over 6 miles of walking during his workday while recovering. But since he'd had a heart attack, maybe she was just looking out for him, right? Nope. His doctor had actually cautioned him against overdoing it. He was only supposed to be walking 1.5 miles a day, and not all at once. But his wife wasn't having it. She demanded more, and he tried but wasn't doing so well. After another week of this and another chewing out in the parking lot, we developed a plan. Bob's pedometer sat on the corner of his desk while he was working. If anyone had to walk down the hall or to the other building, they'd grab the pedometer on their way out of the office. Bob did have to tolerate another couple of butt chewings because we ramped him up to 10,000 steps instead of jumping straight there. We figured that would be suspicious otherwise. In the end, Bob got his 10,000 steps every day. Well, Bob's pedometer registered over 10,000 steps every day, and almost a third of them were actually his steps. Bob was overjoyed to have the help, and we were all willing to keep the secret because we were frightened of her turning on us. Teamwork makes the dream work. OP and all of the other coworkers are amazing people for helping out here, but why is nothing being done either from others trying to influence Bob or Bob themselves about this crazy abusive wife? Our next story is dine-in only. When I was really poor about 6 years ago, I was taking a smoke break at my dead-end full-time job and saw a fully stamped rewards card for a local spaghetti place on the ground. It was an entire meal, salad, pasta, and a drink completely for free. No stipulations listed on the card other than presenting and exchanging it. Typically, I didn't eat lunch because I couldn't afford to, so this was an insanely good find that meant that day, for whatever reason, the universe was paying for my lunch. I picked it up, and when lunchtime hit, I ran over to the diner since it was fairly close and asked for my meal to go, presenting the card. I only had a 30-minute lunch break and was paid by time punches, so it was pretty strict. The place was empty and the old woman scowled at me and told me the offer was dine-in only. I showed her the card and pointed out that nowhere on the card does it state that. She scoffed and insisted it was dine-in only. I thought about it for a second, and since the place was dead, I asked for a table. I ordered exactly what was offered with the card, went through the charade of waiting for her to bring it all out separately on their fancy plates, each time smiling at the same rude old woman that was now serving me. When everything was in front of me, she said if I needed anything to let her know. I immediately requested to-go boxes, and her fake hostess facade dropped entirely. She had someone else bring them out to me. Leaving the card on the table, I hurriedly packed everything up, including my drink, and took it back to work to scarf down on my second break. It was the best free spaghetti I'd ever had. I was trying to figure out why exactly she would demand it's sit-in only. Then I realized, even though you're getting the meal for free, if you sit in, you're probably expected to leave a tip. So surely they're expecting some kind of money. This next story is, caused airport security to upchuck their cookies. This happened when I was on my way home from SRS surgery. My painkillers were seized and I had to prove I just had surgery. Are you sure you want to see? So I dropped my undies and showed them my new to me, very swollen lady parts. But of course, I was taken to the back in a private room. I never saw someone lose their cookies before so quickly. I got a first-class escort to my flight, an apology, and my meds returned. Never seen someone backpedal so quickly. I'm imagining if you go and get a surgery like that, it's probably something you were looking forward to for quite a while. So I'm sure OP was already probably on cloud 9, getting a chance to prove it and absolutely shut these people up for calling you out. It almost felt like OP was insisting they do so. That said, our final story of the day is, shut the freak up, get in the truck, and do what you're told. You got it. So, I live in a pretty small city by American standards in Canada, 250,000 people. People joke that it's a giant small town, and it's hard to go somewhere without knowing someone who either knows you or has heard of you. I run a small contracting business that maintains properties for seniors. Think grass mowing, tree trimming, etc. In the winter, there isn't a lot going on, so I lay off the summer crew and usually bounce around to different companies to help them with their snow removal. I hold a commercial driver's license as well as equipment operator license, among others, so most of the larger companies know me and are more than happy to have me around. Over the weekend, I was called by the biggest company in my city to help with hauling snow to the city snow dump, a gravy job, and lots of hours. I had never worked with their crew, but quickly got along with everyone but the company Grump, which was expected. Of course, the company Grump is the one working on the weekend loading trucks. After the first location, he gave me some cash to get us coffee. I meet him at the next location and hand him his drink. He takes a drink and notices it's wrong. He gets out of the Bobcat and throws the full, extra large coffee into the distance, getting caught by the wind, spraying me with liquid, all while cursing me out. I decided to let it go. Everyone's been working long hours and, well, some people in construction are just giant man-children. I offered to grab him another coffee, and he declined. I went back to my truck to drink my coffee and talk to the other driver in my truck. When the operator comes over to our truck to witch at us about his coffee, after I offered to get him another. Shortly after, I realized that I had his change in my pocket. Knowing this guy, I better return it. I walked over to the Bobcat to give him his money and let him know that if he did that again, there would be problems. We had a few words before he told me to shut the freak up, get back in my truck, and do what I was told. And if I did, stuff like that wouldn't happen. So I did. I went back to my truck and did as I was told. Little did the operator know, he's been on thin ice, and I was told by his boss to let him know if we had problems with him. Furious, I jumped back in my truck, called his boss, and went home. Not even 20 minutes later, I get a call from his boss telling me that they fired him and were begging me to come back. Moral of the story is treat each other with respect, especially in the workplace. I just can't imagine too many jobs where, whether it's somebody that's working on the same level as you or a subordinate, where if they get you a coffee and it's not right, that you can just take it and chuck it into the distance and not get any kind of reprimanding. I mean, I feel like even most managers, even on a construction job or whatever, if they were to do that and it were to be reported, maybe there's proof of it, I feel like most people wouldn't be able to just get away with that without at least getting a talking to. I think this dude had some kind of anger issues or something. Break the law? Sure thing, boss. Sign here, please. I used to work as a spare parts estimator for a fairly niche industry. My job was essentially to work out what parts of our main product the customer wanted, find out how much it would cost us to make, add a little markup, and send them a quote. My boss was pretty strict on traceability, so everything needed to be recorded, including why a certain markup had been applied to a particular product. Normal value of these quotes is somewhere between 200 British pounds and a few $100,000. Very rarely do we get orders for anything more than that, once or twice a decade in my experience. A request for quotation landed on my desk when I was work from home during COVID, and it was a biggie. Just looking at the list of parts the customer wanted, this was going to be an absolute killer. Over £1 million all by itself. I was told by the sales guy that if this one went well, there was another to follow of an even bigger size, ultimately looking at 10 million over the next 4 years. So I set to work. Normally I can do 5 or 6 of these quotes in a day, but this one quote took me 6 weeks to put together. I was in constant contact with 20 plus vendors getting specifications, technical details, prices, and lead times for over 400 items. Finally, my masterpiece was complete. Then came the snag. Sales guy then says that because of the country this customer is in, they need to have 4 or more quotes in from different customers in order to get it cleared by their government. Some anti-corruption policy that had been instituted. We were the original manufacturer of the product, and there was nowhere else on the planet they could get these parts from. So we would have to work through third parties to get it done, and he knew just the guy. In comes a one-man band with a dodgy-looking entry at company's house to save the day. Sales guy and him go way back, so he was going to be the preferential supplier. I was asked to do the normal quote to him, and then to bump the prices up by 30% and send that to 3 other companies who had been asking about it, so they would absolutely not get the contract with the end user. I argued the point, saying that the whole purpose of the anti-corruption policy is to prevent situations exactly like this, but I was overruled. The COO of the company now tells me to just do it over a phone call, at which point I request that in writing before I go ahead and do it. Fast forward 2 years and there's still no order that's been placed. Then I find out through a different sales guy that the one-man band has been put on a blacklist by this country's government over this project. The other 3 companies have been turned down, and the end user is asking other companies to come in and take our product out and replace it with their own. A huge investigation is called for by senior management. My quote is ripped to pieces and examined in microscopic detail, and the question gets asked, why did you give different prices to these other 3 when you knew it was all to do with anti-corruption? We should fire you. That's millions of pounds of order you've lost us. Out comes the email from my little black book. On the desk it goes. Everyone suddenly gets very quiet, and the COO starts packing his desk in a box the next week. And the moral of the story is, if someone tells you to do something borderline illegal, make sure to get it in writing. 100% if you're being told to do something that you know is a terrible idea, might cost the company a lot of money, might get the company litigated against, cover your butt and get it in writing that you were told to do that. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy satisfying stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? That said, our next story is, you want me away from guests at all times so they don't see me doing normal things? No problem. I work in the hotel industry in a busy city. This specific property was completely ran down after COVID, and everyone left except one person. So everyone there is new to the property, most even new to hospitality, even managers, even HR. A few of the rules set by the new management was that 1, we can't even as much have a bottle of water behind the front desk to drink between guests, or when there's a lull in check-ins or check-outs. We have to put it in the bell closet, and that's nowhere near the front desk. I have to exit my pod, go around the corner out of sight into the lobby, and go in the closet to take a sip of water. Sweet, got it. 2, we can't use the public restrooms on the main floor because it's unprofessional to guests. We have to go down to the basement, which is around the corner from the front desk, down 2 flights of stairs, into the security office, down a long hallway next to the housekeeping office. This bathroom is the housekeeper's bathroom. All their clothes are in there, they have a shower, they're always getting ready in there at the sink and every stall is taken. Okay, got it. Sweet. Mind you, not even 2 months ago, I was hospitalized for dehydration, so drinking water is vital for me. Therefore, I require a lot of fluids and a lot of bathroom trips follow, especially during that time of that month. So what could have easily have been gulps of water between groups of guests at the desk and simple 3-minute bathroom trips on the same level as me are now 15-minute ordeals each time I'm thirsty or have to use the bathroom combined. So I got it. Full line of guests arriving that need to get into their rooms. Full line of guests leaving that need to catch their taxis to get to the airport. I'm sorry, I need water and to use the bathroom. Be back in 15. My manager quickly realizes that I'm gone for more than 2 minutes and the lines are building as they're watching from the cameras downstairs and scold me when I come up. He tells me that we don't get breaks, only 1 unpaid lunch during our shift, and I'm abusing time paid, that I need to save those activities for my unpaid meal. I tell him, I'm sorry, I was told it looks unprofessional to use this bathroom around the corner in the lobby, and also told him I can't keep a water bottle with me. My only option is to go where you tell me to go, and with those instructions, it takes me 10 to 15 minutes to drink some water, make the trek to the basement bathroom, and wait for a stall to open, and then wait for a sink to open, and then make my way upstairs again. He knew he couldn't tell me that I can't drink water during my shift, or that I can't use the bathroom on the clock, and he sticks by his crappy rules. So he now has to keep his mouth shut when I'm gone for whatever time I please. Other employees have followed suit, and reviews pointing out long wait times are pouring in, as my manager sits their butts in their offices and doesn't assist with the lines in any way. We're just doing what we're told, sir. Us poor working slaves cannot be seen with the big money spenders in their fancy bathroom quarters, and under no circumstances can the card swipers see us low-life associates hydrate with water. Got it. Now, I don't know where this is taking place, but it almost feels illegal to say that you can't have a drink with you. You would just hope that wherever OP is, there's some kind of competent law that says that you can't deny your workers access to a drink while they're doing their work. What is really impressive is this whole thing is obviously a horrible decision, but they're like doubling down. Instead of just addressing it and facing the harsh truth of getting a review such as, I saw the worker in the bathroom, can you imagine the gall of them? I pay for this bathroom, the worker shouldn't be in there. Or such as, I saw the worker at the front desk with a water bottle. The lack of class in this place. Yeah, no, we much prefer the, it took 15 minutes for me to check out reviews instead. Our next story is, keep an eye on the Indian guy because you're a racist? Okay, enjoy your brown grandchildren. When I lost my part-time job due to COVID, a good friend, let's call her Kate, helped me get hired at the after-school learning center her dad owns. She did warn me though that her dad was unapologetically racist. I'll call her dad Owner. Anyway, owner and manager loved me as an employee. At the 2020 Christmas party hosted at owner's house, I got offered the role of assistant manager. We chatted for a while after, and owner and I briefly bonded over our dislike of corrupt establishment politicians. I just prefer progressives, but I didn't disclose that part. I think he came out of that conversation with the incorrect assumption that I shared his politics and social views, and his racist tendencies immediately got less subtle. In January, manager hired a new employee to fill in for the role I left. The new guy was a very dark-skinned Indian man around my age and Kate's age, 24 at the time. On this guy's first day, owner was visiting. He had another job, so he only comes in on Mondays. Right before students start arriving, owner pulls me aside and asks me to keep an eye on new employee. I don't remember the exact wording that followed, this is over a year ago, but basically without saying anything directly, owner implies that he suspected new employee would steal something or do something to the kids. Despite not actually saying the words, his intentions were clear. and it was the most overt racism he had displayed so far, but rather than say something in the heat of the moment, I decided to just maliciously comply. I've kept an eye on new employee ever since, watching him to make sure he succeeds. I made sure he had all the support he needed. I shielded him from owner's racism as much as I could. I invited him to grab drinks after work a few times, and we ended up becoming really good friends. And last month, when I told owner I had to leave at the end of this year, I knew no one else was interested in my position as assistant director, so I got most of the staff to endorse him as my replacement. I'm now training him to take over for me. He's doing so well today that I was able to just sit around and write this post. But my favorite part in all of this is that at last year's Christmas party, I introduced a new employee to Kate. They clicked like no other couple I've ever seen, and have now been dating for almost a year. New employee proposed to Kate at Thanksgiving, and she said yes, and I know they're definitely trying for kids real soon. Owner knows they're engaged, but he didn't come in on Monday like he usually does, and we haven't heard from him. So I don't know how he's taking it. Anyway, can't wait for this year's Christmas party. Honestly, this is maybe the best thing that could possibly happen to that guy, because maybe they'll be finally forced to come to grips with it and become more accepting. They very well might not, but at least there's more incentive than ever to try. That said, our final story of the day is Say Yes. Years ago, I used to work as a hardware manager for a now defunct retail company in Canada, whose name started with an S and ended in ears. In the springtime, we were setting up for the inevitable warmer weather, and we unveiled this absolutely amazing barbecue. Kenmore made by Char-Broil 5-burner 75,000 BTU with a 10,000 BTU side burner. Stainless steel construction with cast iron grill, all for the low price of $499. The exact same Char-Broil sold for $899 at the time, so as you can imagine, it was very popular. Maybe sold 12 to 1 of it versus any other barbecue in my department. Also, due to that, I rarely, if ever, had any on hand, and would have to special order them for customers. I begged and pleaded with my district and logistical managers to send me 100 of the things, because I know I would have been able to sell them, but they refused. Now, at this point in the company, 2012, the Canadian operations of the company were going through some transitions, and they recently had initiated a Say Yes policy. Say yes to the customer whenever possible to complete the sale and secure the excellent salesman/customer relationship. The customer buys a barbecue and asks if we can throw in a cover for free. Yes. The customer doesn't have tools at home and asks if we can build it in store for them. Yes. You get the point. So June rolls around, barbecues are flying out of my department at an alarming rate, with the majority of them being this Kenmore barbecue. It's Wednesday and a customer comes in after hearing about the price, and his barbecue had just broken on him the day prior and he's got family coming this weekend. I say, well, I can order it in. We've got another truck arriving Friday, so it may be on there, but I can't confirm. If it's not on this Friday's truck, it'll be on the following Tuesday truck for sure. He says, I can't take that risk, man. Is there any way I can buy the floor model? Now to note, selling floor model barbecues wasn't really allowed during the traditional barbecue season, but since the customer asked, I said, yeah, for sure, man. They said, do I get any discount off for the floor model? I said ordinarily there would be if it were closer to clearance time, but with it being pre-built and ready to go right now, I think you're getting a decent deal with no extra hassles. Utter BS, but whatever, that's neither here nor there. He said, alright man, I'll take it. So I get it packed up, wheel it out, and walk by the store manager, and she gives me the look. You know the one, the you weren't supposed to do that look. Hey, I was just saying yes. Next day, I'm sitting in the center office, stuck on a conference call that could have been an email, listening to the ramblings of sales numbers and things I'm not too concerned about, because I was good at my job and my numbers were good. At that point, I was up 25% over the previous year. Then something jerks me out of my lulled state of boredom. It's district manager, with whom I don't get along with at the best of times. They said, just going over hardware sales. "OP, I noticed you sold your floor model Kenmore barbecue. That's our #1 selling barbecue right now. Why would you take it off the floor before clearance?" I said, "Well, district manager, I had a customer come in, and they were in a bind. Family coming in from out of town for a huge get-together, and his previous barbecue had just died on him. I attempted to show him other models, but he was set on this one for obvious reasons. I told him I could order one in, but I couldn't guarantee that it would arrive on my Friday truck. He then asked if he could purchase the floor model, and I, remembering the last few conference calls and your guys' introduction of our new Say Yes policy, looked at the customer, and I freaking said yes. I immediately heard roughly 7 people laugh and then mute their call. The district manager said, "Appliances, we have a new Bosch dishwasher arriving." At this point, I tuned out. 5 minutes later, the call ends. I grab my notes, walk towards my department, and there's an announcement over the intercom. "OP, please report to store manager's office." Oh, this is gonna be good. Said, "You wanted to see me?" They say, "Why is district manager calling me literally as soon as your conference call is ended?" I recount the story for store manager. They say, "You know she doesn't want you on any conference calls from now on, right? The CEO and COO were on that call." I said, "Whoops." But also not whoops, because you know I hate conference calls. Store manager is just glaring at me, but smirking at the same time. I said, "So, can I go sell some barbecues now?" They said, "You're lucky you can sell." She was joking around. So I headed on back to my sales floor and continued to sell 3 more of the barbecues without them even being on display. Aftermath, they were serious about me never being on any more conference calls. They were all handled by the assistant store manager from then on, and he just gave me notes and the gist of what the call was about. But even that could have been an email. CEO and COO remembered me when they made a visit to my store a few weeks later. District manager tried to rush them past my department when she saw I was working, but the CEO made a point to stop and say, "So this is the outspoken hardware salesman that I've been hearing so much about." Him and I laughed, while the district manager looked like she wanted to murder me. I also finished that quarter 33% up for the period, the best increase in sales the company had ever seen in our district at that time. I left the company in October 2012 after 4.5 years, and the whole company shut down roughly 5 years later. Man, every time you look at Sears, you just think about how they just did not pivot with the times to online. Sears could have been the Amazon, but I guess as far as the race goes for control of the online sales monopoly, they didn't chase the bag hard enough. Badge in, badge out, increased margins for us. This comes from my tenure at one of the worst companies I ever worked for. Poor morale, poor practices, crazy and drugged out management, and all-around scumbaggery at the top level. Fortunately for me, I didn't work directly for said company. I and a business partner had started a small IT firm servicing enterprise IT systems. This was back in the days of Windows NT and Novell NetWare, both of which were on the premise at this client. Since we were self-employed, we were a little isolated from the political minefield that was the corporate cube farm. We were content to put in the time necessary, typically only billing 8 hours a day for each of us, since we essentially became their IT department due to the rest of the staff quitting in droves. Apparently, one of the VPs got it into their head that we were overbilling them. We're hourly, so there's no way our daily hours would always be 8 hours. We were told from that point forward, we were to badge into Kronos like every other employee, and make sure we badge out for lunch. My partner and I happily obliged. While badged out for lunch, we didn't answer calls. We started taking our lunches off-site so there would be no more interrupted breaks. The absolute best part is that our billable time went from 8 hours a day to 10 to 16 hours a day each. The VP was too proud to admit that they screwed up, so they never asked us to go back to retainer billing. Every week when we handed in our invoice, we asked the controller to thank the VP for us. And yes, weekly invoices. They were so bad at paying other vendors that the only way we would continue working for them was on net 7 terms. Honestly, I wonder if this is some form of projecting, almost saying that if that VP was in that position, they'd be stealing time too. Our next story is working remotely. So once upon a time, I worked as a mechanical designer, my first career. A couple of years into it, I got some good experience with CAD systems, a new thing at the time. I scored a new contract position with a major automaker. Sweet. Except it was second shift due to the availability of computer terminals. Invariably, I'd finish up the work assigned by the first shift engineer I was supporting and have way too much free time before the end of my day. And at that hour, there were very few people in the facility with which to shoot the breeze with or play cards with to pass the time. I wasn't allowed to clock out, determined by my being logged into the computer. The contracting firm wanted a 40-hour week on their books. I'd already been writing custom tablets, digitizing menus. This was before mice were a thing, to stay busy. So after a few months, I began teaching myself the 3D modeling aspects of the software. But there was little opportunity for me to use it, and I got bored. Then I started looking into the mainframe system itself, under the hood so to speak. I got to know the file system and most of the commands, and felt comfortable with writing some simple batches. This was a VAX/VMS system, and the help menu was, well, helpful. Then I learned a command that was to set me free. Wait. This was a command that, when encountered in a batch, would wait for a specified time period before executing the next command. So each night, when I was done and wanted to go home and watch late-night TV, I wrote a batch. The first thing the file did was to delete itself, although it was still running in memory. Then it waited for whatever period of time was left in my shift, and then ran the final command, log off. I called up a random project, started the batch, locked my screen, and left. If anyone came by, they would assume I was in the restroom or taking a smoke break. I did this for about 5 months. Never got called on it. They still got to bill their 40 hours. My contract ended and I went on to another job where I wasn't so bored. Some may question why I didn't just stick around and slack off till the end of my shift. Look folks, this was back before cell phones, back even before internet. And you can only twiddle your thumbs for so long. You may not agree with my choice, but I still remember with a grin that time in my life where I got paid to sit on my couch and watch Johnny Carson. I could only aspire to work this smartly and work this easily. It can really pay to know your stuff. Our next story is new job description with lower pay? I can do that. I applied for a job to install equipment for a large company that sells cleaning and sanitation chemicals and tools to every place you can imagine. They have a separate pest control branch and hospital supplier branch. I applied to install their leased equipment, but was immediately promoted to sales and service in a bait-and-hook scheme. It was 25% more hours, on-call 24 hours, some weekends, but they did the math, so the annual pay was the same. They couldn't give me a raise within the first 2 years, but apparently could bend the promoting before 2 years rule. Whatever, I needed to get promoted to a salary position anyway. I talked to my district manager. He agreed to let me work 5 more hours overtime a week and sell new accounts, giving me more cash and working towards promotion. I got many recognitions, met with global management to share my ideas, was on product development teams as field tester. 6 of my ideas were rolled out nationally, and I was still second from bottom of the chain. Got promoted to a salary and commission sales and service role, 40-hour weeks, no lease machines, no late night calls. Used my sales skills to make $3,000 to $4,000 a month above my old salary just in commissions. 4 months in this role, they bring us all in. They tell us they're removing all salary positions, and everyone was getting new titles with lower pay. They were going to reassess pay in 4 months. I told my bosses it wasn't a 50-hour-a-week job. I can do it in 40. We agreed if I did it in 40 with the highest numbers in my district, they would adjust pay during reassessment. I was now making less than I was hired, 2/3 of my salary for the same job. I drained my savings to make it work. 4 months passed, and after 10 emails that I escalated until manager of the entire West Coast operations was included, did my boss tell me that they have no intentions of adjusting anyone's pay. Fine, I'm hourly now. I will be hourly now. Get paid for phone calls? I'll clock in every single call. I get paid for commute? I'll take the long, slow route. I get paid for answering emails? My emails will be very detailed with all the product info I can find. You want me to talk to customers? Every customer wants a long conversation. Sales is out of my job description. I sell nothing. No new customers, no product suggestions unless asked, no extra tools unless a customer is struggling. I'm not a monster. Invoice issues? Above my pay grade. They can wait on hold with customer support. Customers can't call our work phones directly. No requested service until I get a work order from customer support. Against state law to transport chemicals? No chemical runs to customers that underorder. My customers need my attention. It's not in my job description to order more than I use, and no one else stocks or organizes our shared storage. State law says we only work 5 out of every 7 days. Those 2 days, my work phone is off. If a coworker on coverage needs a part ASAP, they should have restocked our shared storage because my perfectly stocked work truck is parked and locked. No one restocks storage. I run out of stock on the weekend and storage is out. Customer will be down until Monday. It takes me 10 minutes to fix what it takes other people more than an hour. Some days they'll call me after 6 hours on an issue, and I'll solve it in 3 minutes over the phone. I am working 55 hours a week. Only 10 of that is actual work. 25 of that is driving and listening to podcasts. 20 is chatting or waiting for customers to notice I'm there. My numbers are still the best in the district. The hours are flexible and the benefits are good, but I'm still looking for a new job. I can only be bored to tears for so long. It just seems like a common thing with companies that are big enough. They try to focus on keeping you down, keeping the salaries down, and can honestly overlook some very unoptimal things. This next story is the case of the hourly IT workers. I worked in IT at a large, non-technical company. As is normal in IT, there were crises, patches, and new software installs, where it was all hands on deck for 16 hours. And other times when everything was humming along and there wasn't a lot of work to do. Old boss understood this well. When we had to work late into the evening, he was fine with us coming in late the next day, leaving early, or even if a couple people didn't come in at all, as long as we rotated who got to stay home so that there was some coverage. We were all salaried exempt, but overall the hours were fair, despite the occasional very, very long days. New boss comes in from a non-IT background and sees this system and decides everyone will be hourly and worse, work set hours. If we were 10 minutes late, we had to use 10 minutes of PTO or be docked pay for the time, rather than just staying 10 minutes late. He also declared there would be 0 overtime. This worked for about a week. It was slow, and the people who would normally leave an hour early had to just sit at their desks and wait to clock out. Then the first major system issue happened where the email server crashed. We all punched out at 5 and went home. System stayed down until the following morning. Well, the big boss comes down and wants to know why it took so long to bring the email system back and how it hurt the business. The new boss mumbles something about no staffing in the evening. Big boss says it's never been a problem before. The new boss tells us from that point on, when something breaks, we stay to fix it. Overtime starts piling up. Big boss asks about budget. Several of us on the team decide to be brave and tell Big Boss what's going on, and ask if things could just return to the way they were. Shortly after, an email is sent out saying new boss has decided to leave to take on another opportunity, i.e. was fired, and that the IT department was returning to salary exempt. Oh yes, time to broaden my horizons. While my time here was short, I've got to move on to bigger and better things, and file away this new pink slip I got. That said, our final story of the day is car company gets screwed. This happened to me over the summer, and I just signed the papers so I can finally talk about it. I leased a car from a common, cheaply manufactured dealership in the US. Now, the car is 18 months old, and I brought it to the dealership before work to be checked because it was driving a bit sloppy. I get a phone call while I'm at work, and it turns out to be a major component, and they wouldn't let me drive it home because it wasn't safe. The part was also on back order with no estimated return. The manager informed me there were no loaner cars I could use because they had to sell them all due to the car shortage. They offered to reimburse me $50 a day for a rental, but a rental would cost me over double that. I couldn't use my insurance to cover any rentals because my car hadn't been in an accident. I called my mom in a panic, and she came to the dealership with me after work. We walk in at closing time and ask to speak with the manager. A man excitedly announced that he is the manager. So my mom explains the situation and that they need to provide me with a rental. All of a sudden, the manager gets an attitude and says, "Well, you need to speak to the manager about that." Confused, we reminded him that he said he was the manager. He tells us, "Oh, I'm just the manager of sales. You need to speak to the manager of service, and he already left for the day." Since there is no public transportation in the area, and I need to get back and forth to work, we ask him to get the service manager on the phone. By the time my mom ended the conversation with him, he assured me he would find a loaner car for me to use, and they ended up being able to find one for me the next day. After this rough start, I decide to call corporate. I get transferred back and forth between departments and customer service reps dumber than the last. I was so worked up that I decided to go full Karen on them and eventually got my case escalated to a regional manager in corporate. It was over 3 weeks later by the time I ended up getting the email address for the regional manager. I respectfully asked for corporate to cover my lease payment while the car was in the shop. After a few emails, corporate ended up saying there was nothing they could do and I needed to wait until the part came in. Cue malicious compliance. While I waited, I researched the lemon law for my state, and it seemed like if the repair took longer than 30 days, I could actually have a case against them. I was already 20 days in, and since I had a loaner car, I decided to wait it out. I did everything by the book, sent official letters and kept track of all my communications with the company. 2 months in, I ended up speaking with corporate's legal department, and they immediately offered me a settlement. I dragged out the process, asking dumb questions and spending long periods of time to consider their offers. I was happy using the loaner car and actually liked it better than my lease. I was getting free mileage and free easy pass/tolls, and it was a car that wouldn't have a much higher monthly payment had I been leasing it. Overall, I was happy with the situation and content knowing I'd be getting some money out of this deal. It took over 3 months for my lease to get fixed, and 4 months to come to a settlement with corporate. Since they made me so mad in the beginning and refused to just cover my lease payments while the car wasn't operable, I decided to really make them pay. I ended up having to be my own lawyer because none would take my case and cost them thousands. A check for $4,000, a 5-year additional extended warranty, no way I'll be keeping this car, and I put on almost 6,000 miles on the dealership's loaner car, which I really needed because I was starting to use more than my allowed amount on my lease. All because they would not agree to cover my lease payments while the car was in the shop. You could already tell there was a stink and a bad vibe the moment the manager got all giddy and then went completely two-faced as soon as they found out why they were there. They definitely didn't focus on customer experience, I'll tell you that much. You want me to make a patient stay late so you can skip work during the snow? And you refuse to stay late? Fine, now you have to stay late every day. I feel like everything I write turns into a novel. Anyways, this one has a satisfying ending. I hope you enjoy. Once upon a time, I worked in a research hospital coordinating drug studies. This one's going to go against the grain of some of the stories here. When you work in healthcare, following the written laws and rules to the letter is of the utmost importance. We run into trouble when people begin inventing their own rules and playing by them. The hardest part of my job was convincing other departments to also do their jobs. And sometimes it was like pulling teeth asking people to perform their duties at even a basic level. Ask a nurse to draw a basic 4-tube blood kit, you get an eye roll. Ask the pharmacy to stay 5 minutes past the end of the workday. Nope, they couldn't do that, they were out at 4:30. The second scenario is the important one for the purposes of this story. That department refuses to stay late. I could understand why they would feel that way and strive to maintain as steady a schedule as possible, but in the world of sick and dying people, sometimes things came up. Mind you, I regularly had to stay an hour or two past the end of my shift to take care of problems and data entry. We could get overtime pay and flex our schedules pretty easily, at least in my department. This hospital was in a very snowy metropolitan area, and one time years ago, we were projected to get a massive blizzard. Every one of us, the nurses, the physicians, the pharmacists, and the coordinators, were essential employees, or whatever they called it before COVID popularized the term, and had to come in regardless of the weather. so every one of us should have been planning to be there the next day even if the weather was awful. We had to call in sick if we missed work for weather reasons. The afternoon before the storm was due to begin, we had a patient in clinic. Typically, patients on this particular research study got a doctor's appointment and then treatment immediately after. However, this individual had a job that made him prefer getting his clinic visit done in the afternoon and his treatment early the next morning. It was unusual, but it wasn't hard to accommodate him. While most of us had accepted our fate of driving in the snow the next morning, the investigational drug department was especially not too excited about the prospect of having to come in during the blizzard. So at 3:30, an hour before the pharmacy closes, they send me a Slack message and ask us what the possibility of doing this patient's treatment today might be so that they don't have to come in for it tomorrow. Really? You're asking us now? This was on your docket all day. Anyhow, I begrudgingly went to find the patient in the waiting room and ask. He wasn't thrilled, but he says he'll do it if he has to. I let the pharmacy know. Then they asked me what the status of the patient was. Clinic was running behind, as usual, and we hadn't cleared the patient for treatment yet. The investigational pharmacy needed at least 20 minutes to prep the drugs needed, so they told us we had until 4 p.m. to get them the signed order. The process for getting a drug order filled involved getting a signed order from a doctor after a patient has been cleared to get a drug, walking it outside across the street to the pharmacy, handing the signed prescription to a pharmacist, waiting for the drug, walking it back to the patient in the first building. This was absolutely not going to happen in around 12 minutes. At 4:01, the pharmacy sent me a very rude Slack message indicating that I'd basically missed my window to get the patient in today and I should do a better job next time. As a coordinator, you got blamed for absolutely everything, even if it was the fault of a doctor who was bad at time management. Their message said something along the lines of, "If you don't come up and give a pharmacist the order by 4:05, there's nothing we can do for your patient. In the future, you should get the order signed and over to us ahead of time so we can prep it." Ahead of time, in this case, meant that a patient would have been prescribed a drug but wasn't yet cleared by a doctor to receive that drug. In my training, the pharmacy director told us we were never ever supposed to do this. It was a humongous no-no and would be grounds for a massive lawsuit if anything went wrong. You absolutely don't prep a drug unless the patient receiving it is cleared for treatment by a physician. I really liked the pharmacy director, and I messaged her regularly with questions about drugs patients might be considering while on study. But she wasn't super involved in the day-to-day of the pharmacy workers and tended to focus on bigger picture tasks, hence why her employees were inventing their own rules and demands. So I'm supposed to get this patient in today. Right now, eh? Alright, if you insist. So I got the order signed by the physician ahead of seeing the patient. They didn't really give a crap. Next step, and the words of the person who messaged me, was to take it to a pharmacist, eh? You said I had to take it to a pharmacist by 4:05, right? What if, instead of walking it directly to the pharmacy, I took it directly to the pharmacy director? She was still a pharmacist and could do everything the folks in the investigational drug dispensary could do. I told her that we hadn't cleared this patient, but that I'd been urged by the pharmacy to dispense the drug anyhow, so that the patient wouldn't have to come in tomorrow for their treatment. She looked puzzled and asked if the patient rescheduled while in clinic. I told her no, this was at the request of the pharmacy staff, so they wouldn't have to come in during a snowstorm. I showed her the message her employee had sent me. Pharmacy director was unhappy with this and said someone would just have to stay late if this was the plan. I referred her to the Slack message that said I'd missed my window because they didn't plan to stay late. The director was livid and told me that she personally was going to stay late to make sure this went through. We went to the pharmacy from her office, and she intended to scold this employee, but of course, everyone was gone. So the two of us went and got the drug at 4:35, and I got it back to the patient. I got a call from him a week later, indicating that he actually preferred getting Thursday afternoon treatment instead of having it on Friday morning, and wanted to keep that schedule going forward. I relayed this to the head of the pharmacy. I expressed uncertainty with how we'll handle this, and she said she would get back with me. We all got an email a few days later saying that the investigational drug department would now be staying open until 5:30, and one person would be staying late every day, rotating every day, so that someone could cover late drug orders. But I knew she only had 3 pharmacists, and they were all salaried, not hourly, which meant some of them would be covering more than 1 late hour a week. I went to get this patient's next dose of drug a few weeks later at about 4:45. The same woman who had asked me to break the rules was working. I asked how she was doing, and she told me she was having to work 3 4:30 to 5:30s a week, presumably because she tried to act unethically a few weeks prior. She handed me the pill bottle and slammed the window in my face. And to think, if the pharmacists would have just shut up and done their jobs like they were supposed to, and came in during one snowstorm, they'd still be able to leave at 4:30 every day. If you work in healthcare or health research, don't make your own rules, kids. I don't know about you guys, but if there was ever a job where you don't want them to take shortcuts while processing your order, a pharmacy would probably be high on that list. Also, hi, I'm Steven, and if you enjoy awesome stories of malicious compliance, why not hit that subscribe button down below? Our next story is cut my hours, so I worked my scheduled hours. I worked for a large grocery chain. Recently, they've been cutting hours to meet budgets, but expect us to figure out how to get the same amount of work done in less time. The main issue with how they cut hours is that they don't take into account the delivery schedules. On Fridays, I cover the dairy department. Normally an 8-hour shift because we get a delivery, and it can come in at any point within a 4-hour window. Some days it's in right when I start, but most days not until after my lunch. In an attempt to save hours, they've been cutting my shift in half, but the morning half, so I've been staying over with permission from the dairy manager to get the work done. A few weeks ago, a lower level manager got mad at me for staying late and ignoring her changes to the schedule. I was fed up at this point. I went from 35 to 38 hours a week to 28. So I said okay and planned to work whatever the schedule said the next week. I made sure to tell the dairy manager I would only work my scheduled hours and got his okay. The Friday came and I was scheduled 4 hours. I came in and worked my 4 hours. The delivery came in and I placed it in the cooler. I had 30 minutes to put out what I could. I left 4 pallets of goods for the Saturday guy and walked out right on time. The next day I came in to find the Saturday guy in a complete panic because he never has that much work to do. He's very lazy. I knew I had an easy day in my other department, so I let them know I was going to help in dairy. I then walked into the manager's office and offered to help in dairy, and he was elated. Apparently they had no one to put eggs and milk on the shelf the day before and had run out, and the Saturday guy was so behind. I got a pat on the back for my go-getter attitude. Later, the assistant manager asked me about leaving early, and I explained what happened with the other manager, to which I was told to ignore her from then on and just work my 8 hours. I was very glad to comply with that, and since then my hours have increased every week. I've never understood the idea of trying to compress hours and still expecting the same output, just based off of the discouragement of the workers, let alone the lower hours. This next story is, cannot claim insurance until you return the keys. For context, back in Australia in 2003, there was a bushfire in our capital city that destroyed a large amount of major suburbs in and around the city. Post this bushfire, some family friends were in government housing, and sadly their house burned to the ground. They barely had time to flee the house with lives and lost all their personal belongings and photos in the house as they got out. As expected, they needed to put in an insurance claim to get the finances to restore a new life and have the house be rebuilt. Now, the government, being the amazing and wonderful people they are in Australia, are about as good as government in another red tape first-based country. They had a strict policy that to move out of a government housing place and be placed in a new one, even if at the same physical address, you need to hand back the master keys of the property. My family friends argued that that's stupid, as the keys burned with the house and melted into a pool of molten slush. The house foundation was destroyed, and there are physically no windows or doors. The government insurance rep stood by the rules. No keys, no claim. They even got a free government aid lawyer to help. but alas, they could not get past this impasse. Eventually, me and my pettiness and r/malicious compliance mentality came to the rescue. We went to a local locksmith and bought the first blank key off the rack and handed that in. The government rep tried to fight it tooth and nail, saying it wasn't a valid key. Luckily, the lawyer they had hired saw the logic of my plan and argued only that the rule stated the master keys had to be returned. They tried to argue that there was no way these were the official keys. The lawyer dead stared the insurance rep and told them outright that these keys open every lock on the property, and if they doubt it, they're welcome to go out and check in person to confirm. In the end, the insurance rep acknowledged he was beaten, paid up, and my friends got into a new home. The lawyer, I heard, based on the results of our case, went to other clients, and 8 months later, the entire street my friends were on had been fully replaced. Lord knows, considering how ridiculous this request was, maybe I'd go with one of those old school giant brass 1800s keys, or God forbid you go to a dollar store and pick up some plastic keys. I assure you they work. That said, our final story of the day is, I altered my uniform to comply with the dress code in my employee handbook. Back when I, now a 37-year-old female, was younger with a lot of attitude and a loud mouth, I worked for a nice Italian restaurant in my hometown. I didn't have a single issue with management until 7 months into my employment when a male manager joined the team. He was a bit of a misogynist. He would make backhanded comments about women, and he only had issues with the female staff. He wrote me up for some ridiculous reasons, one being opening the dock door was too hard when it was a heavy steel door that you had to put some muscle into to open. He fired another lady who was pregnant for asking to be put into a section closest to the kitchen. She filed a lawsuit and won too. One day, I walked into work. He pulled me into the office immediately and presented me with a write-up slip. It was because I wasn't wearing a belt. The dress code stated, if pants have belt loops, a belt must be worn. Okay, my uniform that day didn't comply with the dress code. The issue was that I hadn't worn a belt in 7 months, while he and the other managers never mentioned it. In my opinion, the appropriate thing to say would have been, hey, I see you haven't been wearing a belt and we haven't been enforcing it. Dress code says you must wear a belt if you have belt loops. I'll give you X amount of days to purchase one before I start enforcing. I just got a straight write-up, so I went home and cut off all the belt loops off of all my work pants. The next day, immediately upon walking in, he asked me where my belt was. I pointed to my pants and said, where are my belt loops? The employee handbook stated, if there are belt loops, but I no longer had belt loops. Let's just say it didn't make him like me anymore, but I felt like a hero standing up to him in such a petty manner. I guess you could say that OP found a loophole. That being said, that's all the time we have for today. Now, if you want to hear another absolutely awesome malicious compliance story, check out that video on the left. Or if you missed my latest video, check out that video on the right. That said, I'll see you all next time with some more stories.